Tongzhou City, people were shocked by the announcement that was posted in broad daylight. It was written that due to the merit of Zhao Dan, the senior princess of the Qinghe dynasty would marry him. The wedding will take place tomorrow. People began to discuss how the two gods of war of the Qing family died because they went too far into the desert lands. And Ching Yu, the best warrior of Tongzhou in the ruling dynasty, became disabled. The man standing at the pillar was surprised that the princess would marry so quickly, to which the woman nearby replied that any woman would want to become Zhao's wife. People also discussed that Prince Zhao and Miss Li were to be admired as they would personally go to visit Ching Yu. The courtyard of the Qing family. The crippled Ching Yu lay in his bed. Zhao Dan and Miss Li, who were standing nearby, spoke with malicious smirks that since childhood, he had been the pride of Tongzhou. At the age of 3, he knew the essence of great perfection. At 9 years old, he began to master this great technique. At 13, he reached great perfection. And at 18, he almost entered the realm of spirituality. Saying this, Zhao Dan immediately grabbed Ching Yu by the neck, then said that he was helpless like a dog, because all his muscles and veins were torn, and at the same time his divine consciousness dissipated. Now he is just a cripple. Leaning towards Ching Yu, Zhao Dan began to talk about how he was called a great hero for saving Ching Yu alone. Then he laughed out loud with the words that now he will marry his bride. Standing next to Qinghe, with a grin, told Ching Yu that the blood of the Imperial family flows in her, and she was destined to take the path of conquering this world. After that, she added that the Qing family only received unimaginable favor because she was given to Ching Yu at the request of her father. She then yelled out that the Qing family were only dogs of the Imperial dynasty, and that only a person with truly outstanding qualities would be able to get her. Shouting out this, she raised her hands and said that just one small trick led to the death of Qing Zhang and Qinging while Ching Yu became disabled, and she was destined to become great. After these words, Qinghe hugged Zhao Dan, saying that their couple was created by heaven itself, because she is beautiful and talented, while Zhao Dan is a descendant of an immortal clan. Hearing this, Zhao Dan called Qinghe a truly great person and said that he would love her with all his heart. Then they laughed together and left. Suddenly, Ching Yu was filled with powerful energy, leaving a mark on his forehead, and an entity appeared in his mind asking if he wanted to live. After that, the entity filled Ching Yu's body with energy and said that she would like to see Ching Yu's abilities. Ching Yu opened his eyes and stood up abruptly. Looking at his hands, he could not understand what happened and how he returned. Remembering his grandfather and father, Ching Yu regretted that he could only get up now and not earlier, because he could still save his grandfather and father from death. After saying this, Ching Yu got angry, calling Qinghe and Zhao Dan vile creatures for setting up his family by killing his grandfather and father and making him a cripple. And now they want to play a wedding because of which his family was completely destroyed. At that moment, he woke up. After thinking, Ching Yu got up and immediately ran to Zhao Dan and Qinghe to talk to them before the wedding. Seeing Ching Yu, Zhao Dan laughed angrily and beat him. After which, Zhao Dan, together with the servants, took Ching Yu to the desert lands, hoping that he would not survive. "Everything will be fine," the girl said, trying to cheer up the exhausted Ching Yu, after which she gave him water to drink. It was Qinghe's sister, Li Qingyao, after rescuing Ching Yu from the desert. She came out of him. After 10 years of training, Ching Yu was able to take advantage of the chance given to him, buy the desert lands and receive the right to inherit, but he did not expect that. During his practice, Qinghe would kill his sister. Picking up Qinghe, Ching Yu screamed out in grief as he went straight to the Imperial palace for revenge. Upon arriving at the place, Ching Yu recognized Qinghe, and Zhao Dan had already left, after which Ching Yu had no choice but to embark on the path of cultivation again. After Ching Yu managed to become the supreme devil, he again began his hunt for Qinghe and Zhao Dan. In those days, Qinghe had already become the empress of the entire continent, and Zhao Dan had become the head of the immortal clan. They allied with the monarchs of the whole world in order to kill Ching Yu. After that, they entered into a deadly fight. But since Ching Yu was in the minority, he was able to be wounded and surrounded. Zhao Dan ordered Ching Yu to accept his death, saying that he could not escape. To which Ching Yu filled his heart with energy and said that if he died, he would take them with him, shocking Qinghe and Zhang Dan. Then there was an explosion that took the lives of everyone who was on the battlefield. Remembering the events of his past life, Ching Yu vowed that he would take revenge on Zhao Dan and Qinghe. After all, a happy accident in the desert lands gave him the Book of Nature, which contained 108 ancient ferocious beasts and 72 ancient divine beasts. Unrolling the scroll, Ching Yu realized that he could awaken one of the beasts, after which he summoned the ghost of Yazi. The ferocious Yazi had an incredibly strong body. His body and bones are stronger than anyone else. Also, with the help of Yazi, Ching Yu would be able to reach the first level of cultivation in the spiritual realm. Remembering the faces of Li Qinghe and Zhao Dan, Ching Yu said that they would soon know the strength of his anger. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and a man entered the room who was immediately surprised that Ching Yu woke up. Seeing him, Ching Yu immediately clenched his teeth, because it was Qing Shuang, the elder of the Qing family, who was like a brother to his father. But he secretly teamed up with Li Qinghe to send Ching Yu with his grandfather and father to the desert lands, after which he became a dog Zhao Dan and killed Qing Yu's entire family. Seeing Qing Yu, Qing Shuang was glad that his veins were torn, because now he is just a non-entity, after which he laughed out loud. He was glad because of how, from the incomparable genius, Qing Yu fell onto the altar, becoming just trash. Hearing this, Qing Yu called the head of the dog, which thinks that it ceased to be an empty place only by changing the owner, and that even if he fell on the altar, Qing Shuang would not be able to break it. Hearing the insolent words from the cripple, Qing Shuang immediately ordered the cripple to close his mouth. After all, he did everything he could for the Qing family, but received nothing in return, forcing him to betray his family, after which he added that from now on the Qing family is Qing Shuang. Hearing this, Qing Yu stood up, and inflamed with anger, began to go to Qing Shuang, who said that everything that had happened was Qing Yu's fault. Angry, Qing Shuang said that today he would send Qing Yu to the underworld, and asked him to tell Qing Ying that he had killed him. Immediately after these words, a fist flew into his face, breaking the floor with his body. Holding Qing Shuang by the throat, Qing Yu said that a dog that bites has only one fate, after which he took Qing Shuang's life. After the killing, Qing Yu immediately got dressed and went to the exit. Capital of the Divine Sword Dynasty. The guards at the entrance to the capital are discussing rumors that their princess is marrying a man from the clan of immortals. After which one of the guards added that people from the clan of immortals are simply terrible and no one dares to anger them. Hearing this, a higher-ranked guard ordered them to keep their mouths shut as they discussed the princess's husband, after which he advised them to focus on the service. The maids approached the princess's quarters and bowed to her, asking her to disturb her. Li Qinghe, dressed in her wedding attire, allowed them to enter. Entering the room, the maids reported to her that the ceremony would soon come, and it was time for her to go to the palace. Hearing that the hour had come, Li Qinghe immediately went to the palace. The trumpeters blow their horns announcing the arrival of the prince and princess. The prince and princess were walking up the steps to the Imperial Hall. The messenger reported to the emperor that they had arrived, after which they approached and bowed to the emperor of the Divine Sword Dynasty, Li Qinghe. The emperor proclaimed that he would entrust Zhao Dan, his daughter, to Li Qinghe, and that he treat her well. Zhao Dan bowed to the emperor, then took Li Qinghe's hands, and swore that suddenly a spear pierced through the door, killing several guards in the process. Shocked by what had happened, the emperor became angry at the interruption of the ceremony and demanded an explanation from the intruder. Then Li Qinghe and Zhao Dan were horrified when they saw Qing Yu. Looking at the emperor with a pair, Qing Yu rejoiced at the power of Yazi that he received, because being in the first level of the realm of spirituality, his skills had become several times better than before. He thought about the fact that in a past life, he could not summon a wild beast, while anticipating how terrible he could be if he immediately summoned him. Zhao Dan was horrified that Qing Yu's cultivation had recovered, after which the shocked Li Qinghe could not understand how it happened, because his veins were torn apart, due to which he turned into a non-entity. Qing Yu was walking up the stairs while a frightened Zhao Dan doubted what was happening. Seeing how scared he was, the emperor thought that although Zhao Dan was a descendant of the immortal clan, he was absolutely hopeless, while Qing Yu's cultivation skills had only improved. The emperor laughed and then, rubbing his mustache, said that he did not expect Qing Yu today. He wanted him to lie down at home. Qing Yu immediately held out a spear to the emperor, looming with the tip of the spear at his forehead, and ordered him to cast aside his hypocrisy, because if Qing Yu's father had not saved him in the past, he would have become a ghost long ago. He said that his Qing family was ready to do anything for the emperor, and their merits are enormous. After saying that, he asked the emperor, what did he do with his family? After all, Zhao Dan and Li Qinghe entered into a criminal conspiracy. Upon hearing about the fate of the Qing clan, the guests immediately began to discuss what they had heard. Zhao Dan came out in front of the emperor, ordering Ching Yu to be quiet, and immediately emitted purple energy, opening his eye on his forehead. After which he said that he underestimated Ching Yu, but did not expect that his injuries were a sham. And even despite Ching Yu's level of cultivation, he was sure that he would not be able to do anything to him. Ching Yu offered to test Zhao Dan's strength, then swung his spear to the side and released golden energy. The guards immediately came to the protection of the emperor. The emperor was sure that Zhao Dan would win, because even though they have the same spiritual realms, the blood of immortals flows in Zhao Dan. Extending his hand forward, the emperor ordered Zhao Dan not to beat Ching Yu hard, because he is from the Qing family, which did a lot for the Imperial family. In return, he should lightly punish Ching Yu by destroying his cultivation. Zhao Dan started the fight by summoning the first stage divine weapon, Green Flame. Li Qinghe explained that it was the Zhao Dan family's divine weapon. Hearing this, the surrounding people were delighted with Zhao Dan, and at the same time they condoled with Ching Yu. Running his hand over the sword, he explained to Ching Yu what kind of sword he was holding, to which Ching Yu replied that he was holding the spear of the god of war of the Qing family, an earthly weapon of the sixth stage, which was soaked in the blood of tens of thousands of human souls and deprived the heads of thousands of people. Hearing this, Zhao Dan shouted in anger that it was just an earthly weapon, after which he raised the sword above his head. Guessing the right moment to strike, Ching Yu, with an animal mark on his forehead, summoned the phantom of Yazi's ghost. Summoning the ghost of Yazi and the spear of the god of war, Ching Yu immediately ordered him to destroy the target. Approaching Zhao Dan, the spear curved and attacked him from behind, surprising at the same time. Zhao Dan got angry at Ching Yu for daring to underestimate him and blocked the spear with his sword. Seeing his sword cracking, Zhao Dan could not understand what was happening, because suddenly his divine weapon was broken by the usual attack of an earth warrior, and then slammed him into the ground, causing him to spit out blood. The surrounding people, the emperor and Li Jianhe, were shocked by what they saw. Refusing to accept what was happening, Li Jianhe ordered Zhao Dan to stand up and attack Ching Yu. Ching Yu asked Zhao Dan if the descendant of the immortal clan was so weak. Zhao Dan grabbed the spear with his hands, trying to pull it out, after which Ching Yu pressed him with even more force, asking if he, the very son-in-law of which the entire imperial family is proud. He saw before him only a weak and frail man. Zhao Dan said that he did not know that the Qing family's weapon was not an earthly rank weapon, but a divine one, because it could break his sword. After wiping the blood from his spear, Ching Yu explained to Zhao Dan that the spear of the god of war cannot be compared to a fragile divine sword, because the Qing family washed their relic with blood for centuries. After these words, Ching Yu mentally replied that Yazi's divine power lies in the ability to combine it with weapons, of which there are two types, earthly and divine. At the moment, his spear has the power of at least the second level of earthly weapons. The emperor watching this was shocked that the Qing family had a divine weapon. He doubted this because he followed their every move, after which he assumed that Ching Yu received this spear in the desert lands, and decided that he would watch him in order to find out what he still has it hidden. After considering the situation, the emperor told Zhao Dan that he was mistaken in entrusting his daughter, because he could not even defeat Ching Yu. Zhao Dan tried to explain himself to the emperor, but realizing that it would be pointless, he clenched his teeth, after which he screamed. His eyes shone red, while the eye on his forehead completely opened. After releasing all his power, Zhao Dan told Ching Yu that he underestimated, after which he called himself a descendant of the immortal clan and jumped on Ching Yu. While calling him an ordinary person, as soon as Zhao Dan got close, he was punched in the face and sent flying. Ching Yu complained about the noise from Zhao Dan, after which he stepped on him with all his strength and said that today he would pay for everything he had done. Ching Yu raised the spear over Zhao Dan, and with a cry of "Die," he was about to plunge the spear. Seeing this, Li Qinghe began to beg her father to save her husband. Seeing how the spear was rapidly approaching him, Zhao Dan began to beg to be rescued, after which a flash appeared. Seeing the approaching enemy, Ching Yu immediately tried to block his blow, after which the guard hit the spear, from which Ching Yu flew off the ground. Surprised at the strength of the arrival, taking advantage of the momentum from the blow, the guard grabbed Zhao Dan and placed him in a safer place. Standing up to his full height, the guard recognized Ching Yu as talented, but he dared to rampage in the Imperial city. Ching Yu remembered this guard. It was Bai Wuti, Liqing personal guard, who had almost become a level 2 spiritual realm master. While raising her husband, Li Qinghe ordered her guard to kill Ching Yu, after which the emperor added that Ching Yu had disrespected the law, behaved arrogantly, and harmed many members of the imperial dynasty, and for this he should be punished. But since Ching Yu is from the family Qing, Bai Wuti must break his arms and legs. Hearing this, Bai Wuti smiled maniacally as he accepted the order and immediately jumped towards Ching Yu, while laughing insanely. Ching Yu was shocked by his speed, after which he received a blow and was sent flying, not intending to let the victim go. The distraught guard continued to strive for the victim, ordering him to stand. Ching Yu summoned the power of the dragon Yazi and then repulsed the guard's attack, surprising him at the same time. Seeing Yath's silhouette, Bai Wuti fearfully asked what it was. Ching Yu grabbed Bai Wuti's hands and jumped off the ground and told Bai Wuti that he should stop here, after which he kicked him with the power of Yasi, sent the guard flying, who could not understand how he could lose. Ching Yu took his spear and said that his next target would be Li Qinghe. Hearing this, the emperor became angry and reminded Ching Yu that he forgot something while under the protection of the Qing family. Surprising Ching Yu, the emperor reminded Ching Yu that he had forgotten how powerful the imperial family was, immediately after which Ching Yu was surrounded by the imperial guards. Seeing the guards, Ching Yu asked if this was really all the power of the imperial family, after which he reminded the emperor that he did not seem to understand what power he wielded, and in an instant passed all the guards, and then grabbed the emperor by the neck. Li Qinghe and the guards immediately panicked upon seeing this. Trying to save his life with the emperor, Li Qinghe advised Ching Yu to think about what he was doing, because he was surrounded by guards who are in the second level of the spiritual realm. Smiling slyly, Ching Yu told the emperor not to worry about him, after which he looked around and thought that everything was like in a past life. The guards are dressed in heavy armor, the damaging effect of which is incredibly high, but because of it they become very slow. Ching Yu squeezed the emperor's throat, causing him to only scream softly. The emperor begged for mercy, but Ching Yu was not going to let him go. Suddenly a beam of light pierced the heavens, causing Ching Yu to experience incredible pressure. The man who appeared after the flash told Ching Yu that he should be able to forgive, hoping that he would let the emperor go. Ching Yu was shocked by the strength he felt at the peak of the spiritual realm. He remembered that in a past life, this person was not so strong. It was a winged celestial man in white robes and with 3 eyes on his forehead. The arrival decided to introduce himself. It was the head of the immortal clan. Jaohuan explained to Ching Yu that the immortal clan and the imperial family had a common origin, after which he requested that Ching Yu let the emperor live. Seeing the arrival, Zhaodan asked the arrival to kill Ching Yu, while calling him his uncle. Seeing that the situation had come under his control, the emperor laughed at Ching Yu, since he would not be able to kill him today. Standing in a stupor, Ching Yu thought that now he could not kill Zhaohuan. Zhaohuan warned Ching Yu that until now they had taken care of people, and that they were ready to forgive him even today's misdeed. After which he turned to Zhaodan and scolded him for his despicable act, warning at the same time that when he returns he will be punished according to family laws. After scolding Zhaodan, Zhaohuan told the emperor that the imperial family was to blame, and that he confessed to Ching Yu, to which he only agreed. After talking to everyone, Zhaohuan opened his third eye. While ordering Ching Yu to let the emperor go, Ching Yu fell into a stupor, unable to move due to the celestial's aura, and immediately realized that it was the overwhelming power of the 9th level of the spiritual realm. Understanding what was happening, Ching Yu released his power, telling the celestial that he could not be controlled using only suppression, after which he squeezed the emperor's neck even more tightly. Zhaohuan wondered how Ching Yu could suppress his power with only the 1st level of the spiritual realm. Free from the shackles, Ching Yu said that since the immortal forces him to let him go, then he has only one way out. After which he deprived the emperor with a movement of his hand, from which he could only squeeze out a death cry. Li Qinghe was shocked at her father's death, and the people around them were shocked to see Ching Yu kill the emperor. The guards immediately ran towards Ching Yu. Startled by what he saw, Zhaohuan assumed that Ching Yu had obtained something in the desert lands. After killing the emperor, Ching Yu grabbed him by the robe and threw him at the celestial, from which he simply opened his wings to catch him. Ching Yu immediately began to run away, saying goodbye to the head of the immortals. But suddenly he was stopped by an invisible hand, forcing him to kneel. Stopping Ching Yu, Zhaohuan called him too self-confident because he tried to run away from the celestial at the peak of spirituality, immediately after he killed the emperor. Feeling the pressure, Ching Yu realized that the suppression power was 10 times stronger than last time, after which he summoned the power of Yazi and stood up. Standing up from his knees, Ching Yu raised his spear and threw several energy waves towards Licking Ha and Zhao Dan. The Celestial destroyed the waves halfway, calling them children's toys, after which he realized that Ching Yu was running away. Jumping down the stairs, Ching Yu once again said goodbye. Zhao Dan, spreading his wings, told Ching Yu that he would not be able to escape, after which Ching Yu warned that if the Celestial pursued him, Zhao Dan would die from grievous wounds, offering him the choice to decide what he considered more important. Zhao Dan, who was bleeding, immediately asked his uncle to save him, from which he only smirked, and called Ching Yu a funny boy. He then warned Ching Yu that this time he would let him leave. After missing Ching Yu, Zhao Han healed Zhao Dan, telling him that his injuries were no longer life-threatening. Zhao Dan immediately told his uncle that he would not be able to live in peace if Ching Yu survived, to which Zhao Han replied that he would definitely avenge today's incident. Zhao Han turned back, remembering Emperor Li Jianhe, and smiled, calling him a non-entity. Li Qingya sat in awe of the Celestial, who explained to her that after the death of her father, she should fully support her husband, to which she could only agree with tears in her eyes. Zhao Kan took off into the sky and began to explain to people that today their emperor had died, because of which their empire was temporarily under the control of the immortal clan, after which he ordered everyone to catch and capture Ching Yu. One of the guards wanted to ask the princess what to do, from which she only gritted her teeth and replied that they all obeyed the immortal, which pleased him with how simply they submitted. Ching Yu ran away from the empire, thinking that in the Divine Sword Empire, only endless persecution awaits him, because they cannot let go of the one who killed their emperor. After that, Ching Yu wondered what Zhao Huan was doing here, because in his previous life he was not here. Realizing that none of this mattered, Ching Yu decided that he would let Zhao Dan and Li Qinghe live a little longer, after which he jumped off the cliff. After the assassination of the emperor, a decree was issued throughout the Divine Sword Empire to punish Ching Yu, because he, being a descendant of the Qing family, lost his integrity and committed a terrible atrocity. He killed Emperor Li Jianhe in front of his people, after which he managed to escape. The one who succeeds in executing the criminal will receive a part of the city's lands as a reward. Under the supervision of an eagle, a stagecoach rushed through the forest at full speed, inside of which was Ching Yu, along with fellow travelers. Ching Yu sat quietly without showing any sign, which caused his fellow traveler to watch him suspiciously. Ching Yu was thinking that he needed to leave this state as soon as possible and go to the larger Tianhe Empire due to the decree issued by the Divine Sword Empire. He thought that the Divine Sword Empire had several hundred cities, but it was still quite a small country. But in the Tianhe Empire, there are thousands of cities, many powerful clans and clans. Compared to the Tianhe Empire, the Divine Sword Empire was just a grain of sand. After that, he promised himself that he would soon return and grind Zhao Dan and Li Qinghe to powder. Seeing the strange look of the gloomy passenger, fellow traveler Ching Yu asked her grandfather how he could let such a person into the cart, because his disheveled appearance immediately shows that he is clearly a bad person. Hearing this, the grandfather replied to his granddaughter Yu Hua that although this guy looks sloppy, his body is in excellent shape and he can make a good assistant, because the road to the Tianhe Empire can be quite dangerous, and with such a fellow traveler, they will be much calmer. Hearing this, Yue Hua asked who would dare to threaten them, since her grandfather was Jin Nanwan himself from the Tianhe Empire. Having accidentally heard the conversation of fellow travelers, Ching Yu was shocked by who the old man next to him turned out to be. Ching Yu remembered stories about Jin Nanwan, a true hero of mankind who defended the borders of the empire from evil spirits. But unfortunately, when the immortal clan began to help the Divine Sword Empire in a past life, they overthrew the Tianhe Empire in one fell swoop, and Jin Nanwan was killed by Zhao Dan. And now Ching Yu was lucky to be in the same wagon with Chen Nanwan. Seeing how the fellow traveler was looking at them, Yue Hua immediately asked why he was staring at her. Ching Yu immediately turned around and said that it was a stranger, which angered Jin Nanwan. Meanwhile, the cart was pursued by unknown people. The coachman turned to the owner, saying that there were about 100 miles left to the Tianhe Empire. Hearing this, Jin Nanwan ordered him to speed up, because they must get to the empire as soon as possible. After which he turned to Ching Yu and gestured until nothing happened. Hearing this, Ching Yu immediately realized that Jin Nanwan had said it on purpose, and that he knew from the very beginning what position Ching Yu was in now. Suddenly, several arrows covered in a scarlet aura flew at the horse, causing the cart to shake. All the people inside immediately wondered what had happened, after which a huge blade on a chain flew towards the cart and cut the cart in two and returned back to its owner. After destroying the cart, she warned Jin Nanwan that they were ordered to take his head. Jin Nanwan immediately warned the people to be careful as they were being attacked by the Death Clan assassins from the Tianhe Empire. Hearing this, Ching Yu immediately remembered them. They were quite famous assassins in the Tianhe Empire. The woman who stopped the wagon plunged her blade into the ground, after which she asked Jin Nanwan to obediently accept death. Jin Nanwan, hearing this, began to rub his beard, saying that the Death Clan obviously underestimated him, after which he became more serious and asked if she thought that she could kill him alone. The killer, having heard disobedience, answered the old man that of course she was not the only one who came for his head. Something was flying in the sky directly above Jin Nanwan. Noticing this, Ching Yu immediately warned him of the danger, after which he grabbed a spear and blocked the arrow covered with a scarlet aura. Seeing this, Jin Nanwan was surprised because of what was happening. Reflecting the arrow, Ching Yu realized that it was the arrow of the sun god, and then broke it in half by releasing a wave of energy and moved a few meters due to the momentum from the tree to her accomplice. Hearing about the sun god's arrow, Jin Nanwan was shocked because the sun god's arrow was one of the Death Clan's 3 high-level lethal weapons. He realized that the killers were ready to go out of their way just to kill him, after which he turned to the killers. Jin Nanwan said that he was ready to meekly accept his death, provided that the killers let his granddaughter and the others go. Hearing this, Yu Hua immediately turned to her grandfather in order to convince him, but the killer with the blade agreed to his terms, because it would only be easier for her. Suddenly, Ching Yu's hand covered Jin Nanwan's face. He told Jin Nanwan that he could help him and not let him die. Then he told the killers that he would protect this old man while giving his name. Realizing who they were dealing with, the assassins agreed to help Ching Yu with his murder, after which he asked them to introduce themselves because he did not want to kill the nameless. The killers decided to introduce themselves to their victim. The archer was called Wu Yue, and the woman with the blade was Wuxi. Hearing their names, Ching Yu immediately remembered the Wuxi sisters from a previous life. After the collapse of the Tianhe Empire, they went to the desert lands where they managed to become very famous. But unfortunately, they lost to Zhaodan, after which they were deprived of their lives. Remembering this, Ching Yu thought that it would be very good to win over these two to his side. Seeing that the enemy was in thought, Wuxi threw her blade at Ching Yu with all her might, ordering him to accept his death. Seeing that the enemy began to act, Ching Yu threw the spear of the god of war in order to reflect the blade flying at him. From such a strong blow, the audience had to cover themselves from the dust flying into them due to the shockwave. Catching his spear, Ching Yu immediately noticed that there was almost no difference between the spear of the god of war and this blade. But suddenly he saw how Wusu was already flying at him, swinging a huge blade, after which he could hardly block the blow. That destroyed the ground under Ching Yu's feet, whereupon Wuxi asked Ching Yu if it was the war god's spear. Taking the opportunity, Wuxi pulled the bowstring, saying that last time Ching Yu managed to catch the arrow of the sun, god of 30% strength only by pure chance, and that this time the arrow fired with full strength would definitely be able to take his life. Ching Yu deflected Wuxi's blade by throwing her into the air, surprising her that her blades were repulsed by a person in the first level of the spiritual realm, which made her think that there was some kind of divine genius in front of her. But preparing for a new attack, she said that the gap between them was too great, after which she used the offensive ability of her yellow-level high-class weapon, Blade of the Scorching Sun, reacting instantly. Ching Yu summoned the ghost of Yazi to block the Blade of the Soaring Sun, while barely holding it back. Seeing how Ching Yu could not hold back her onslaught, Wuxi told Ching Yu that he could not even deal with her alone, after which she broke through Ching Yu's defenses while throwing him away. Ching Yu was able to get his bearings in the air and landed, trying to stop the momentum from kicking and free-handing, and then thought that even though he had summoned the ghost of Yazi, he could not use powerful martial techniques in front of Wuxi right now. Ching Yu got to his feet and then laughed at Wuxi's inferior fighting techniques, to which she replied that he was talking nonsense. Ching Yu explained to Wuxi that her martial arts were not complete, and that she was trying to use black-level techniques on the condition that she only had yellow-level weapons in her hands. Hearing this, Wuxi attacked Ching Yu with a series of attacks, but he closed his eyes, after which He was able to easily dodge all attacks. Dodging Wuxi's series of attacks, Ching Yu timed the moment and was about to stab Wuxi's neck with a spear, but he stopped right before the strike, shocking Wuxi in the process. Then he repeated that her combat techniques were not complete, and this technique was full of flaws. Seeing her sister being held hostage, Wuxi called Ching Yu a bastard while demanding that he let her sister go. Ching Yu thought about it, and then suggested that Wuxi improve her techniques, but with one condition. Upon hearing this, Wuxi interrupted Ching Yu by shouting to him that she did not need help with the improvement of techniques, because if her techniques were worse than those of the enemy, then she must die. Whereupon Wuxi turned to her sister and ordered her sister not to think about her, but simply kill her along with the enemy to complete their mission. Wuxi trembled as she prepared to shoot. Ching Yu knew that the bond between the Wu sisters was very strong, and therefore Wuxi could be ignored. While watching the fight, Yehua unexpectedly accepted that Ching Yu was really strong, and her grandfather thought that he had rightly bet on the boy from the Qing family, because he was very good, after which he suggested that the trip to the desert lands was for him very useful. Ching Yu clutched the spear in his hand, after which he put its tip closer to Wuxi. Seeing this, Wuxi asked him to stop and throw the bow and arrows on the ground, after which she bowed with a request that Ching Yu let go of Wuxi and killed only her. After considering the situation, Ching Yu removed his spear from Wuxi and said that the Death Clan is worthless and shameless. Although they raised them, they do everything against the will of the sisters, after which he asked if they really want to continue to stay with them. Holding her hand around her neck, Wuxi asked how Ching Yu could have known anything about the Death Clan, to which he replied that of course he knew, and that he knew that their head had been plotting to have an affair with the sisters for a long time. Shocked by what she heard, Wuxi shouted that this could not be, after which Ching Yu continued to talk about their clan, saying that all the people who were killed by the sisters, and even their relatives, they were all secretly controlled by the Death Clan. They were turned into puppets, after which they were tortured and mocked. Hearing this, Wuxi replied that this cannot be, and that their head only kills people worthy of death, to which Ching Yu suggested that the sisters check everything themselves, thinking that he managed to sow a seed of doubt in the sisters due to the fact that they did not know the truth about the clan, and now their transition to his side is just a matter of time. Looking at the discouraged sisters, Ching Yu offered them something. He suggested that they renounce the clan and serve it. Shocked by what she heard, Wuxi only chuckled, calling it a huge generosity. Wuxi asked Ching Yu if he knew how strong the Death Clan was. Did he know what would happen if they renounced the clan, leaving the clan only death awaited them, after which she asked if he could protect them? Ching Yu hid the spear, and then told them not to rush, and added that he would give them time to think, after which he told the sisters that, if they muster up their resolve, they could find him in the largest inn of the Tianh Empire, where he would wait for them in any time. Angered, Wuxi told Ching Yu that he had a chance to kill her, and that now she and her sister would try their best to kill him. The departing Ching Yu suggested that they try. Hearing this, Wuxi lost her zeal for battle, and Wuxi's sister said that the Wuxi sisters were never indebted, and that she would definitely kill him next time. After saying everything to Ching Yu, Wuxi told Jin Nanwan that he did not think that when he reached the Tianhe Empire, he could live as carelessly as before, and that the Death Clan would have hundreds more ways to deal with him. Jin Nanwan did not even know what to say after what he saw, while Yu Hua blushed in embarrassment and began to twist her hair with her finger while trying to thank Ching Yu. Seeing this scene, Ching Yu leaned towards Yu Hua and said that it was a great honor for him that Jin Nanwan's granddaughter personally thanked him, after which he turned to her grandfather and asked him if he could give his granddaughter to him as a wife. The sudden question made Yu Hua even more embarrassed, causing smoke to come out of her. Hearing this question, Jin Nanwan replied to Ching Yu that from the point of view of cultivation, Ching Yu can be called a leader, and he does not have the courage, and if you think about reputation. Yu Hua turned to Ching Yu with an interest in what kind of reputation her grandfather was talking about. Reputation, after which she realized that he was the same Ching Yu who killed the Emperor of the Divine Sword Empire, and whom everyone was looking for. She realized that grandfather knew everything from the very beginning, to which he replied that she was thinking too slowly. Jin Nanwan put his hand on his granddaughter's shoulder and said that if Ching Yu's brother really wants this, then he is ready to take on such a responsibility. Hearing about the marriage license, Yu Hua tried to say something, But suddenly Ching Yu coughed and said that he still needs to think since he was just joking, which caused Yu Hua to fall to the ground. Ignoring Yu Hua, Ching Yu told Jin Nanwan to hurry up, to which he agreed. Hearing that it was a joke, the embarrassed Yu Hua burned with anger, wanting only to repay him for this. Tianhe City, Ching Yu and his companions were approaching the majestic gates of Tianhe City. Upon seeing Jin Nanwan, the people immediately greeted their king, after which they began to discuss him, the men admiring their ruler while the girls discussed Princess Yu Hua next to him. A man tried to pass through the crowd. Huang Fei walked through the crowd and immediately greeted his ruler, after which he bowed to him, saying that his father remembered him a lot. Jin Nanwan laughed while rubbing his beard and said that he had not seen his father for a long time either. Huang Fei approached Yu Hua, calling her Li Yu, to greet her and tell her that he also missed her very much. Frightened by Huang Fei's pushiness, Li Yu nervously told him that they didn't know each other very well. Hearing this, Huang Fei, not understanding why Li Yu was saying this, told her that everyone around them had been married since childhood and that they were considered to be engaged. Hearing this, Ching Yu told Li Yu that she had good taste and that Huang Fei was quite talented, to which she shouted that she was not. Hearing Ching Yu's words, Huang Fei laughed narcissistically and told Ching Yu that he did not deserve such praise, which angered Li Yu. Angry, Li Yu figured out how to take revenge on him and hugged Ching Yu, blushing at the same time and calling him her beloved, shocking everyone. Being in an awkward position, Ching Yu realized how vindictive Ching Yu turned out to be, thinking that Yazi would suit her stronger. Hearing Li Yue's words, Jin Nanwan and his entourage supported Li Yu, causing Huang Fei to be shocked and unable to believe it all. In order to finish off Jin Nanwan, Li Yu added that Ching Yu was her lover. After these words, the ground under Huang Fei's feet cracked with his anger, after which he released an angry aura, asking Li Yue not to make him laugh. Seeing how angry Huang Fei was, Li Yu told him that they had been together for a long time and that they would soon get married. Huang Fei boiled with rage, which broke his fan, and told Li Yu that she was probably just tired from the road, and he even arranged a banquet for her. After which, he turned to the king with a bow and added that the banquet was also in his honor, from which he, pleased with what was happening, agreed to the banquet and rubbed his beard. Tianhe City, huge riding dinosaurs walked around the city, admired by people on the streets. On the back of one of the dinosaurs, Li Yu told her grandfather that they had not been here for a long time. Ching Yu and Huang Fei on the opposite side only remained silent with their arms crossed. Unable to restrain his emotions, Huang Fei turned to Ching Yu and warned that although he did not know him, Li Yu belonged only to him. After which, he advised Ching Yu to get out of Tianhe as soon as possible, and that he get out of the city the very next day, and if he does not get out, he will skin Ching Yu alive. Hearing this question, Ching Yu smiled and agreed to leave the Tianhe, but Huang Fei would have to wait a bit. After all, first he wants to marry Li Yu, give birth to a son and daughter, and only after that he will be ready to return and talk about it. Huang Fei introduced Ching Yu and Li Yu with a child, from which he grabbed his heart and decided that this would not happen. After which he threatened Ching Yu with death, calling him an insolent person and saying that Li Yue would not protect him. Ching Yu apologized, then added that he could be both arrogant and talented, and asked Huang Fei to keep his word. Hearing this, the enraged Huang Fei still let go of Ching Yu, saying that his time would come. Ching Yu brushed off the dust from the place where Huang Fei grabbed his clothes and thought that Li Yu had caused him too many problems as soon as she appeared. Tianhe City Blacksmith Clan. At the entrance to the clan were artifacts of the Blacksmith Clan, including a burning furnace. Huang Fei jumped off the dinosaur and then addressed the king and his daughter, saying that they had arrived. King Jin Nanwan and Li Yu descended, after which Jin Nanwan, rubbing his beard, admitted that the Blacksmith Clan was famous throughout Tianhe for a reason. Only the gates were decorated with a huge amount of yellow metal, which only disgusted Li Yu. Huang Fei bowed to the king while thanking him for his praise, and told him that all the decorations at the entrance were forged by his father, after which he invited them to go inside. Living room. Huang Fei escorted the guests to the banquet hall. Going inside, he explained that his father would not be at the banquet because he had important business, and that today he would receive the honored guest of King Jin Nanwan, after which he asked to give him a minute to arrange dinner. Looking at the Blacksmith Clan from the inside, Ching Yu admitted that it was indeed very luxurious. On the table were many dishes prepared in honor of the return of the king and his daughter. Huang Fei invited the guests to the table, after which he took out the main dish, underground dragon meat, and offered it to Li Yu. Because it perfectly strengthens the body, he said that he had prepared it personally for Li Yu, and that it was quite difficult to get it. Seeing this meat, Ching Yu immediately grabbed it, which made Huang Fei surprised and tried to return the meat back. But suddenly Ching Yu fought back with his hand, surprising Huang Fei with his brute strength. Sifting the underground dragon meat, Ching Yu immediately felt his body suddenly strengthened with increased strength, and satisfied with the result, he immediately began to clear the table of food. Taking the opportunity, Huang Fei decided to tell the king the news. He told him that he had recently been able to awaken the sacred fire of the 5th rank 5, with which his divine ancestor congratulated him, which surprised Shiver Wanenuman, Jin Nanwan and Li Yu. After that, he said that the master had learned about Huang Fei's desire to marry Li Yu, so in a few days he would personally visit Tianhe to woo them, which made the king and daughter gloomy. Ching Yu was also surprised that Huang Fei was able to awaken the sacred fire. Because the sacred fire is a unique magical power that a martial artist can develop, and it is divided into 9 ranks, from the weakest one to the strongest 9. As soon as a warrior awakens the sacred fire, he can get the most honored position on the continent, become a tempering master. Ching Yu thought that even though Huang Fei was lucky to awaken rank 5, even he was a rarity. While Huang Fei's ancestor, who was an outstanding personality, not only was able to reach rank 6, but was also able to bring his cultivation level to the peak of the spiritual realm, which proves that he has quite a lot of power in the Tianhe Empire. Surprising those around him, Huang Fei added that his mentor also promised that he and Li Yu would arrange such a magnificent wedding, which the world had not seen for a long time. While remaining silent, Jin Nanwan realized that now they would be in trouble. After dinner, after taking Ching Yu to the largest inn in the Tianhe Empire, Li Yu asked why he was leaving for the inn. Since he could stay in the king's palace, Ching Yu turned around and asked Li Yu if she would miss him. After which he saw Li Yu pursing her lips with a gloomy look, and abruptly turned around, rubbing her face with her hand, telling Ching Yu that she had left. Ching Yu mentally supported Li Yu, telling her not to worry about Huang Fei because he was not as good as he could show himself, and that in fact Ching Yu and Li Yu were made for each other, after which he promised himself that he would not let him get hit into Huang Fei's clutches. In the room, Ching Yu was meditating in his room, summoning the ghost dragon Yazi into his body. In this way, he tempered his body. While meditating, he thought of faster methods for self-improvement, which is the consumption of natural treasures or the flesh of mutated beasts. He said that he would find something suitable tomorrow, and then he could enter the 2nd level of the spiritual realm and be able to subdue the 2nd beast, the 9-legged golden raven. Ching Yu wanted to look at Huang Fei's face after summoning the 9-legged golden raven, which is in charge of the fire of heaven and earth, which is a rank 9 sacred fire, after which Ching Yu mentally left. Blacksmith Clan. A spy came to Huang Fei standing alone on the balcony and found out the information he needed. He found out that the stranger Li Yu was with was called Ching Yu, and that he came from the Qing family of the Divine Sword Empire. After hearing the report, Huang Fei remembered the rumors about the Qing family, and then asked the spy if it was Ching Yu who was horned with an immortal, to which the spy answered with confirmation. Huang Fei clenched his teeth and began to laugh maniacally, saying that he was trying to understand what kind of person was next to him all this time, and he turned out to be just garbage, after which he decided that he would still give him time to live, because he once Ching Yu personally saw Li Yu become his wife. At the same time, Ching Yu took out a scroll saying that describing the martial art is rather tedious, and thought that in a past life he had obtained the Thunder Palm, and although it is a low-level, black-level commodity, it can be exchanged for many nature jewels. Ching Yu got up from the bed and left the room putting on his cloak. Auction House Tianhe. Upon entering the auction house, Ching Yu was delighted to be back at this place. He immediately began to feel nostalgic looking at the interior of the auction house. Seeing the visitor, the hostess asked Ching Yu what he would like, to which Ching Yu replied that this did not concern him and demanded to call Miss Warner, after which he apologized and ran away, asking Ching Yu to wait a bit. After some time, a 3-headed snake crawled to Ching Yu, on the back of which sat the beautiful Miss Warner. The hostess from the auction house led Warner to Ching Yu, after which he immediately greeted her, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, causing her to wonder who it was. Ching Yu immediately said that he wanted to participate in today's underground auction, surprising Warner and the attendant, after which Miss Warner asked Ching Yu to follow her. Having reached the empty room, The escort let Warner and Ching Yu inside, after which they locked themselves inside. Going inside, Ching Yu said that it would be nice for him to come back here again. Miss Warner lit the pipe, after which she told Ching Yu that they did not know each other and asked how he knew her. Ching Yu only replied that she did not need to know, and added that he was already familiar with the rules of the auction. Ching Yu took out a scroll that he had recently written and asked Warner how much it would cost. Opening the scroll, Warner asked Ching Yu what it was, after which she realized that it was a black level technique. Ching Yu confirmed that it was a black level technique as if it was worth nothing to him, after which Miss Warner asked if he was sure he wanted to put it up for auction, because black level techniques were very expensive. Warner told Ching Yu that by selling the technique, he could get 1 million gold, after which he said that if he trusted him, the auction house could give him 1.5 million. Ching Yu thought that a tempering pill cost about 10,000 gold, and that with 1.5 million, he could buy 150 pills, after which he accepted the offer, saying that he wanted to exchange this money for the corresponding amount of tempering pills. Overjoyed at the successful deal, Warner agreed with Ching Yu and thanked him. After that, Warner lit a pipe and thought about how unexpected it was to receive a black-level technique from such a person, after which she suggested that he might be a follower of some strong spiritual current who came to Tianh to train, and asked Ching Yu if he wanted more participate in today's auction, with which he agreed, because he came to the auction for one extraordinary jewel that will be exhibited today. Warner offered to escort Ching Yu to the underground auction hall. Warner brought Ching Yu to the auction and greeted him upon arriving at the arena. The people around them were shocked as they had never seen Warner smile so sweetly, causing them to become interested in the person she was accompanying. Sitting in his seat, Ching Yu turned to Miss Warner and said that the view from this place was excellent, to which she replied that only the dearest guests of their auction house could sit in this place. Suddenly, someone began to call Warner, greeting her from afar. He told her that he had come to her after hearing this voice. Warner became alert and greeted Mr. Huang. Coming closer, with a smile on his face, Huang Xian began to tell Warner that he brought her an excellent product, to which Warner thanked Mr. Huang while covering her face with her hand. Huang Xian said that his father came to her several times with a question about matchmaking, to which she refused all the time, after which he tried to touch her, but Warner jumped aside laughing, because of which Huang Xian missed. Huang Xian laughed at how easy it was to embarrass Warner, and had already discussed with his father that from today's lot, the entire fee would be considered a ransom for her. Lustfully smiling, he said that even her father could not refuse such an offer, from which Warner lost heart. Watching the scene behind him, Ching Yu realized that he was right, that the divine spear would be auctioned today, the damaged divine spear. Huang Xian saw Ching Yu sitting and brazenly grabbed his shoulder, saying that this was his private place and that he wanted Ching Yu to roll as far as possible from here. Seeing how Huang Xian attacked her guest, Warner stood up for him, saying that this was her guest and that there was no need to be so rude to him. Frightened by what he heard, Huang Xian, holding back tears, told Warner that this place had always been his, to which Ching Yu replied that now this place belongs to him. Hearing this, Huang Xian began to threaten Ching Yu, calling him trash who had only reached the first spiritual realm. Ching Yu, not wanting to listen to this noise, hit Wang Yin in the face, causing him to move a few meters away and try to say something. Ching Yu told Huang Xian that he was pissing him off and that he would go to the next world if he said even one more word. Having reached the limit, Huang Xian clenched his teeth and called Ching Yu a freak, after which he released energy and said that no one dares to talk to him in such a tone, and if he wants to die, Huang Xian is ready to help him with this. Seeing what Huang Xian was doing, Warner ordered him to stop. She explained to him that no one is allowed to make scandals in the hall of her auction house, and that this rule applies to everyone. Hearing this, Huang Xian immediately began to try to explain himself by pointing at Ching Yu, after which the angry Warner ordered him to shut up. Huang Xian could only fearfully agree with her order, after which he sat down in his seat thinking that he should endure the offense in front of Warner. But Ching Yu will be finished as soon as he leaves the hall. Watching what was happening, a man sitting in the back rows, using a jade tablet, reported to his master that Ching Yu had a falling out with Huang Xian. Huan family. Huang Fei contented himself with maidservants eating grapes. After hearing from a spy that Ching Yu and Huang Xian had a fight, he realized that Ching Yu was looking for death. After which he dialed Wang Xuan with a tablet. Huang He told Huang Xian about Ching Yu, after which he was delighted, because the person who insulted him was just a pawn of a fading empire and not someone powerful. Warner took the stage to greet guests at her auction, announcing that there will be many truly incredible items at the auction that are many times superior to all previous lots. Hearing this, the guests cheered for the auction to start soon, for they were already intrigued. Warner signaled with her hand, after which the first lot was brought to her, and she announced that the first lot was a second-class survival pill, after which she opened the box, in which there was a pill exuding pure energy. Warner explained whether it was alive or dead, flesh or bone, regardless of the severity of the wounds, whoever ate this pill would be able to recover in an instant, and announced the starting price of 10,000 gold. There was an immediate uproar in the hall. A bald man shouted the price of 15,000. He was immediately interrupted by a horned man sitting next to him, shouting the price of 18,000. Ching Yu yawned upon seeing the first lot and decided to sleep, until something worthwhile appeared, after which he instantly fell asleep. Huangxian, who was sitting nearby, grimly told Ching Yu to continue sleeping peacefully, as this was his last day. Half an hour later, Warner congratulated the man in the front row on acquiring the jewel, then ordered the maid backstage to bring the next lot onto the stage, and announced to everyone the final lot of today's auction. After the announcement, the backstage was opened, and several men carried a rather large box onto the stage. After hearing about the latest lot, Ching Yu immediately woke up, wiping his saliva in anticipation. The spy from the Forging clan immediately burst into flames, saying that he needed this weapon. Warner began to introduce the lot. It was a first-class divine weapon, a damaged divine spear, after which he added that although it was broken, it was still a divine weapon whose starting price was 1 million gold, after which he offered to raise the bids. As soon as he saw the lot, the spy of the Forging clan immediately offered 1.5 million for the lot, after which he explained to those around him that this item was very important for his clan and that he hoped to show respect from others. Warner immediately realized that the Forging and Casting clan was again trying to bring down the price for product. Ching Yu was about to bid, but suddenly a woman in a raincoat appeared next to him and offered 2 million, saying that she also really needed this thing. Looking at the cloaked figure, Ching Yu immediately guessed that it was Wuxi. Upon hearing the bid of 2 million, the Forging clan spy immediately made a fuss, demanding an explanation of how someone dared to outbid his clan's bid, after which he ordered her to roll off the stage. Hearing these words, Wuxi took off her hood, which scared the spy that the Death Clan also wanted to take the damaged divine spear into their own hands. He realized that he could not do anything with the Death Clan and hoped that his master would understand the situation. Wuxi smiled, saying that this thing is now hers. Upon hearing this, Ching Yu jumped up from his seat and bet 3 million, after which he mockingly smiled at Wuxi, who got angry thinking that he did it on purpose. Meanwhile, Huangxian was shocked that a brat like that could have 3 million gold. Warner asked if anyone would give more gold, to which no one could answer. Since no one could beat Ching Yu's bid, Warner announced that the damage rank 1 divine weapon now belonged to Ching Yu, and then blew him a kiss, surprising him at the same time. Warner then announced that today they will be presenting another lot. This time the final one, the black level martial art technique, Thunder Palm. Only after seeing such a rarity as a black level technique, the people rejoiced in anticipation, after which Warner announced the starting price of 5 million and the start of bidding. The hall was immediately filled with noise. Everyone who had money bet, hoping to snatch the jackpot. The bald man bet 6 million, the bearded man bet 7, after which Huangxian exploded like a volcano, shouted the price of 10 million. The spy of the blacksmith clan also did not sit silently, outbidding Wangxuan with a bet of 12 million. Huangxian got angry at the spy, and then asked for an explanation from Huangxian, to which the spy replied that the young master had sent a message saying that he must get this technique at any cost, and apologized to Wang, after which he outbid his own bet by betting 15 million. Hearing this, Huangxian blazed with anger, telling Huang Fei that he would no longer help him in revenge against Ching Yu. Wuxi called the 15 million bet pathetic, then raised her hand and bet 18 million, but she was suddenly stopped by Ching Yu covering her mouth, asking her not to bet, the reasons for which he will explain later. Outraged by Ching Yu's behavior, Wuxi said that she did not have to listen to him and was going to bet 20 million, but she lowered her hand, after which she agreed with Ching Yu, and was confused, thinking why she should listen to him at all. Since no one else raised the stakes, Warner announced that this technique now belonged to the spy of the blacksmith clan. Hearing this, the spy laughed at being able to obtain a black-level technique for his lord. Ching Yu asked Wuxi not to forget what he told her, after which he asked her to come visit, saying that he lives in the largest guest house in Tianh and left. A moment later, Warner entered Ching Yu's room, saying that he was too late, to which he replied that he had come as soon as the opportunity arose, after which Warner thanked Ching Yu. Ching Yu told her that she was a great fellow because she was able to sell equipment for such a price without even deceiving buyers, after which he asked if he owed her for it. Warner walked over to Ching Yu and whispered in his ear that he could still help her with something. Hearing this, Ching Yu wanted to ask her a question. He took her by the waist and lifted her chin, after which he asked the blushing Warner if she could do him a favor. Warner wanted to ask what Ching Yu wanted to do, but in a fit of passion, she was about to kiss him. Suddenly, Ching Yu held out his hand saying that he would not tease her and simply asked her to bring his thing. Warner immediately took out the ring, then coughed and explained to Ching Yu that it was a warehouse ring that the auction house gave to Ching Yu along with the lot. Ching Yu put on the ring and immediately called it not bad because it was a medium yellow level storage ring. After that, he remembered something and asked Warner to tell him if Huang Xian would invite her to excavate the ancient ruins in the future, while saying that he would also go, after which he said goodbye and left, leaving Warner with the question of what ruins he was talking about. Grand Tiana Avenue. Ching Yu lazily walked through the streets of the city, thinking that in a past life he was already familiar in Warner, but after returning from the ancient ruins. Then she was forced to marry Huang Xian, because he wove a whole conspiracy against her. But unfortunately, after the wedding, Huang Xian showed his true colors and turned his wife's life into a real hell. Although Ching Yu could not pull Warner out of this abyss in his past life, in this life he promised to give her heaven. Late at night, Ching Yu was meditating in his room while the pills were swirling around him. He was thinking that ordinary warriors at the first level of the spiritual realm can only take one tempering pill. Talented people can take about 3 at a time. Warriors who have reached the peak can drink and 10 pills at a time. But Ching Yu, possessing the power of Yazi, has no equal in physical strength, can take 150 pills at once at a time. Ching Yu began to absorb the pills, during which he saw the silhouette of a 9-legged golden raven and absorbed all their energy at once, from which he shouted, and all his outer clothes were torn to shreds. Ching Yu was tired from swallowing 150 pills, but the 9-legged golden raven symbol appeared on his forehead. Looking at his hands, he confirmed that 150 tempering pills were indeed enough for him to break through to the second-level spiritual realm. Ching Yu took a small flame from the 9-legged golden crow with his fingertip, after which it bypassed him and went to the finger of his second hand. Ching Yu greeted the heavenly flame, after which he shook off the satisfied flame from his finger and took out the damaged divine spear and the spear of the god of war of the Qing clan from the inventory ring, after which he sent a flame to the weapon, thinking that the heavenly mysterious fire could give strength to all things, and that with it, it will be easy to connect the broken spear and the spear of the god of war with it. The sky was lit up with a flash from the creation of a new divine weapon. While Ching Yu looked at the improved spear of the god of war, he grabbed the spear with the thoughts that he could improve his spear into a divine weapon of the first stage, and he said that now he was close to the 5th level of the spiritual one. Realm in strength, surroundings. The people carrying the palanquin suddenly stopped. When they saw how the sky above Tianhe suddenly lit up with a flash, seeing the light through the curtains of the palanquin, the old man sitting inside opened the curtains while thinking about the flash. This flash made him think that a divine weapon of the first stage had appeared in Tianhe. And if there is a divine weapon of the first stage, then he must think of a way to take it for himself. After which he laughed in anticipation of profit. Clan of Death, the lavishly decorated Death Clan, was adorned with such dark things as burning skulls with glowing eye sockets that seemed to glow with life. When Hua Yu and Wuxi bowed to their master to greet him, the head of the Death Clan, Hua Xijin, called the Wu sisters their misdeeds. They could not kill King Jin Nan, and also failed to buy the necessary thing at the auction, which made him wonder what he should do with them. Wuxi put her hand on her heart and asked, lifting Wuxi's chin with his finger, Hua Xiren reminded them that he had raised them since childhood, and then asked how he could punish them after such a thing. After these words, Hua Xiren told the sisters that they had a new task, and that he hoped that this time they would not screw up. Wunomayu and Wuxi immediately agreed to the task with a gloomy expression. Hearing that his servants were ready for the task, Hua Xiren began to explain that the person who had previously ruined all their plans was Ching Yu, who was from the Qing family of the Divine Sword Empire, and that he was forced to leave the empire for the Tianhe Empire because he killed Emperor Li Jianhe, because of which the Immortal clan issued a decree to capture Ching Yu, and he entrusts this matter to the Wu sisters. Hearing this, the sisters immediately bowed and set off towards the goal. As soon as the sisters left, Huasiran flared with anger, calling the sisters nothingness, saying that they could not even complete such simple tasks, and that he had raised them all these years in vain, after which he grabbed his face and said that if they failed the task again, then he will have to find new pets. The next day, Li Jianhe stood in front of the inn, waiting for Ching Yu in the early morning. Leaving the inn, Ching Yu yawned, after which he asked what she wanted from him at such an early hour. Li Jianhe approached Ching Yu and told him that from today, he will live in the palace because this inn is not suitable for him. Hearing this, Ching Yu asked if she missed her fiancé, to which Li Jianhe began to justify herself by saying that he had to go to the palace because of the acquisition of divine weapons and a quarrel with Huang Fei and Huang Xian, adding that, at least individually, they did not scary, but together they can get Ching Yu. Ching Yu patted Li Jianhe on the head, asking if she was afraid for him, and said that as long as she was here, none of those guys would dare to climb on him. Li Jianhe cutely became enraged at the strokes and immediately shouted that the problem was with the Death Clan that had intercepted the mission of the Divine Sword Empire, and that they had already sent people to kill him. Ching Yu put his hand on Li Jianhe's shoulder and asked why she was worried about him if he was not afraid, and asked her to show him Tianh. Li Jianhe said out of desperation that she did not even know what to say to him in order to convince him. While walking along Tianh, Ching Yu and Li Jianhe ate sweets together, watched the circus performers, and enjoyed the walk. While walking across the bridge, Li Jianhe noticed someone she knew. She immediately recognized Warner from the auction house, who had become very pretty since their last meeting. Ching Yu suggested that Li Jianhe first look at himself, driving her into colors with this. Approaching Warner, Ching Yu and Li Jianhe greeted her, to which she reciprocated. Seeing her friend, Li Jianhe happily said that they had not seen each other for a long time, asking since when she was so distant, and that she could still call her Uka. Hearing this, Warner laughed, after which she still called her Uka. Seeing Ching Yu in Li Jianhe's company, Warner asked if she bothered them by daring to come here, to which he replied how could he be worried about meeting such a beauty, after which he asked her the real reason for her visit. Warner said that since Li Jianhe was also here, she should agree that Ching Yu should be especially careful with the Death Clan, to which he replied that it was just nothing. Hearing that Ching Yu was not worried about the possibility of meeting the assassins of the Death Clan, Warner was preparing to leave so as not to distract the two. But suddenly Li Jianhe hugged her, offering to take a walk with them, and suggesting that she show them Tianh. Since Li Jianhe has been here for a long time, I haven't been and don't remember much. Ching Yu agreed to Li Jianhe's suggestion, then hugged both Li Jianhe and Warner tightly, causing them to blush and laughing said that they definitely need to go together. Because of the hug, Warner began to think about Ching Yu even more, after which they went for a walk. Tianh Oriental Market. Seeing Li Jianhe and Warner walking in the city embracing the guy, people began to discuss what was happening. They wondered what kind of man he was. He dared to hug such beauties, after which some people remembered how they saw him recently received with honors in Tianh. Hearing these discussions, Ching Yu could only sigh at how great their popularity is. Warner asked Ching Yu not to worry about the crowd, while Li Jianhe realized that he was in a panic. Suddenly, Ching Yu heard the sound of a whip, from which he immediately went towards the hustle and bustle. The slave trader punished the slave for trying to escape by beating her with a whip. His slave could only moan in response to this, holding back her tears. The slave trader said that he did not ransom her so that she would simply run away, saying that he could kill her if she tried to escape again. Warner immediately recognized the slave trader, calling him Fadi Li and saying that he had started torturing the slave again. Seeing this scene, Li Jianhe's spirit was inflamed, and she decided that one day she would definitely rid the empire of the slave trade. Warner explained that Fadi Li is a very arrogant and domineering person, and that he can do whatever he wants due to the fact that he is a relative of the Huang family from the blacksmith clan, after which she added that every month or fortnight he humiliates his slaves in public. Meanwhile, the fat man Li dealt another blow to the slave, again knocking her to the ground, and again asked if she would run away from him because he feeds and sings her, and she, like an ungrateful one, runs away from him. The slave girl was gathering her strength when Fadi Li demanded an answer from her. Unable to hold back her tears, she turned to the fat man and said that if he kills her, then she will get him from the other world, because he killed her and her entire family. Hearing the slave snarl, Fadili kicked her, asking what it was that he cut out her family, because he was just garbage like her, and said that he would have killed her if not for her pretty face. He shouted that he gave 2 million of silver for her, which is a huge sum, and that now he is her master in the sky. Having said this, the fat man stomped on the ground and grabbed the slave by the chain on the collar. Hearing the name of Jiraiya, Ching Yu immediately asked the girls if he really called the slave that way, to which Warner gave an affirmative answer. Hearing the answer, Ching Yu smirked and said that he did not expect to see this here. Seeing how Ching Yu smirked at Li Yu, she realized that he was going to do something that did not bode well. Ching Yu moved towards the fat man, saying that this slave needs to be saved. While remembering how in a past life people encountered something terrible, Fadi Li let go of the chain and began to choke because he was too tired, after which he turned to the people and demanded that they disperse, asking if they had never seen the beating of a disobedient slave. After these words, Jiraiya looked gloomily at Fadi Li. Seeing this look, he asked himself why he was frightened by the look of a miserable slave, after which he waved his whip and was about to strike again. Surprised by what was happening, Fadi Li asked the stranger who dared to interfere in his affairs. Ching Yu replied that he was ready to buy this girl if he named the price, to which the fat man replied that she was not for sale, while ordering Ching Yu to leave here. Ching Yu reminded Fadi Li of the words of the slave that she was sold against her will, and said that in this case he would redeem her by force, which made the fat man laugh. Fadi Li asked if this brat knew who he was, after which he again ordered him to leave. Hearing the refusal, Ching Yu said that he had no other choice. The arrogant fat man Li wanted to tell Ching Yu that he would not dare, but at that moment Ching Yu struck the fat man's face, knocking him back 10 meters. The people around them were shocked that someone dared to hit Fadi Li. They understood that this kid would come to an end because of the blacksmith clan. Only Jiraiya watched Ching Yu in awe. Rising from the ground, Fadi Li was as angry as ever. Fadi Li summoned a ghost boar, yelling that he would kill Ching Yu, and then used the yellow level technique. While Bauer huffed, Ching Yu meekly stood while Fadi Li was flying towards him. Suddenly his eyes flashed, and Fadi Li crashed into an energy wall, which sent him flying into the neighboring streets. After sending the fat man flying, Ching Yu thought about the name of the fat man's technique, and then said that it suits a pig like him. Ching Yu approached Komesis Sisho Item, the slave girl, and stroked her head, telling her that she belonged to him now, and then used his flames to break the chains holding her down, causing him to admire him. Nearby, Warner and Li Yu were talking about how unusual this boy was, and that Huang Fei would be pissed to death if he found out about this. Ching Yu picked up the sleeping Jiraiya, and together with the girls left this place. When they saw Princess Yu Hua and Warner, people became interested in who this guy was, after which the guy in green clothes suggested that Fat Li offended a big man, to which the guy standing next to him with a basket replied that the blacksmithing clan would not leave it just like that. Walking the streets, Li Yu asked Ching Yu what he was going to do with this girl. While Warner offered her to live in the auction house if he couldn't find a place for her, Ching Yu smirked as he said that he was organizing everything himself. He realized that it was exactly who he thought of because of the ancient demon. Aura she exuded in her blood. Thinking about the wrong thing, Li Yu twisted her face, saying that she didn't think that he liked it. Ching Yu turned to Li Yu and said that she did not understand anything because this little girl had an incredible future, which led Li Yu to think that Ching Yu was only throwing dust in everyone's eyes. Ching Yu remembered that Jiraiya would be a demon lord in the future, and that in a few decades she would already be able to lead an army of thousands of evil spirits, dooming humanity to a terrible existence. After which he realized that she hated people so much because the years of slavery left an indelible mark on her heart. Suddenly he realized that she should not be allowed to walk in this rag, to which Warner offered to go to the largest trade union, Yahello. A little while later, Yahello, Ching Yu with the girls entered the territory of the union, where they were immediately greeted by a merchant. Warner explained to him that they wanted to buy a dress for Jiraiya. After listening to Warner's request, the merchant told Ching Yu to follow him. The girls left alone decided to take a walk while waiting for Ching Yu. Huang Fei was strolling through Yahello Trade Union, excited to see the colorful eagle feather dress that was about to arrive. Suddenly, he saw Li Yu and decided to greet her, saying that he was looking for her, but she had found herself. Surprised by the sudden encounter, Li Yu asked Huang Fei what he was doing here, to which Huang Fei wrinkled his nose and began to talk about how he had heard that high-quality clothes would be brought here soon. So he thought about looking at them and possibly buying them for Li Yu. Huang Fei explained that it was a colored eagle feather dress made of 9 colors of eagle feathers. This dress was very expensive, and it was very rare even in Tianhe. After saying that, Huang Fei offered Li Yu to go with him, but she immediately refused. Suddenly, there was a noise on the floor above. Huang Fei was interested in the source of the noise. And then the people nearby started telling everyone to look at it. Ching Yu walked down the stairs with Ji Zhou, telling her how good she looked in that dress. When Huang Fei saw the girl, he couldn't stop himself from shouting that she was beautiful. Li thought that she didn't even think that Ji Zhou would look so beautiful when she changed her clothes. And then she sharply asked Ching Yu why they were going so fast, to which he replied that it was of course fast because they had only bought one thing. Suddenly, Huang Fei realized something. He shouted that this was the dress he wanted to buy, and immediately shouted to Ching Yu that he was the first to see it. Ching Yu asked if Huang Fei thought the dress belonged to him because he was the first to see it, to which Huang Fei shyly agreed. Ching Yu asked Huang Fei how he liked the dress, and Huang Fei demanded that Ching Yu give it to him, saying that he would pay any price for it. Ching Yu agreed with Huang Fei, but in return he would have to give him the entire forging and throwing clan. Li Yu and Huang held back their laughter at how Ching Yu was trying to make Huang Fei angry. In response, Ching Yu stroked Ji Ruoyu's head and asked Huang Fei not to scare the child, then whispered in his ear that he was really bullying him and asked him what he was going to do to him for it. Upon hearing this, Huang Fei lost control of himself in anger and called out his 5th rank flames and shouted at Ching Yu that he had overstepped his bounds. Suddenly, the fight was interrupted by a man running into the hall and calling out for Huang Fei. He irritated Huang Fei cursed at the newcomer, and then Fadi Li started begging Huang Fei for help. Fadi Li started to talk about how he was beaten and his slave girl was stolen. Then he reminded that he was his servant, and to beat a servant was to insult his master. Huang Fei wanted to interrogate Fadi Li further, but suddenly Ching Yu put his hand on Huang Fei's shoulder and said that he was the one who beat up Fadi Li. When Fadi Li saw Ching Yu, he immediately swore at him and began to explain to his master that it was Ching Yu who beat him up and then stole the slave girl. Hearing this, Huang Fei was outraged by Ching Yu's action. He said that he still remembered the incident when he met Yu, and said that he didn't want to humiliate him then. But now Ching Yu had decided to humiliate him again. Then Huang Fei apologized to Li Yu for what he was about to do. He wanted to kill Ching Yu. Li Yu immediately reminded Huang Fei that he could not disrespect the royal court on a whim. Then Huang Fei asked her if she really wanted to move out of the palace for Ching Yu, to which she replied in the affirmative, saying that Ching Yu was her fiancé. Huang Fei's anger boiled over, but he still managed to control himself, thinking that everything was fine because his mentor would be back soon, and there was no way the palace could protect Ching Yu from him. After holding back his emotions, Huang Fei said goodbye to Li Yu, and was about to leave. Fadi Li decided to remind Huang Fei that he would lose face if he left like this. So Huang Fei vented his anger by punching Fadi Li and ordered him to leave, then left, leaving Fadi Li imprinted on the wall. Li Yu tried to warn Ching Yu that Huang Fei's ancient ancestor would soon appear and that Ching Yu wouldn't be able to handle him, but Ching Yu didn't let her finish, saying that everything was fine and that he would be able to handle it. Ching Yu offered to buy whatever they wanted from Li Yu and Huang. Since they were here, the girls were immediately happy with the offer, but Ching Yu suddenly said that Li Yu would pay for it, which made them turn to stone. Tianhe, and after saying goodbye to Ching Yu and Ji Ruoyu, Huang said that it was time to leave. Li Yu decided to remind Ching Yu that he shouldn't do anything bad to Ji Ruoyu. After hearing this from Li Yu, Ching Yu asked if he looked like a bastard and then patted Ji Ruoyu's head. So Li Yu hummed loudly and decided to leave. In the room, Ching Yu was organizing his things while Ji Ruoyu was sitting on the bed. Ji Ruoyu awkwardly asked Ching Yu why he decided to ransom her, to which Ching Yu replied that she was alive and asked her why she was asking unnecessary questions, adding that there were still many good people among the humans. After unpacking, Ching Yu wished Ji Ruoyu good night and said that he would sleep in the next room and went out and closed the door behind him. Blacksmith clan. Huang Fei cursed himself as he ashamedly stood in front of his father. Huang Ting, the head of the forging and smithing clan, reminded Huang Fei that he had been taught many times to stay calm no matter what, and told Huang Fei to look at himself, because it was a real shame to be angry at a stray dog. Huang Fei bowed to his father and said that what he had taught him. Huang Ting asked his son to take his time, saying that his mentor would arrive in 3 days and then he could go to Tianhe. And when the time came, Li Yu would fall into his hands, but what was more important was the upcoming Sacred Fire competition. Huang Fei raised his head and promised his father that he would definitely win. Upon hearing that his son was ready for the competition, Huang Ting laughed and said that with the support of his mentor, he would definitely be able to take first place, and after that, they would definitely surpass Tianhe dynasty. Huang He happily agreed. Deep night, Ching Yu was sleeping peacefully on the bed, when suddenly the assassins came into the room and put their blades on him, so Ching Yu asked why they were inactive. Then the assassin took the blade with both hands and prepared to strike. Ching Yu suddenly got up from the bed and stretched. He asked the assassins if they were comfortable wearing these veils at night. Then they took them off. Wuxia asked if Ching Yu was awake, and he replied that he couldn't sleep with two unrealistic beauties standing next to him. Wuxia immediately put her blade to Ching Yu's throat and said that if that was the case, he should understand why they were here. Upon hearing this, Ching Yu ordered her to stop this farce and said that they were not assassins. Wuxia asked Ching Yu how he was able to get this information about the Death Clan, removing the blade from his throat and saying that, from the looks of them, they were already able to find out something. The assassins chose to remain silent, and Ching Yu said that it was none of their business where he got what he knew and how he knew it, and all they needed to know was that the Death Clan was obviously not a good place to be. Ching Yu got serious and said that it was not too late for them to get on the right path, to which Wuxia replied that it was easier said than done because she and her sister had had the Death Clan seals for a long time, and they could not leave the clan as long as they had the seals on them. Wuxia added that they haven't looked for ways to remove them on their own, but they know that a holy fire of level 6 or higher would be able to help them. Ching Yu got up from the bed and asked Wuxia to come closer. The assassins were suspicious and asked him what he wanted from them. Then he grabbed Wuxia's hand and pulled her towards him. Wuxia blushed in surprise and asked what Ching Yu wanted to do to her. And Ching Yu replied that he could free her from the Death Clan seal, touching Wuxia with 2 flaming fingers. Wuxia immediately felt the 9-legged golden crow touching her, and then stabbing into her, causing her to groan as the seal on her forehead disappeared and she collapsed to the ground. The Ian energy in Wuxia began to dissipate. She felt relieved. Wuxia said that she didn't expect Ching Yu to hide a rank 6 holy fire. He replied that she clearly underestimated him. He summoned a holy flame and declared that he actually possessed a rank 9 holy fire. Wu Yu and Wuxia were shocked. After removing the flame, Ching Yu said that it was now Wu Yu's turn. Moments later, her seal was removed, leaving her slightly confused. Ching Yu explained that he had freed her from the seals, and from now on, the Death Clan would no longer be able to control her. The sisters hugged each other, happy to be free of their shackles. Not wanting to disturb the sisters, Ching Yu asked them if they were willing to follow and serve him. The sisters nodded to each other and bowed before Ching Yu while taking the oath of allegiance. Upon hearing this, Ching Yu told Wuxia that her technique had a flaw and that it was definitely at the beginning black level, but she could only use it at the yellow level. He extended his finger to Wuxia's forehead and then used rune magic transfusion to help her learn the technique. After pulling his hand away, he said that her current level of refinement was at the 2nd spiritual realm, so she could train more powerful sword techniques, and when she reached the 3rd spiritual realm, he would be able to give her a medium black level technique. After helping Wuxia, Ching Yu asked Wu Yu if she had the Sun God arrow with her, and she immediately took it out. As she grabbed the weapon, Ching Yu began to teach her an initial black level technique that would fully unleash the potential of her weapon. After receiving the gifts, Wu Yu asked Ching Yu if he had really received all these gifts in the desolate lands, to which Ching Yu replied that they would know the answer when the time came. Ching Yu smiled and reminded the sisters that it was late. Then he smiled grimly and suggested that they go to bed. The frightened sisters blushed and didn't dare to reply. Ching Yu laughed and said that he was only offering them a room. The sisters agreed with Ching Yu and immediately bowed out. As soon as they left the room, Ching Yu fell on his bed and sighed. He thought that according to his estimation, the Taoist old man should arrive soon, and then the Sacred Fire competition would not be far away. The Sacred Fire competition is held in Tianhe City every 3 years. It is jointly organized by the 4 major sects that guard Ching Yu from the 4 sides, and the purpose of this event is to select the best disciple to then train him to the level of a tempering master. The 4 major sects are Buddha Heart Temple, Polar Sun Clan, Ruthless Sword School, and Jade Fairy Clan. They are constantly competing with each other, but they are roughly on the same level. Ching Yu remembered that once upon a time, the Taoist old man had also gone through this competition and emerged victorious. allowing him to achieve incredible success. The four major sects themselves had a profound heritage, and their cultivation base was even more profound. With their guidance, any disciple could reach unprecedented heights. For this competition, the four great sects have jointly produced a single pill, the Power Unleashing Pill, which will go to the winner of the competition. Ching Yu thought that the energy contained in the pill was enough to allow him to instantly break through to the fifth spiritual realm, and once he broke through to the fifth spiritual realm, he could immediately subdue the third beast, the Swami Lion. Once Ching Yu possessed the spirit of the Swami Lion, he would have access to endless energy techniques, and at that time, he would already possess a power that was not inferior to the peak of the spiritual realm. After possessing this power, Ching Yu would return to the Divine Sword Empire and take revenge on all his enemies. After thinking about it, Ching Yu raised his fist and told his enemies that they did not have long to live. Tongzhou City. The crowd could be heard rumbling in every part of the city. Ching Yu realized that it was all because of the upcoming competition. And even though the event was still a few days away, there was no place for an apple to fall in the city. The clatter of hooves could be heard, and people began to discuss whether it was a representative from the Buddha Heart Temple, with some people saying that it was rumored that the temple maiden herself was coming to town, and they hoped to catch a glimpse of her. Suddenly, a hand appeared from the window of the stagecoach and immediately pulled back the curtain, revealing temple maiden Ling Qinchuan. Seeing her, everyone around her immediately began to admire her beauty and wanted to talk to her. When she saw Ching Yu, Ling Qinchuan snorted at the way he looked at her, and then greeted him by name, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The passers-by who saw this scene were shocked by Ching Yu. At that moment, Ching Yu remembered that he still didn't know Ling Qinchuan in this world. Ling Qinchuan wondered who this person was and how he knew her. Then Aunt Yu closed the curtain and said that there were only cables around. Aunt Yu told Ling Qinchuan that everyone in their temple hoped that she could convince the next winner of the competition to join their clan, and Ling Qinchuan agreed, saying that she would do her best to fulfill her father's order. Aunt Yu tried to encourage Ling Qinchuan, saying that only a very outstanding person could win first place, and that if he was a boy, he would become her son-in-law. Hearing this, Ling Qinchuan mentally apologized to her aunt because she wouldn't let herself be sold like that. Ling Qinchuan interrupted her aunt to say that she understood and suggested that she visit Prince Xingnan first. After a while, the carriage stopped. Ling Qinchuan and Aunt Yu got out of the carriage, and then they were immediately greeted by the spiritual son of the Polar Sun clan, Chulin, who said that the rumors about the Buddha Heart Temple trying to recruit the winner in exchange for the temple maiden were true. Upon seeing Chulin, Ling Qinchuan told him to shut his filthy mouth or she would teach him a lesson like the last time, to which he replied that he had given in that time because she was just a fragile girl. But after hearing her words, he realized that she had mistaken his nobility for weakness. Ling Qinchuan abruptly turned around and suggested that Auntie go somewhere else. Seeing this scene, Chulin was angry at her for daring to ignore her, as he was suddenly distracted by the whistle of a person nearby. Chulin greeted Qinchuan, making Chulin wonder who this person was. Qinu asked Qinchuan if she happened to be visiting Prince Xingnan, and he offered to escort her since he knew his residence like the back of his hand. Aunt Yu mentally called Qinu a slut for following her all the way here. Aunt Yu laughed out loud and put his hand on Qinu's shoulder, saying that he had clearly underestimated Qinchuan, not even thinking that she would be able to pick up such a poor guy just by coming to town. When Qinchuan heard this, she turned around and angrily told Chulin that he was making the same mistake over and over again, and then asked him if he thought her patience was limitless. When Qinchuan suggested that Qinchuan attack him, Qinu suddenly released his aura and ordered Chulin to cover his mouth, causing Chulin to move away from Qinu in horror, and Qinu angrily asked him who he thought he was, which only made Qin Yu's aura grow stronger. Qinu warned Chulin that if he insulted Ling Qinchuan again, he would turn from a spiritual son into a dead son. Chulin could only step back in horror, unable to understand who was standing in front of him and why a level 1 puppy was able to scare him so much. After thinking it over, Chulin came to his senses and told himself that he was the spiritual son of the Polar Sun clan and that he could not be afraid of anyone, and he decided to wash away this shame. Chulin shouted at Ching Yu that he would not kill him in front of the residents out of respect for Prince John Nan, and demanded that Ching Yu kneel down and beg for forgiveness. An enraged Ching Yu gestured that he didn't like that and ordered Chulin to strike first. Chulin summoned a flaming weapon and charged at Ching Yu at full speed to kill him. Qinchuan asked Ching Yu to be careful since Chulin possessed a 5th rank of holy fire, but Ching Yu just smiled. Chulin slashed at Ching Yu, satisfied that he was able to teach him a lesson, when suddenly his flame spat on the ground as if it was completely helpless and began to gurgle in front of Ching Yu, after which he stomped on the flame. Ching Yu asked Chulin why he was so weak and if he had bought his holy flame from the bazaar. Chulin scarcely began to ask what Ching Yu had done to his fire and why his holy fire was so easily defeated. Qinchuan and her aunt, who were standing nearby, were surprised to see this. Qinchuan asked if Ching Yu had defeated a rank 5 sacred fire wielder so easily, if he possessed rank 5 sacred fire, or if he naturally possessed a fire element, and he hummed and realized what had happened. Ching Yu was simply shaking with rage. Chulin demanded that he answer how a scum of the first spiritual realm could suppress his rank 5 sacred fire, and then accused him of cheating. The Prince of Jinnan suddenly appeared and told Chulin to stop, warning him that they were in his residence, not the bazaar. Seeing the prince, Chulin and Qinchuan immediately bowed to the prince and said that they had come to visit him, to which the prince nodded. Seeing this, Ching Yu immediately realized that Jin Nan had been watching them all along, but only decided to intervene now. While Jin Nan pondered over Ching Yu's strength, thinking that being in the desolate lands would allow him to acquire a high-level holy fire, and realized that he had made the right decision the day they met. Jin Nan greeted Ching Yu and motioned for him to enter the mansion. Seeing Ching Yu chatting with the prince, Chulin began to tremble with anger. He immediately separated, while thanking the prince for the warm welcome, and immediately bowed out. Qinchuan looked at the departing Chulin and called him an idiot. Reception hall. Jin Nan explained to Ching Yu that he had called him to tell him what was coming, and Ching Yu guessed what the prince wanted to talk about and replied that he already knew about the sacred fire competition. The prince confirmed Ching Yu's guess and said that the court had a quota for participation in the competition, and he offered it to Ching Yu. Ching Yu bowed to the prince in gratitude for the quota, and immediately Qinchuan asked him if he wanted to join the Buddha Heart Temple, to which Ching Yu replied that they would revisit the matter if he won the competition, to which Qinchuan could only agree. Qinchuan turned to her aunt, who immediately took out a ring and asked the prince to accept it as a humble offering from Buddha Heart Temple. Prince Jin Nan took the ring and thanked Aunt Yu for her generosity. After handing over the ring, Aunt Yu leaned over to Qinchuan and whispered to her that Ching Yu had been able to win Prince Jin Nan's favor and also possessed a high level of holy fire, advising Qinchuan to be proactive and build a good relationship with him, to which she agreed with a slight blush. Qinchuan asked Ching Yu to take a walk around Tianh City with her, as she had not been here for many years. Ching Yu accepted Qinchuan's request. When Prince Jin Nan realized what was going on, he told Ching Yu that since the girl invited him, he should go with her, but he should return to the residence for dinner. Then he added with a smile that his fiancée would cook personally. Ching Yu immediately mentally called Jin Nan an old devil for such a prank. While Chen Shuang was upset that Ching Yu already had a fiancée, after informing Ching Yu about the dinner, the prince let the guests go, not wanting to take up their precious time, since his Li Yu was not inferior to Qin Chuan, and then he laughed out loud. Forging and smelting Ching Yu, the reception hall Chulin sat on the throne while Huang Fei bowed to him, saying that he hadn't expected Chulin to come to them personally and that it was a great honor for their clan. Chulin asked Huang Fei if he believed he could become the best in the upcoming Sacred Fire competition, and Huang Fei agreed, saying that he was determined and that his mentor would be arriving soon, and with the support of Chulin and his mentor, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to challenge him. Chulin gloomily said that he had just met a person who was only at the first level of the spiritual realm, but even with him, he was able to suppress his holy fire. Huang Fei was immediately shocked. He asked if there was really someone so strong in Tianhe. Then Chulin made a picture of the stranger and asked if Huang Fei knew him. Huang Fei immediately recognized the person who was poking him. Seeing his reaction, Chulin realized that he knew him. Hearing this name, Chulin immediately asked if this was the same Ching Yu who had killed Emperor Li Jianham and was wanted in the Sacred Sword Empire, which Huang Fei immediately confirmed. Chulin told Huang Fei that it was rumored that Ching Yu had gone to the desolate lands and that his journey was incredibly fruitful. Huang Fei immediately realized that it was at that moment that Ching Yu was able to strengthen his holy fire. Chulin also added that Ching Yu's fire was incredibly strong. It was at least 2 levels higher than his flame, and he feared that Ching Yu would be able to emerge victorious in the upcoming competition. Upon hearing this, Huang Fei immediately shouted that he couldn't allow that to happen and asked how soon his mentor would arrive, to which Huang Fei replied that the Taoist elder would arrive tomorrow. Chulin was pleased to hear this and said that they would wait for the old man and discuss the matter thoroughly. then allowed Huang Fei to leave. Left alone, Chilin thought about Ching Yu's flame. He thought that if he could take away Ching Yu's flame and appropriate it for himself, he would be guaranteed to take the place of the head of the Polar Sun, and Huang Fei and his mentor would only serve as a stepping stone for him. Tongzhou City. As Ching Yu and Qin Chuan walked through the streets of the city amidst the roar of the crowd, the ring on Qin Chuan's finger suddenly sizzled. When she picked up the ring, she saw a message that said Ching Yu. After reading the message, she immediately went to Ching Yu and offered her condolences for what had happened. Qin Chuan replied to Ching Yu that even though the Immortal clan was very powerful, it was better not to cross their temple. Ching Yu thanked Qin Chuan for her words, then said that it was a matter of personal revenge. So he would do it himself, but first he would like to get the support of their temple. The blushing Qin Chuan was about to ask what Ching Yu meant, but he stopped her and said that she understood correctly, causing her to gasp and turn completely red. Suddenly, some of the passers-by recognized the temple maiden from Buddha Heart Temple, and the guy the whole town was talking about. They were jealous of the fact that he changed beauties every day. He'd already been seen with Princess Yu and Warner from Dugu House. Unexpectedly, Ching Yu was surrounded by a crowd discussing him and Qin Chuan. He coughed and immediately pulled Qin Chuan's hand, suggesting that they go for a walk somewhere else. To the next street, Fadili followed Mr. Wang and asked him to join them. Wang Qilan asked if he was sure, and the fat man replied that he had served the forging and smelting clan for many years without sparing himself, but they had treated him like trash, and if Mr. Wang did not refuse, he would be killed. Then Fadili whispered in Wang Qian's ear that he had recently acquired about 10 slave girls, all of them from the succubus race, which made Wang Qian blush and start drooling as he imagined the succubi. And Fadili added that he had personally selected each one. Wang Qian accepted Fadili's offer, saying that he was his man from now on, and ordered him to have the succubi at his residence that evening. Suddenly, Fadili noticed a familiar figure and recognized Ching Yu. He immediately told Mr. Wang that he was in trouble because of Qin Yu. Wang Qian only looked at the temple maiden next to Qin Yu and called her charming. Fadili began to say that it was Ching Yu who stole his slave girl, who was also very pretty, and in that respect, she was not inferior to his new companion. He told Wang Qian that he had found out why Ching Yu had no one to count on in the city, and it was all because of Prince Jiannan. After hearing this, Wang Qian understood why Huang Fei would not risk dealing with him, even though he wants the prince's granddaughter, but he is afraid of angering the prince, which Huang Fei does not care about from a high bell tower. He went to Ching Yu and told Fadili that he was his man now and would not let anyone hurt him. Ching Yu was walking with Qian when suddenly Wang Qian and Fadili blocked their way. Fadili greeted Ching Yu and then asked if Huang Fei's dog had decided to change masters, which made the fat man angry. Wang Qian decided to explain to Ching Yu that Fadili was now his servant and that Ching Yu had stolen his slave, and if Huang Fei was weak enough to ask for it, Wang Qian would not hold back. Qin Chuan was shocked that everyone she met was Ching Yu's enemy. Ching Yu asked how he planned to do this, and Wang Qian replied that he would first return the slave girl, then give up his charming companion, and from that day on, she would belong to him. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan boiled with rage and threatened to kill Wang Qian, but she was stopped by Ching Yu, who suggested that Qin Chuan be patient and give him a chance to handle it himself. After calming Qin Chuan down, Ching Yu asked Wang Qian what he would do if he refused. Hearing of Wang Qian's disobedience, Wang Qian got angry and told Qin Yu that he would behead him. Ching Yu agreed and started kneading his neck, saying that his joints were stiff. Wang Qian began to prepare his attack, telling Ching Yu that he had chosen his own death and that he would be tested with the newly learned black entry-level technique of Thunder Palm, which he used to summon a thunder aura. That knocked down Fadili and changed the weather. Qin Chuan warned Ching Yu that the Thunder Palm was a very powerful technique and offered to deal with Wang Qian, but Ching Yu refused, asking her not to bother, saying that he could easily handle it since it was only an entry-level black technique. Wang Qian, who was mad with power, cheered and said that he had bought this technique from Huang Fei for a huge amount of money, and now was the perfect chance to test its power. Wang Qian gathered the thunderstorm energy into a ball and shot the thunderbolt at Ching Yu. But Ching Yu, instead of dodging, took a lungful of air and summoned the dragon ghost Yazi, roaring loudly, smashing the enemy's technique and sending it flying. Seeing how easily his new master had lost, Fadili panicked. Ching Yu sighed and told Qin Chuan that this technique was worthless, which shocked her. Qin Chuan thought that Wang Shun's cultivation level was at the 4th spiritual realm, and he had used an initial black level technique. but he still couldn't repel an attack from Ching Yu. She thought that Ching Yu had also used a black-level technique. After dealing with the obstacle, Ching Yu approached the panicked Fadi Li and threatened him, telling him that it was his turn. Afraid of being killed, Fadi Li immediately hit his head on the ground and begged for mercy in exchange for all his possessions. Ching Yu asked him if he had all of his possessions, to which he agreed, and upon hearing this, Ching Yu offered Qin Chuan a look at him, and she agreed. After receiving her agreement, Ching Yu kicked Fadi Li and ordered him to lead them. Fadi Li's leaves, Ching Yu walked around the house and looked at Fadi Li's belongings, then asked if these were all his belongings, to which Fadi Li nervously agreed. Not getting the answer he wanted, Ching Yu glared at the fat man and said that this was not enough to trade for his life. Fadi Li started to beg for mercy again, saying that this is really all his stuff and he has nothing else. But Ching Yu was not enough and prepared to attack. But suddenly Fadi Li remembered that he still had a slave market. Ching Yu demanded Fadi Li to show him the slaves, and Fadi Li immediately started to open the secret door by pressing the right tile. After pressing it, a huge door opened, from behind which came a source of stinky smell. Qin Chuan immediately covered her nose from the foul smell, and Ching Yu asked the fat man, what kind of freak would he be to keep someone in such a horrible place? Although he knew the fat man was foul, but at this moment he surpassed Ching Yu's expectations. Ching Yu grabbed Fadi Li's clothes and dragged him into the room, while asking Qin Chuan to be more patient. Inside the hall there were many cages. Qin Chuan was shocked by the condition of the slaves, emaciated and mutilated. They waited in fear for their fate. Suddenly one of the slaves tried to attack Fadi Li, but was stopped by the shackles. He wanted to take revenge on Fadi Li for exterminating his kind and making him a slave. Qin Chuan was furious and wanted to punish Fadi Li for all his evil deeds. But Fadi Li begged for mercy and promised that he would never do such things again. Ching Yu said that it was hard to even call him a person now, and dragged him away. Suddenly Ching Yu stopped at one of the cages, saw the frightened succubi inside, and asked Fadi Li if the succubi belonged to him. Fadi Li immediately started bragging that this was his latest acquisition, and these succubi were first-class goods. Ching Yu told the fatty that he was satisfied with it, and the fatty asked if he could leave now, and Ching Yu agreed, saying that he would not kill him. Fadi Li was happy with his newfound freedom and was about to leave. Suddenly, Qin Chuan stabbed him in the chest, saying that Ching Yu's mercy didn't mean that she would just let him go. Wiping the blood from her hand, Qin Chuan told the fat man that a person who abused slaves like that deserved nothing but death. Qin Chuan asked Ching Yu what they would do with the slaves, and Ching Yu replied that they were all very unhappy people, and that he would ask the courtesan Nan to decide their fate. Qin Chuan accepted the decision and called Ching Yu merciful. After a while, the prince's subordinates under Li Yue's command ran into the marketplace. Li Yu ordered her subordinates to release all the slaves immediately. After giving the order, she told Ching Yu that Fadi Li had gotten off too easy and that he should have been locked up in this place until he redeemed himself. To which Ching Yu replied that killing one fat man would not change the overall situation of slave abuse, and reminded her that her main goal was to completely abolish the slave system. Ching Yu asked Li Yu to keep Mrs. Lum company, warning her that he would not be here for dinner, and then left. Upon hearing this refusal, Li Yu was immediately flushed with anger. She was furious that he would not taste the food she had so diligently prepared, and said that she would not forgive him for such a thing next time. Seeing this scene, Qin Chuan was relieved that Ching Yu and Li Yu's relationship had not turned into something serious. So Li Yu touched her on her and asked her why she was blushing. Qin Chuan immediately started to deny that she was blushing, making Li Yu wonder what was going on. The drawing court, surrounded by many talismans, Ching Yu was meditating to prepare for the sacred fire competition. He wanted to use every moment to advance his cultivation before the competition. Divine Spear Clan. The head of the Divine Spear Clan, Wang Tiqian, greeted his guest and said that he was honored that Mr. Liu had paid a visit to their humble abode. Liu Delan of the Ruthless Sword School asked to stop idle chatter and asked if the Divine Spear Clan could provide a worthy candidate to participate in the sacred fire competition. Wang Tiqian panicked and didn't know what to say when he saw that Liu Delan had lost faith in them, saying that they were becoming more and more worthless with each generation. He said that the Polar Sun clan had already recruited a disciple from the Forging and Casting clan, and the Jasper Fairy clan had bet on the Moonlight School, while the Buddha Heart Temple was still unclear. Liu Delan took out a holy flame and said that he would give it to their clan. Seeing this, Wang Tiqian was puzzled for a moment, But after a second, he was overjoyed and started drooling because he had received a rank 6 holy flame. Liu Zhulan confirmed that it was a 6th rank sacred flame and said that he called it a soul-devouring flame, and that he hoped his fire and support would help their disciple become a competitive fighter. Wang Tichen fell to his knees and started to thank his benefactor when Wang Xian suddenly ran into the room. Wang Xian sobbed and asked his father to stand up for him. Liu Zhulan saw this and decided to keep silent. When Wang Xian noticed the guest, he asked his father who it was. And Wang Tichen ordered him to stop squealing like a pig and introduced him as Mr. Liu Zhulan of the Ruthless Sword School, leaving his son confused. Liu Zhulan left the flame and went away, hoping that these two would not disappoint him. As soon as the guests left, Wang Xian began to question his father about the flame in front of him. Upon hearing this question, Wang Tichen slapped his son's head and called him an ass, explaining that it was a 6th rank holy flame. Wang Xian stared at the flame in shock. Then his father told him that the Ruthless Sword School had decided to bet on their clan, and said that Wang Xian must learn this fire immediately to win the Sacred Fire competition. Wang Xian drooled at his newfound power and began to laugh out loud. He was confident that even though he couldn't defeat Chen Bia with the Thunder Palm, he could defeat him with the 6th level of Holy Fire and his innate fighting talent. He was confident that he had reached a whole new level. Then he promised Ching Yu that his days were numbered. When Wang Tichen noticed his son's condition, he asked who had betrayed him, but Wang Tichen replied that it didn't matter and immediately left on his way, laughing out loud. Thinking about what had happened, Wang Tichen was happy that his son was able to obtain the Holy Fire, and he was happy that his clan would soon be well. In Tianna City, Huang Fei was waiting for his mentor to arrive when he saw the palanquin. He immediately greeted his mentor and then invited his disciple to get into the palanquin, that they immediately go to the Prince of Shannon, which Huang Fei immediately agreed to. The mentor explained that he had only returned for 2 things. First, to marry Huang Fei to Li Yu, and second, to help Huang Fei win the Sacred Fire competition. Huang Fei decided to tell the mentor about Ching Yu of the Divine Sword Empire, and this time the mentor was immediately interested in him. A short time later, after listening to the disciple, the mentor realized that the rumors were not false and that Ching Yu had indeed gained something during his time in the Desolate Lands, and began to ponder about his strength. Suddenly remembering the flash he had seen on the way to the city, he assumed that it was Ching Yu's divine weapon. Huang Fei warned the mentor that Ching Yu possessed an incredibly powerful holy fire, and that not even Chulin could defeat him, saying that Ching Yu should never participate in the holy fire competition. The mentor told the disciple not to worry, as he had methods to prevent Ching Yu from winning, and took out a blue sacred fire, explaining to the disciple that it was his 6th rank sacred fire, the chilling underworld flame, and telling him that he had cultivated it for many years, and now it was just short of the 7th rank. And with his sacred technique, Huang Fei would be able to absorb the fire in the shortest possible time. Huang Fei was shocked to hear about the 7th rank holy fire. The mentor began to explain to his disciple that sacred fires above the 7th rank were very rare, so he assumed that Ching Yu's sacred fire was also at the 6th rank, which meant that with his chilling underworld flame, victory was guaranteed. After accepting the flame, Huang Fei immediately began to quickly assimilate it using a secret technique. And after assimilating it, he thanked his mentor and promised not to disappoint him. But mentally he mocked Ching Yu, who had nothing, and promised himself that he would destroy him in the upcoming competition. Prince Jin Nan's residence. Li Yu was crying and begging her grandfather to do something, because Huang Fei and his mentor would be here any minute. Jin Nan said that Ching Yu should go to Ching Yu, which made him spit out his tea in surprise. He was exhausted from always having to stand up for Li Yu. Li Yu went to Ching Yu and asked him to show himself to Huang Fei so that he would not interfere with her anymore, which made Ching Yu sigh. Huang Fei and his mentor entered the mansion and immediately greeted the prince. Ching Yu looked at Huang Fei and wondered what had happened to his sacred flame, because recently he had been the 5th rank and became the 6th rank and was very close to the 7th rank, and then realized that it was the Taoist elder. Huang Fei approached Li Yu and greeted her, warning her that the mentor had come to marry her today. Li Yu immediately grabbed Ching Yu and pulled her towards him, reminding Huang Fei that she already had a fiancé, and said that she didn't really know Huang Fei, and although they had played as children, nothing more, then asked him to stop coming here with this proposal. The Taoist elder asked Ching Yu if he was indeed the same Ching Yu from the Sacred Sword Empire, and Ching Yu confirmed that he was. The elder immediately asked Ching Yu if he really thought he was worthy to marry Li Yu. After all, he was just a foreigner, a member of a defeated family. The elder pointed at his disciple and described his bright future as the winner of the Sacred Fire competition, then asked who Ching Yu was. Li Yu decided to stand up for Ching Yu, saying that he too had a holy fire and that he would be the winner of the competition. Ching Yu doubted Li Yu's stamina because he knew that this was the reaction the old man was waiting for. He had deliberately provoked Li Yu to say this, and he also hoped to undermine Ching Yu's morale. Ching Yu was sure that they would want to take his life in this competition, so he thought that they would see who was who. The Taoist elder was happy that Li Yu had fallen for his words, and said that if Ching Yu could miraculously win the competition, then of course Huang Fei was no match for him, and then asked what would happen if Ching Yu lost. Li Yu immediately refuted the elder's words that Ching Yu might lose. Then Huang Fei offered Li Yu to marry him immediately if he were to win the Sacred Fire competition. He was sure that she would not dare to refuse, since she was so confident of her victory. Of course, Li Yu could not control her impulse and immediately accepted the bet. She turned to Ching Yu and asked if he had heard their conversation, because he had to win, or else she would end up in the clutches of that monster. Satisfied with the bet, the Taoist elder warned that everything would be settled after the competition, and then hurriedly left. Looking at the backs of those who were leaving, Li Yu began to complain about how they had annoyed her, and then asked Ching Yu to teach them a lesson during the competition. After hearing this, Li Yu said that this weakling was nothing, after which she realized what Ching Yu had said and was afraid of the possibility of marrying Huang Fei, and immediately demanded an answer from Ching Yu as to why he hadn't warned her before. Ching Yu sighed and said that he was no longer confident of winning, and that Li Yu would still have to become Huang Fei's bride. Deeply affected by what she heard, Li Yu sat down and began to cry for how impulsive she had been. Prince Jiannan laughed at this scene and asked Ching Yu to stop bullying Li Yu, because he had long suspected that for Ching Yu there was no difference in the level of an opponent's holy fire, whether it was 6th level or 7th level. Seeing the crying Li Yu's face, Ching Yu immediately woke up and pretended that everything was fine. In the night of the same day, Ching Yu was absorbing the herbal pills. When he finally opened his eyes, summoned the spirit energy of dragon spirit Yazi in one hand and the 9-legged golden raven in the other, and combined them to form a yellow and purple ball. Suddenly it exploded and began to be absorbed into Ching Yu, before bursting into a blue flame. After finishing his meditation, Ching Yu sighed. He had reached the 3rd spiritual level just in time. Tomorrow would be a momentous day. Then he fell onto the bed exhausted. The sight of the Sacred Fire competition. The spectators were rejoicing in anticipation of the competition. Prince Jiannan Wang was eager for the competition to finally begin, while Qin Xuan confidently hoped that Ching Yu would win, and the Taoist elder, sitting on the highest seat, was completely confident in his disciple's victory. The spectators were excited for the competition to begin, while some were angry because they didn't possess the holy fire. Huang Fei looked at the people around him and mentally called them a bunch of talentless cockroaches who naively believed that they had a chance to win, because he was sure that he would emerge victorious while the others were destined to crawl before him. After looking at the confident Huang Fei, Wang Xian asked Huang Xian if he thought he could win the competition, but instead of answering, Huang Fei asked Huang Xian what he was doing here, since he had no holy fire. To which Huang Xian smugly replied that he would have to see his holy fire soon, and then a spark of enmity flashed between the two. At that moment, Ching Yu entered the ring and saw their common enemy Huang Fei, and Huang Xian immediately switched to him, making a temporary peace because of their common enemy. Then greeted them and said that he hoped to see how they would perform today, and that they would not embarrass themselves too much. Angered by these words, Huang Xian and Huang Fei began to threaten Ching Yu, saying that he would not live to see the end of the day, and that they would see who would smile last. One of the representatives of the 4 major sects began to praise the assembled talents, but she singled out Ching Yu in particular. Suddenly, her ward recognized Ching Yu and immediately jumped towards him, landing slowly with an umbrella. Coming closer, Li Xian, when sure that it was indeed Ching Yu. When Ching Yu saw her friend, he immediately greeted her, saying that he hadn't seen her since she went to cultivate in the Jasper Fairy clan 3 years ago. He complimented her, saying that she had blossomed into a graceful maiden, but in return, she also said that he had changed a lot since the last time they met, admitting that she hadn't expected to see him at the Sacred Fire competition. To which Ching Yu replied that there was no way she could miss such an event. Li Yu suddenly became sad and offered her condolences to Ching Yu for what her sister and father had done to his family, betraying the Xian family after they had done so much for the good of the empire. Yu stroked Li Yu's head and asked her not to worry. After all, it wasn't her fault. It was just between them. The Jasper fairy lady realized that it was Ching Yu, who had killed Emperor Li Yu, thinking about the fact that he had been friends with her ward since childhood. She realized that they had a chance to lure Ching Yu into their clan if he won. Thinking how nice the Jasper fairy clan girl was talking to Ching Yu, the people around her started to talk about him, calling him the chief lavalier of Tianhe City, and some even bet that they would see him today, at least in the company of 3 beautiful maidens. Suddenly, Ching Yu was approached by one, or who jokingly told Ching Yu that no matter how he met him, he would always have a beautiful maiden with him. Ching Yu laughed and asked Wanner not to exaggerate. The embarrassed Xian raised her umbrella and said goodbye to Ching Yu, saying she had to go. Flying off, she wished him good luck in the competition. Ching Yu asked him not to worry about him, promising that he would never let go of the victory. The representative of the Jasper Fairies told her ward that if Ching Yu won the competition, their clan could only count on her. Suddenly, everyone was surprised when another person entered the ring. Everyone immediately started talking about Chihani from Moonlight School. According to the head of Moonlight School, she was their best nugget in the past 100 years. Although she was only 16 years old, she had already reached the 5th level of the spiritual realm. With the 6th rank of Holy Fire, some people hardly recognized her. After all, she had been in seclusion for 3 whole years, and before that, she was just a little snotty girl. Chihani walked up to Ching Yu, causing Huang Fei and Huang Shen to burn with rage as all the beauties walked up to him. Chihani told Ching Yu that her destiny was tied to the Xin family, and that they would definitely meet again. But if their meeting happens in this arena, she will not spare him. Ching Yu grinned at the departing Chihani and thought about how funny she was. After a while, most of the participants had already gathered in the arena. Suddenly, a few demonesses arrived and began to greet everyone. Ching Yu looked at the red demoness and wondered about her identity. The red demoness walked over to Ching Yu to greet him, which made Wanner wonder how many people Ching Yu knew. Ching Yu knew this demoness from his previous life, as she was the winner of the competition in his previous life. All he knew was that her past was unknown, and she called herself a free cultivator. From his memories, Ching Yu guessed that she had already reached the 8th level of the spirit world, and her holy fire was no lower than the 8th level. And the strangest thing about her was that no one had seen her after her victory. So Ching Yu decided that he would definitely find out who she was in this life. Suddenly, the Taoist old man announced that the competition was about to begin, stopping the roar of the crowd, and then stepped into the ring with Prince Jin Nan. The prince asked for silence and announced that today would be a great event for the Tianhe Empire, where the winner of the Sacred Fire competition would be announced. The prince wished the participants good luck and then invited the representatives of the 4 major sects to come out. Jumping onto the stage, they immediately began to call for a huge stone. Huang Fei was shocked to recognize the heavenly firestone. Huang Xian began to describe it, saying that this stone was the most mysterious object in the entire Tianhe Empire, and perhaps as old as heaven and earth. He said that just being close to it helps to concentrate its holy fire, and some even managed to increase their rank. Because of its incredible value, this stone belongs to all 4 major sections. While the people around him were astonished at this treasure, Ching Yu laughed inwardly at the fact that such a small stone could cause them so much awe. He wondered what would happen if they knew that there was a whole mountain of this stone in the desert lands. Qin Chuan came out and made a speech, saying that everyone here knew about this stone, and that it was a true shrine for every sacred fire wielder, explaining that there were 4 major sects that had the right to possess it, and that they passed it around every 3 months. But if the winner of the Sacred Fire competition joined one of the sects, then that sect would have sole possession of the stone for the next year. The crowd cheered when they saw the stone. While Qin Chuan prayed, Hura Ching Yu to win, Chalin drew the attention of the crowd and began to explain that the rules of the competition were quite simple, saying that there would only be 3 rounds. In the first round, the participants would duel, and the winners would advance to the second round. But before that, they all had to draw lots. Chulin called out a large number of tablets, and everyone took turns taking them. When it was Ching Yu's turn, he greeted Chulin and asked if Chulin had cheated on the lottery since he was responsible for it. and Chuling told Ching Yu not to look down on him and to communicate more respectfully. Ching Yu said that even if he cheated, it does not guarantee his victory. Chulin agreed with Ching Yu's words, but suggested to see what round Ching Yu can reach first. Ching Yu taunted Chulin, saying that he would have to watch Ching Yu's victory with his eyes open. Holding back his anger, Chulin told the participants to look at their boards and began to explain that each board had a number on it, and those with the same number would fight. Looking at his tablet, Ching Yu saw the number 5 and was interested to see who would fall under his hand in the first round. Chulin announced for those with the same number to enter the arena, while the rest should leave the arena immediately. The first duel. In the first round, a metamorphic-clad Cyclops clashed with a bald man. They immediately bowed to each other, after which the Cyclops released a flame from his mouth, throwing his opponent out of the arena and laughing viciously with an easy victory. Huang Fei was annoyed and said that the idiots with first-class holy fire had come to take a chance, to which Huang Yan replied that their empire had an unlimited supply of idiots. The next 3 rounds were just as fast, with the people with stronger holy fire easily defeating the people with weaker holy fire. The 5th duel. It was Ching Yu's turn. His opponent was a tall man with chains on his body. The big guy mockingly admitted that Ching Yu had a pretty face and that he should give up early if he didn't want to lose his life. Ching Yu insulted the big guy with a gesture and told him to stop talking and attack. The big guy got angry and summoned a phantom tiger and prepared to kill Ching Yu, which Ching Yu couldn't agree to. Huang Shuang evaluated the big guy and realized that he could have gone far if he hadn't been caught by Ching Yu. The big guy jumped at Ching Yu and tried to swat him like a fly, but Ching Yu kicked him away, sending him over the edge of the arena. Shuhani was surprised as she had expected Ching Yu to be much weaker. Ching Yu said that he was bored and left the arena, while Huang Shuang looked at his back and said that he didn't have much time left. The 6th round was won by Huang Fei, who burned his opponent instantly, and in the 7th round, Huang Shuang, the unnamed contestant, and Shuhani also had no trouble fighting. Chulin was bored watching these one-sided fights, so he suggested to the Taoist old man to play spits. The old man agreed, but he was curious what the other esteemed gentlemen would decide. The representatives of the Ruthless Sword School and the Jasper Fairy clans supported this idea. Chulin decided to give Huang Fei a 3rd-rank bone and muscle strengthening pill, and the Taoist old man also wagered on Huang Fei, giving him his own forged sword of inflexibility. Qin Chuan praised the gentleman for betting quite valuable items and decided to make a corresponding bet from the Buddha Heart clan. Her bet would be the heavenly crystal-strengthened armor, which she would bet on Qing Yu's victory. Lu Jilan wagered a 3rd-tier ruthlessness pill on Huang Xian, and the Jasper Fairy representative wagered a lower black-level floating clouds technique on Shu Hani's victory. The spectators marveled at the wealth of the 4 major sects, as they were willing to wager such valuable items for fun, while some residents hoped to join the Corps of Engines if they were not accepted into one of the major sects, as it would be better than their current lives. When the free cultivator heard about the bounty, she asked the gentleman what would happen to the bounty if none of their candidates won, and Chulin told her that they would give everything to the winner of the competition. The girl began to think about it and said that according to her estimation, the winner would be, pointing her finger at Ching Yu, she announced to everyone that only he and she had a chance. Ching Yu was shocked. Suddenly, all the arrows were aimed at him. Huang Xian started shouting that Ching Yu would have had a chance if Huang Xian had not been involved, but they were out of luck, and now he was determined to win. Some of the people gathered in the arena announced to everyone around that they also had a chance. Chulin climbed onto the fighting part of the arena and announced that he was going to move on to the 2nd round, and that he was going to do so on a every-man-for-himself basis. Everyone immediately surrounded Ching Yu, causing Ching Yu to conclude that many of them had already been bribed, making him think that they were naive fools. Chulin continued to explain, saying that the 2nd round would last until a single incense burned out, and the last 4 contestants left standing would advance to the 3rd round. He then added that if the 1st round had eliminated the weakest, then the 2nd round would be a true test of fire, and that all contestants would only be allowed to use the power of their sacred fire. Cold weapons and hand-to-hand combat were forbidden. As Chulin announced the start of the 2nd round, the crowd cheered in anticipation of the spectacle, and everyone around Ching Yu immediately summoned their flames with the intention of killing him. Ching Yu invited them to attack if they thought they could cause him even a little trouble. The opponents immediately attacked Ching Yu, and one of them shouted that his mouth wouldn't close before he died, causing many flames to shoot at Ching Yu at once. Li Yu was panicked because Ching Yu was being attacked by the crowd, while Li Qingyao had warm feelings for him and was worried about him. All the fires hit Ching Yu. Each of his opponents had a rank 4 holy fire, and they had been practicing this joint technique for a long time for this moment, believing that if he didn't die from it, his skin would at least peel off. Standing in the middle of the fire, Ching Yu taunted his opponents, saying that he couldn't feel his skin peeling off, and that he didn't feel the results of their training very well. And now that they were finished, he offered to start surprising them and summoned a pillar of flame. The Taoist old man was satisfied with his calculations, as he only saw a rank 6 holy fire. Li Yu, on the other hand, cheered all over Ching Yu after recognizing the 6th rank flame. Ching Yu asked Huang Xian and Huang Fei why they were sending small fish at him if they were so eager to kill him. Furious, Huang Fei and Huang Xian immediately summoned their holy fires. Huang Fei replied to Ching Yu that even if he had a 6th ranked fire, there would always be bigger fish, and Huang Xian showed his 6th ranked fire. Li Yu was shocked that even Huang Xian had a 6th rank holy fire. At that moment, Chulin realized that the Ruthless Sword School was also claimed. Huang Fei and Huang Xian told Ching Yu that even prayers wouldn't help him fight the 2 6th-ranked sacred fire wielders, and immediately launched a joint attack of red and blue flames. Without changing his face, Ching Yu admitted that he was just warming up, then asked why they all thought that his holy fire was only 6th rank, and immediately became serious, summoning the silhouette of a giant golden 9-tailed raven to devour Huang Fei and Huang Xian's flames. The Taoist old man was terrified as he tried to figure out what rank Ching Yu was. This was not a 7th class fire, or even an 8th class fire. This was a 9th class holy fire. Chulin was shocked by the 9th rank fire after all. Even the fire of the head of the Polar Sun clan was barely approaching the 8th rank. Everyone in the arena was shocked by what they saw. Huang Xian and Huang Fei couldn't believe it, while Prince Jin Nan was glad that he hadn't made a mistake in betting on Ching Yu, because even in the history of their Tianh Empire, there were no more than 10 9th-ranked divine fire marshals, and the weakest of them had long since surpassed the peak of the spiritual realm. The prince realized that among those currently alive, not only in the Tianhe Empire, but even on the continent itself, there was no one stronger than Ching Yu. The prince laughed out loud and said that he was surprised to find a 9th-class sacred flame fortune changer living in his city. Qin Chuan thought about how she used to think that her mentor was the strongest person in the world, but he was only an 8th-ranked sacred fire, and closed her eyes. She began to imagine Ching Yu's great future, and that one day he would replace her head. Li Qinyao looked at Ching Yu in awe, thinking that this was the fire Ching Yu had found while wandering the desert. Her father had rejected Ching Yu in order to be related to the immortal clan, and as a result, he himself died at his hands, depriving the empire of the divine sword, the main talent of the celestial empire. Looking up at the sky, Li Qinyao asked what her father was feeling right now as he watched them. Ching Yu had exposed Huang Xian and Huang Fei in public, saying that they were plotting against him. But unfortunately for them, they didn't even realize how pathetic they were in front of the 9th-rank holy fire, and attacked them with the flame, smashing them to pieces. Ching Yu didn't want to kill them now, after all. They could still be of use to him, and their deaths would only come after the ancient relic was activated. Ching Yu concluded that the competition should be over, since now that everyone was convinced that he possessed a 9th-rank holy fire, there was no point in the 3rd round. Ching Yu began to gather fire in his hand, creating a huge fireball. The onlookers wondered what he was doing, while the free cultivator realized that he was going to use heavenly suppressing fire. At that moment, she realized that she had not come to the human world for nothing. After summoning a huge amount of fire, Ching Yu used miracle fire suppression, causing the fireball to explode, sending flames into Ching Yu's opponents, who saw this and immediately tried to escape, but it was too late. Prince Jin Nan was satisfied with the result of the competition, because in the history of the competition, there had never been a case where a contestant burned out all of his opponent's flames in the 2nd round. All of Ching Yu's opponents were lying outside the arena. Shu Hani, who had managed to dodge, only saw Ching Yu as a madman. At this moment, the free cultivator, who had taken no damage, realized that her father was right when he said that the world of mere mortals could be fun and interesting, and she hoped that when they met again, Ching Yu would be even stronger. Ching Yu was the only one standing on the arena, and he announced that since he was the only one left, it was likely that he would be the winner of the competition. The representatives of the four great clans were shocked at the quick end of the competition. Huang Fei wanted to curse Ching Yu for taking the holy flame away from him and making him the winner. Huang Fei went crazy and started shouting that Ching Yu should live at the bottom of the society in the Sacred Sword Empire, instead of being a great warrior in their Xianhai Empire. He shouted that he would kill him no matter what it took, because Ching Yu was and would always be a lowlife of the first spiritual realm. Suddenly, Huang Fei's muscles swelled, and he burst into a blue flame, ready to become the victor by any means necessary, ensure that no one would be able to stop him. He attacked Ching Yu from behind and prepared to kill him with a single blow. Ching Chuan tried to warn Ching Yu of the threat. Ching Yu said that he wanted to give him a gift of life, but since Huang Fei refused the gift, Ching Yu summoned the Yaji dragon and immediately struck Huang Fei, who was surprised by the sudden stunt, knocking him into the wall. Bleeding, Huang Fei couldn't understand why he couldn't win. Finally enraged, he shouted that scum like Ching Yu should only crawl at his feet and that he would not rest until he took Ching Yu's life. Calling Huang Fei scum, Ching Yu threw the god of war spear at Huang Fei, and the spear pierced Huang Fei and stuck him in the wall. The old Taoist was immediately able to identify the divine grade weapon and confirmed his thoughts that this outbreak was because of Ching Yu, and he was furious that Ching Yu possessed both a divine grade weapon and a 9th rank holy flame. Chulin was furious with Ching Yu and threatened him for killing the Polar Sun clan disciple. Ching Yu returned the spear and asked if it was okay for Huang Fei to try to kill him, and Ching Yu had to put up with it, threatening Chulin that he would be killed if he kept yapping like that. Chulin called Ching Yu a madman, but still dared to fight him. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of him, and Ching Chun told Chulin to stop, since Ching Yu was now under the protection of the temple, and if he wanted to fight him, he would have to ask the temple's permission first, or else he would become their enemy. Ching Yu asked Ching Chuan not to interfere in their battle. After all, he didn't mind if Chulin went to the afterlife after his disciple. Hearing Ching Yu belittle him, Chulin became furious and flew into the air, after which he folded his hands in Namaste and used the black mid-level technique of Polar Sun at the zenith, summoning a huge sun. Ching Chuan was surprised to see this technique, as only the top 3 disciples of the Polar Sun clan could master it, and when used properly, it was just as destructive as the top black techniques. Chulin was sure that even with the 9th level holy fire, Ching Yu would not be able to resist the mid-level black technique, so she directed the sun at Ching Yu. Seeing the sun flying towards him, Ching Yu grinned, because this was the perfect opportunity to use the war god's spear to its full potential, and use the earthly high-level, heavenly, thunder spear technique to pierce through the huge sunday. Chulin was shocked to see Ching Yu's strength. Then he was hit by Li Xinyao and Huang Chuan's attack, and immediately realized that it was an earth-level technique, while Li Yu wondered how many more tricks Ching Yu had hidden, and the Taoist old man was furious that Ching Yu kept fighting back. After Ching Yu's attack, Chulin was defeated. Ching Yu put the spear of the god of war around his neck and prepared to send him to Huang Fei. Ching Chuan tried to warn Ching Yu not to kill Chulin, but Ching Yu plunged the spear into him. On his deathbed, Chulin told the Taoist old man to deal with Ching Yu, or he would have no way to explain himself to the Polar Sun clan. The Taoist old man demanded that Ching Yu let Chulin go, and threw a jade ring at him, but Ching Yu blocked him by summoning Dragon Yazi and shattered the ring. Chulin begged for mercy one last time and was then killed by Ching Yu, who kept his word and sent Chulin to his protege in the afterlife. And then the spiritual son of the Polar Sun clan, he would not let Ching Yu go, claiming that even the 9th rank holy fire would not help him. When Ching Yu heard this, he laughed and became serious, suggesting that the old dog should make sure that he himself was not destroyed. Clutching his spear tighter, Ching Yu told the old man that he had harmed his beloved, mocked her in every way, and said that he had long considered him his sworn enemy. Ching Yu immediately understood why he had resented the Taoist old man all this time, and then wondered who the girl he called his beloved was. The Taoist old man had no idea how he had provoked such hatred towards himself. Although he was young, he was able to kill Chulin easily. The old man realized that with his 9th level sacred fire and earth level techniques, Ching Yu was extremely talented. However, he had long since reached the peak of the spiritual realm, and killing Ching Yu was like crushing an ant for him. Luz Yulin realized that the old man had really decided to kill Ching Yu. After all, the combination of the divine weapon and the top-level black technique was far enough to deal with Ching Yu. The old man whipped Ching Yu, but Ching Yu summoned the powers of the dragon Yazi and the golden 9-legged raven. and tried to deflect the attack with his whip. The Taoist old man told Ching Yu that he was too weak and broke through the spear attack, sending him into the air, sure that Ching Yu was incapable of doing anything. After Ching Yu regained his balance after the attack, Ching Yu asked Prince Jin Nan to throw him a power release pill. The prince reacted immediately and threw the pill to Ching Yu, who caught it. Ching Yu immediately ate the pill, and his aura began to strengthen. The Taoist old man laughed at Ching Yu's plan. After all, it would take many years to master the 4-component power release pill, and Ching Yu was foolish enough to expect a breakthrough as soon as he swallowed it. Suddenly, the old man felt a shock, and Ching Yu was able to break through and gain the strength of a Swanee lion. The old man couldn't understand how it was possible to absorb the pill so quickly, and now that Ching Yu's strength was at the peak of the spiritual realm, he couldn't believe such a rapid development. Ching Yu aimed his spear at the Taoist old man, using the powers of the 3 spirits at the same time, and offered the man a taste of the spear once more before attacking him. The old man immediately reacted to Ching Yu's attack and used his purple whip as a shield, barely withstanding Ching Yu's attack. The shockwave from the attack was felt by all the spectators. Even Prince Jin Nan was surprised by such a huge force, but when he opened his eyes, he was shocked. There was a huge hole in the arena, and the Taoist old man was bleeding. The old man couldn't stand it. He fell to his knees, and then Ching Yu came over to him. At the same time, Ching Chuan was becoming more and more amazed at Ching Yu's strength. After all, he was able to make a breakthrough during the battle and defeat the Taoist old man at the peak of the spiritual realm. The prince could not believe what he had seen, but Lu Jilan was glad that he had not accidentally snacked in front of this demon. Otherwise, the entire ruthless sword school would have been doomed to death. Ching Yu stood in front of the wounded old man who was in a desperate situation. The old man admitted his defeat. He offered to give Ching Yu anything he wanted as long as he did not kill him. But Ching Yu replied that he only wanted his death. Suddenly, Ching Yu's body became heavy and symbols appeared on the ground, forming a magic circle around Ching Yu. Seeing this, Li Shenyu was excited about what was happening. Seeing Shenyu trapped inside the magic circle, the old man began to laugh madly, realizing that Ching Yu was the main talent of the continent. Yet he was so inexperienced, the old man began to explain to the trapped Ching Yu that he had spent many years to create this magic circle. The essence of the circle was that once someone was inside, their soul would immediately begin to decompose into a shell. The old man told Xianyu that he had lived in this world for over 100 years and had managed to destroy many lives with this technique, while Ching Yu was just a young boy who had yet to see anything in this world, but had time to be proud. After that, the old man activated the magic circle, causing Ching Yu's soul to burn, killing Xianyu, and the old man wanted to take his holy fire. Suddenly, the magic circle was damaged, and the old man was shocked that the magic circle he had used for so many years could not work on Xianyu. Xianyu grabbed the old man and told him that he had seen things in the desert that he had never dreamed of, but his magic circle was fine. It was just that Xianyu's techniques against the soul did not work. Xianyu called the old man a miserable old dog because he thought he had everything under control since he had been trampling this land for over 100 years, and most people had no idea how much evil he could do in that time. But Ching Yu knew much more about him. The Taoist old man began to beg for mercy, promising not to raise his hand against Ching Yu again, saying that by killing Shilin, Ching Yu had insulted the Polar Sun clan, but by killing him, the clan would never rest until they took revenge. The old man begged Ching Yu not to kill him, and in return, he even agreed to be his messenger, and was even willing to help the immortal clan take revenge. Ching Yu launched a series of attacks on the old man's arm, shredding it to pieces, but the old man asked Ching Yu to be smarter, because even the protection of Buddha Heart Temple would not save him from the wrath of the Polar Sun clan, and by saving his life, Ching Yu would be saving his own life. Ching Yu stepped on the old man's foot and said that he did not need to save his life because it belonged to him alone, and no one could take it away from him. And he certainly could not rely on the old man who set such conditions, and then broke the old man's leg. The old man started shouting that Ching Yu was a real demon, and Ching Yu was a little surprised that it was the old man who called him a demon. He told the old man that he didn't even know how Ching Yu was able to stop himself from attacking him when they first met at the prince's residence. But at that moment, he was too weak and kept telling himself that he had to be patient for a little longer. But now, Ching Yu punched the old man's arm again, telling him that his anger could not be contained. The old man on his deathbed laughed softly. After all, dying at the hands of a great warrior is not so shameful. But before he dies, he just wants to know what he could have done to make Ching Yu so angry. Ching Yu kicked the old man with all his might and said that in the first year of his reign, on the orders of Li Qinghe, he had captured Li Qinghe and not only crushed all her bones, but also chained her in the death pit of the desolate lands. The death pit is known as one of the worst places to torture people, as even the slightest touch to the skin there turns into excruciating pain, a fate far worse than death. Ching Yu's tears flowed as he told about the old man torturing Li Qinghe. The old man panicked, not knowing what Ching Yu was talking about. After all, Li Qinghe was still alive. He cried out with all his might that he was innocent and begged not to be killed for no reason. Ching Yu gathered the holy fire in his hand and sent the old man straight to hell, leaving no ashes behind. The arena was silent, and Li Yue, his grandfather Li Qinghe, and Waner were happy that Ching Yu had won. Ching Yu raised his head to the sky and said that the Taoist elder was dead, and the next in line would be this couple, Sacred Sword Empire. Xiaodin performed a blood ritual on Ching Yu under the supervision of his Xiaohuang. Xiaodin realized that everything depended on his ability to awaken the immortality seal, so he ordered it to appear. Suddenly, Xiaodin's body was enveloped by a powerful energy. That surprised even Yao Huan. After completing the transformation, Xiaodin sighed as his body glowed with energy. Zhao Dian began to rejoice, shouting that he had awakened the immortal seal, and Zhao Huang praised Zhao Dian, suggesting that Zhao Dian take Li Qinghe as his wife, since her blood could awaken the immortal seal, and as a faithful wife, she would obey unconditionally. However, he could not imagine that instead of the immortal seal, Zhao Dian could awaken the almighty seal, so he laughed, because he had never heard that anyone from the Zhao family had managed to do so in the past 10,000 years. In fact, among all the immortals, one could count on one's fingers those who had managed to awaken the supreme seal, while Zhao Dian had managed to awaken the supreme seal. Zhao Huang was glad that he could finally return to the immortals, since they would no longer have anything to do with the ordinary layman. Zhao Huang suggested that Zhao Dian return to the immortals to further develop his strength, saying that they would be able to unite all the immortals, and the members of the Zhao clan would become their rulers. Zhao Dian replied to his uncle that he should follow the rituals, because the one who awakens the supreme seal should become the head of the family. When Zhao Huang heard this, he was indignant for a moment, but he had to agree anyway. But Zhao Dian was dissatisfied with his uncle's behavior and ordered him to kneel down. Zhao Huang, Wenxi, immediately understood everything and could not contain his laughter. He liked Zhao Dian's determination and was sure that this was what their ruler should be, a cold-blooded tyrant. Zhao Huang kneeled down and introduced himself as Zhao Huang, an immortal of the Zhao family in the 147th generation, and welcomed Zhao Dian as the new head of their family. Zhao Dian ordered his uncle to spread the news of the new ruler to all the members of the clan so that they would come down to this world to bow before him, and Zhao Huang accepted this order without hesitation. Zhao Dian let his uncle stand up, and then Zhao Huang asked what they should do with Li Qinghe, to which Zhao Dian replied that although she was a mere mortal, she was able to get into his heart, because she could be affectionate, so he wanted her to stay by his side. Zhao Huang agreed, and looked at his consort, Prince Jinnan's residence. Prince Jinnan praised Li Qinghe, saying that he had lived in this world for many years, but no one had ever been able to defeat him like Ching Yu, because before he was 18 years old, Ching Yu was able to defeat the Taoist old man. Then the prince warned Ching Yu that the Taoist old man was closely related to the Polar Sun clan, and since Ching Yu had killed both the old man and Shulin, the clan would never stop until he took revenge. Qinghe offered Ching Yu to join the Buddha Heart Temple, guaranteeing him complete safety, because even though their temple was slightly inferior in strength to the Polar Sun clan, they would never dare to declare war on them. The Jasper Fairy envoy intervened and said that the Jasper Fairy clan was also capable of protecting Ching Yu, so he didn't need to join the Buddha Heart Temple. Qinghe asked Bai Feifei what she was implying, and Bai Feifei replied that Li Qinghe was their best student and would most likely be their next chief. And most importantly, she had grown up with Ching Yu and was his loyal friend, so she was sure that this was a good reason to choose her Jasper Fairy clan. After that, Feifei spoke to Ching Yu on behalf of the chief and promised that if he joined their clan, Li Qinghe would be appointed as the deputy chief of their clan for 3 years, and Ching Yu himself would take the position of manager, which was the same as a deputy in terms of authority. Ching Yu and Qin Chuan got angry with Bai Feifei and offered Ching Yu similar terms from the Buddha Heart Temple. In the middle of this argument, Prince Jin Nan realized that he couldn't give any advice in this situation and left the decision up to Ching Yu. Ching Yu made up his mind and told the envoys that he would not join any of their clans, shocking them, and then added that he would still go to Buddha Heart Temple to train for a while. Upon hearing this, Ching Yu realized that the heavenly stone would still be the sole possession of their temple, and since she was happy with Ching Yu's decision, she thanked him from the bottom of her heart. She had to accept the fact that he would not set foot in their clan. After all, given his talent, they would only shackle him when he deserved better. Disappointed by Ching Yu's choice, Bai Feifei immediately apologized and decided to leave. Looking at the departing envoy's back, Ching Yu remembered the grudge from his past life. In the past life, when the Taoist old man came to the Qi clan and demanded that they give him Liqingha, they gave her up without any objection. So Ching Yu decided that his clan would no longer exist in this life. Prince Jin Nan called Ching Yu over and held out a ring, explaining that it contained all the stakes of the 4 great clans. Ching Yu closed the palm of the prince's hand and said that he didn't need it, which surprised the prince. So Ching Yu offered to keep the ring as a memento of his great army and wished the prince to live out his old age without poverty. Hearing about the great army, the prince lowered his gaze to his old hands, and tears flowed from his eyes. He began to cry, remembering his army. Ching Yu bowed to the prince and began to recount the exploits of Prince Jin Nan's great army, which had won hundreds of battles and made the sky red. 9 of the prince's sons and 40 of his grandsons had died defending the human race on the borders of the empire. Ching Yu admitted that he knew that the prince had given away almost all of his wealth to help the relatives of the fallen warriors, and the prince himself had almost lost his once productive cultivation after suffering a concussion. Ching Yu recognized that the prince was a true hero, so he wanted to express his gratitude to him on behalf of all the survivors of his great army. The prince thanked Ching Yu for his kind words and was about to say something to him, but Ching Yu interrupted him and told him not to worry and vowed that no matter how high he reached in his cultivation, he would always protect the human race and deal ruthlessly with its enemies for the sake of the world's prosperity. Divine Spear Clan, Ancestor Worship Temple. Wang Tiqiang and Huang Xian knelt in front of their ancestral altar. Wang Tiqiang slapped his forehead on the ground and apologized to his great-grandfather for his infirmity and for never being able to restore their clan to greatness. The wounded Huang Xian tried to apologize to his father, but his father slapped him and ordered him to beat his forehead on the ground and repent. Huang Xian immediately began to beat his forehead on the ground, justifying to his great-grandfather that it was not that he was weak, but that his opponent was inhumanly strong, so Huang Xian could not do anything. Wang Tiqiang began to threaten his son for daring to make excuses in front of the ancestor, and was about to strike him when suddenly the shrine lit up with blue fire, forming the image of their ancestor. The ancestor was ashamed that his descendants had degenerated and become so pathetic, and Wang Tiqiang and Huang Xian were shocked to see the ancestor. The ancestor sighed and said that he couldn't take it anymore, saying that Huang Xian had the Wang bloodline in him, so he would be able to open his spiritual consciousness, after which he would be obligated to revive the clan and restore it to its former greatness. The ancestor raised his hand to his chest and called out the tablet, telling his descendant that it was a unique token of their clan that would open the way to the mountain abode where he had cultivated during his lifetime. After handing over the tablet, the ancestor instructed the descendant to go to that place and gather all his treasures for the prosperity of his clan, after which his spirit dissipated. Huang Xian grabbed the tablet and immediately started bragging to his father about their ancestor giving him the tablet. Wang Tiqiang recalled the stories his grandfather had told him, that during his great-grandfather's time, their clan was one of the greatest on the continent. No one could compare to him back then. But one day, he had insulted the immortal clan, causing their clan to instantly fall into decline. Wang Tiqiang suggested that if his son could retrieve the treasures from the mountain dwelling, they would have a hope of rebirth. Huang Xian smiled, because unlike Ching Yu, who had found something in the desert lands, Huang Xian had the legacy of a great ancestor. Suddenly, someone behind them began to applaud. The stranger said that he did not know that the Divine Spear Clan was founded by the descendants of a once great family, and he must have bet on them for a reason. Huang Xian and his father immediately turned around and saw Chulin's face. Huang Xian immediately fell down in fear as he was a ghost, after which Chulin took off his hood and said that he was quite alive. Huang Xian asked how he had survived since he had personally seen Ching Yu take his life. Chulin laughed and revealed that a year ago, the Polar Sun clan had 18 sons, and he was the last of them, but now he was the 5th son. And now the Polar Sun clan had 5 sons. Chulin asked if they could guess where the other 13 sons had gone, And he told them that he had made his way up through flesh and blood, and when he killed the eighth son, he found the imaginary death technique on his body. After the story, Chulin asked Huang Xian if he wanted to kill Ching Yu, to which Huang Xian replied that he would not be able to rest until he did so. Chulin told Huang Xian that he now had the perfect opportunity to do so, suggesting that he lure Ching Yu to the mountain retreat where they would kill him, and also promising that he would not touch the Wang family's legacy as he only wanted Ching Yu's 9th rank sacred fire. Huang Xian asked Chulin how he was going to kill Ching Yu, since even the Taoist old man was no match for him, but Chulin only replied that he had his own methods. After killing the Taoist old man, Ching Yu's next step might be to return to the Divine Sword Empire, so there was no time to lose. And therefore, if we fail to lure Ching Yu to the mountain abode tomorrow, the Wang family will not like the consequences. Saying that this, Chulin immediately disappeared from the temple. Afraid of the sentence, Huang Xian asked his father what they should do, to which he replied that they had no choice but to go to Ching Yu tomorrow and invite him politely, as the success of this case would depend on their fate. Tianh, Wuxi and her sister. Wu bowed to Ching Yu and sincerely congratulated him on winning the Sacred Fire competition, after which they were even more interested in the Great Wasteland, because Ching Yu had found something there that helped him defeat the Taoist elder. Ching Yu told them that the events of the competition were nothing to worry about, but more importantly, he was going to the Divine Sword Empire tomorrow to take revenge on his enemies. So, Ching Yu stood up and whispered to the sisters that he had a job for them, the description of which surprised them. The next day, Prince Jinnan's residence. Ching Yu and his friends gathered at the prince's residence to see Ching Yu off. Warner wished Ching Yu a safe journey. Li Yu asked him to be careful on the way, because even though he killed the Taoist old man, Zhao Dian has more powerful patrons. Ching Yu asked her not to worry, promising that Zhao Dian would not escape death this time. When Shuang told Ching Yu that she had decided to go with him, after his revenge, they would return to Buddha Heart Temple. Suddenly, a messenger ran into the residence, saying that the prince was visited by Mr. Wang Tiqiang and Huang Xian from the Divine Spear clan. Hearing the unexpected news, the prince allowed them to enter. Ching Yu, on the other hand, began to guess the purpose of their visit. Wang Tiqiang and Huang Xian entered the palace and bowed to the Lord. The prince asked about the purpose of their visit, and Huang Xian knelt down and bowed, saying that he had come to apologize to Ching Yu, then admitted that he had thought too much of himself and had been too rude to him. Wang Tiqiang put his hand on his son's head and began to beg Ching Yu for leniency, so that Ching Yu would not take revenge on his son. Huang Xian raised his head and offered to share with Ching Yu as compensation for his inappropriate behavior. Suddenly, Huang Xian began to look around for additional years. But Ching told him to continue. After all, everyone here was his own. Huang Xian continued, revealing that he and his father had accidentally discovered the ancient mountain abode of a prominent warrior, after which he offered Ching Yu to share the treasures left there with him. At that moment, Ching Yu was convinced of his hunch, but he clearly remembered that this had happened much later in his previous life. Qin Chuan assumed that Huang Xian wanted to lure Ching Yu into a cave, where they would be ambushed, and then asked if he thought Ching Yu was greedy and stupid enough to fall for this trick, which made Wang Tiqiang and Huang Xian terrified as their fate was sealed. Wang Tiqiang started to say that it was completely wrong. They just wanted to apologize. Huang Xian at that moment mentally prayed that Ching Yu would fall for it, but Li Yu intervened and demanded that they stop this cheap divorce and offer it to someone else. Suddenly, Ching Yu agreed to go to the mountain retreat. Wang Tiqiang rejoiced at these words and said that the place was in the Chimen mountain range, west of the city, and the sooner they went there the better, because if they left tomorrow morning, they could reach their destination in about a day. To which Ching Yu agreed without hesitation. Wang Tiqiang made his son bow. Before they hurriedly left, Li Yu started to point her finger at Ching Yu for agreeing to go with them because it was obvious that they were setting a trap for him, to which Ching Yu replied that even if she realized it, how could he not understand? And if he agreed, then he shouldn't have any problems. Qin Chuan offered to go with Ching Yu, but Ching Yu replied that he could handle it on his own. Finally, the prince told Ching Yu that they all knew about his strength, but he should still be careful because his self-confidence could lead him to his grave. Ching Yu took the prince's advice. The next day, at the foot of Chimen Mountain, after arriving there, Ching Yu jumped down from the dinosaur and began to think about his past life. Warner had a hard time here because she was the one who was summoned to this place in his past life. So Ching Yu thought that his victory in the Sacred Fire competition could change the course of future events. Wang Tiqing interrupted Ching Yu's thoughts by informing him that the ancient abode was at the foot of the mountain, and that there was a cave ahead of them, which they were about to enter. Ching Yu ordered them to show him the way, wondering if they had a plan for retreat or if they were prepared to die if they failed. At the foot of the mountain, Wang Tiqiang informed Ching Yu that they had arrived at their destination, and then struck the mountain with a shout, causing the passage inside to open. Wang Tiqiang motioned for Ching Yu to go ahead of him, inside the mountain dwelling. Upon entering the mountain abode, Ching Yu and his companions saw a huge statue of Ancestor Wang and 3 pedestals of relics. Upon getting closer, Huang Xian was shocked to recognize the relics as first-class divine weapons, but to his regret, Wang Tiqiang offered Ching Yu to take all 3 treasures. After looking at the statue of Wang's ancestor, Ching Yu realized that there was a soul inside, which probably belonged to the master of the abode, and all 3 items on the pedestals had a magical seal on them, so only those who were recognized by the statue could take the weapons. If an outsider tried to take the weapons, his body would be torn to shreds. But Ching Yu was already at a level where he was not afraid of such tricks. Ching Yu reached out his hand and picked up the divine spear, and immediately a fiery aura began to surround him, threatening to burn him to death. As the aura began to gather, Ching Yu began to inhale a lungful of air, and then exhaled with such force that the aura dissipated. After solving the problem, Ching Yu hid the divine spear in his ring. He planned to use the power of these 3 divine weapons to strengthen the spear of the god of war. Wang Tiqiang and Huang Xian were shocked to see that Ching Yu had overcome the trap. Suddenly, a space opened. At the feet of the statue, and a token flew out. Ching Yu immediately recognized it as an immortal seal token, and the immortal seal could only be awakened by immortals or their descendants. After awakening the immortal seal, the power of the one who awakened it would increase depending on the original level. At worst, the body would be 10 times stronger, but for a mere mortal, there was only one way to awaken the seal: kill the immortal and use a secret technique to peel off the seal. Ching Yu remembered that in his previous life, Huang Xian had acquired a seal and wanted to unlock the immortal seal. However, his seal was not complete. Huang Xian was surprised to see the token, as his ancestor had left him a terrifying opportunity for development. Ching Yu reminded Huang Xian that he had a similar token and demanded that he return it. Suddenly, 5 sinister figures appeared. The head of the Death Clan, Hoshijin, surrounded by servants demanding that Ching Yu give him his life first. Ching Yu immediately recognized the head of the Death Clan, who haughtily asked Ching Yu about these rumors, to which Ching Yu replied that few people in the Tianhe Empire had not heard of such a freak who was neither a boy, a girl, a man, or even a devil. After insulting Hoshijin enough, Ching Yu decided to thank him for giving him 2 beautiful female warriors, the Wu sisters. Angered that Ching Yu was proud to have won the Sacred Fire competition, Hoshijin admitted that he had heard about the recent killing of the Taoist old man and some other lowlifes, but he decided to tell Ching Yu that the Death Clan was much more dangerous than he thought. Hoshijin decided to introduce his servants. They were the best fighters of their clan. Each of them was at the peak of the spiritual realm, and together with him, there were 5 of them. Hoshijin was sure that Ching Yu had no chance of survival, and even if he had escaped from their clan once, that trick wouldn't work a second time. Hoshijin ordered his servants to kill Ching Yu, and the 4 of them immediately pounced on him. Ching Yu took out the spear of the god of war and decided to tell the assassins that the fact that he was able to kill the Taoist old man should indicate to them that he could kill several fighters at the peak of the spiritual realm. Then he swung the spear and summoned the spirit powers of Dragon Yazi, and the 9-legged golden raven scattered his enemies. Ching Yu asked Hoshijin if he had any other tricks, and Hoshijin laughed and told Ching Yu that their Death Clan was actually famous for possessing the secret art of making puppets. As the 4 assassins stood behind the head, Hoshijin explained to Ching Yu that he had long ago turned them into controllable puppets that were almost impossible to destroy, and that although Ching Yu was strong, he had no way to kill immortal beings. As soon as the assassins tried to attack Ching Yu again, he summoned the dragon spirit Yazi once more, who grabbed the assassins, squeezed their hands into a ball, and threw it next to Hoshijin. Hoshijin shouted, outraged that Ching Yu had destroyed the puppets he had used a huge amount of spiritual energy and blood to create, and was then punched in the face. Ching Yu grabbed Hoshijin's collar and began to question him about the blood he had, demanding to know how many lives Hoshijin had ruined for this. Ching Yu stabbed Hoshijin in the stomach, calling him a monster who could not be forgiven by humans or gods. Hoshijin coughed up blood from the blow and Ching Yu stabbed him with the spear of the god of war, vowing that he would avenge all the innocent souls ruined by the Death Clan today, and used his holy fire on him, causing an explosion. After inspecting the Death Clan chief's body, Ching Yu asked Wang Ticheng and Huang Xian if this was all they had prepared against him, causing them to be horrified. Suddenly, Ho Shijin's hand moved. Ho Shijin stood up and asked Ching Yu how dare he. Hearing these words from behind, Ching Yu was confused. Ho Shijin continued to repeat his question without stopping as he suddenly began to absorb a huge amount of dark red energy, turning him into a puppet. Ching Yu called Ho Shijin pathetic for choosing to turn into a puppet, but Ho Shijin immediately dodged and shouted that he was only half a puppet, and immediately begged Ching Yu to kill him. Ching Yu raised his god of war spear and hit Ho Shijin, but he was too strong, causing Ching Yu to fly back from the blow. Ching Yu thought about the fact that Ho Shijin's body had become much stronger after his transformation into a puppet, and he was now as strong as the first level of the destruction realm. Ho Shijin once again jumped at Ching Yu and threw a few slashes at him, then continued to overwhelm him, asking him what he could do now. Ho Shijin threw Ching Yu away once again and congratulated him, saying that Ching Yu would be the first puppet in history to possess a 9th rank of holy fire. Thinking that Dragon Yasi's strength was not enough to resist the destruction realm at this moment, Ching Yu stood up and told Ho Shijin to get ready as he had something to show him. Ching Yu summoned all 3 animal spirits and then absorbed the energy of the 9-legged golden raven and the lion Swanee into the dragon spirit Yasi. Ho Shijin was panicked by the fact that Ching Yu possessed the body strengthening technique and immediately attacked him to prevent him from using the technique. As soon as Ho Shijin approached Ching Yu, he disappeared as he hit the ground and threw Mr. Wang away. After the attack, Ho Shijin looked at his hand and regretted that he didn't know that killing Ching Yu wouldn't be that easy. He decided that even though he had wasted a lot of resources, it was worth it to finally put an end to the matter with Ching Yu. Ho Shijin suddenly felt an unusual aura and was shocked. He couldn't understand how this could be. Ching Yu, who was partially covered in scales, asked Ho Shijin if he liked this kind of reception. Ho Shijin was shocked that Ching Yu seemed to be a werewolf instead of a human, while Huang Xian wondered if Ching Yu was half dragon. Ching Yu thought about it. He had only strengthened his body with the power of Dragon Yasi, but since his cultivation had limits, the power of all his legendary beasts was only enough to strengthen his right arm. But the final result was equivalent to the 3rd level of the destruction realm. Ching Yu slashed at the air with his right hand, causing Ho Shijin to be hit by the terrifying power of the Yazi dragon's energy, sending him flying into the distance. After being defeated, Ho Shijin returned to his original body, spat out the blood and admitted that this was the end of his life, saying that he had used the blood of thousands of people to create a puppet body, but he couldn't take the blow. Ching Yu raised his hand and was about to finish off Ho Shijin. Suddenly, Ho Shijin called out to Chulin to save him. Chulin informed Ho Shijin that he had disappointed him, then told Ching Yu that this was not the end and that they would definitely meet again. Chulin immediately left the mountain dwelling, and Ho Shijin shouted at him how he dared to leave him. Ching Yu told Ho Shijin that he was finished now, and Ho Shijin replied that Ching Yu would not be able to kill him because after that, he would not be able to take revenge on Zhao Dian. Ching Yu was interested in the reason for this, and Ho Shijin told him that Zhao Dian had been able to awaken the Almighty Seal and that he was now preparing to ascend to heaven. Ho Shijin admitted that Ching Yu himself could find the place of ascension, but it might take him weeks, and by that time Zhao Dian would already be in the realm of immortals. Ho Shijin promised to tell Ching Yu about the ascension place if he would keep him alive and let him go. Ching Yu agreed to the deal, but Ho Shijin demanded that Ching Yu swear on his soul that he would not kill him. Ching Yu raised his hand and swore on his soul that he would not kill Ho Shijin. Then Ho Shijin sighed and said that according to the information obtained by his clan, the ascension procedure would take place on Mount Shifeng in the southwest of the Divine Sword Empire. He said that Ching Yu had a maximum of 10 days, and if he did not make it in time, Zhao Dian would be in the heavenly realm, and Ching Yu would not be able to take revenge in this life. Ching Yu thanked Ho Shijin for this valuable information and decided to kill him quickly. Ho Shijin reminded Ching Yu that Ching Yu did not keep his word, and he had already pledged his soul, and if he broke his vow, the heavens would surely rain down their punishment on him and blow Ching Yu's soul to smithereens. Ho Shijin asked if Ching Yu was really willing to defy heaven. Ching Yu squeezed Ho Shijin's hand, took his life, and threw his body to the ground. Ching Yu said that he wouldn't keep his word in front of such scum. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot down from the sky and landed on Ching Yu. Huang Xian rejoiced that the heavenly punishment would incinerate his enemy, but the lightning dissipated, and Ching Yu appeared out of the smoke, covered by Lion Swanee without a scratch. Ching Yu thanked Lion Swanee and immediately asked Huang Xian for a token. Huang Xian gave the token to Ching Yu and asked Ching Yu to repel him, promising that he wouldn't tell anyone about what happened here and that Ching Yu was a werewolf. Wang Ticheng sat down on his knees and muttered that he would not touch his son, but rather kill him, because after Huang Xian's death, their entire lineage would be broken. Ching Yu decided to annoy Mr. Wang by telling them that he would not spare them, especially Yazi was very angry with them, and there would be no mercy from him. Ching Yu raised his hand and shot energy at Huang Xian and his father Wang Ticheng. Killing them after solving all the problems, Ching Yu decided to test what these tokens could do and connected them, causing them to dissolve into a stream of energy and be absorbed into Dragon Yazi's scale-covered right hand. Ching Yu asked the dragon if it would absorb the power of the immortality seal, and the dragon agreed. So Ching Yu told the dragon that it was ready to be absorbed. The tremendous energy began to be absorbed into the dragon's hand, increasing in size, and Ching Yu realized that Dragon Yazi could not absorb all of the energy of the 7th-ranked immortality seal, so he decided to use the remaining energy to increase his own spiritual power. Under the pressure of such a huge amount of energy, even the ground collapsed. After Ching Yu finished absorbing the energy of the seal, he looked at his hand and estimated that the strength of Dragon Yaji's hand had increased by leaps and bounds, and his cultivation had now reached the peak of the spiritual realm. Ching Yu analyzed that his fighting strength was enough to defeat an opponent at the 3rd stage of the destructive realm, and with Dragon Yazi's hand, he would be able to defeat an opponent even at the 5th stage. With this strength, Ching Yu didn't care what seal Zhao Dian had awakened, his days were numbered. Ching Yu calculated that his journey to Him Ti would take 9 days, and he would not have time to return to Tianhe, so he decided to go directly to Zhao Dian. And then he wrote a letter in the air for Wu Yu, telling her to tell Prince Jin Nan and the others that Ching Yu had gone to take revenge alone, and that he would return to Tianhe once he killed Zhao Dian. After sending the message, Ching Yu set off on his journey. Chiefing Mountain. Zhao Dian, Li Qinya, and Zhao Huang stood on the cliff. Li Qinya asked her husband if she would be laughed at in the heavenly kingdom, and he replied that no one would dare laugh at her because he would be with her. Zhao Dian promised Li Qinya that when he became the Lord of Immortals, he would make her the Empress of all humans. Upon hearing this, Li Qinya thanked Zhao Dian, while Zhao Huang stood behind him with a serious face in anticipation. Suddenly the sky lit up and a passage opened at the spot of the lightning. An energy ladder appeared, and 2 immortals emerged from the passage. Zhao Shen'er greeted her lord, and then explained to him that she could not enter the world of the living because her cultivation was too strong and would bring chaos to the world of the living, so she would not be able to descend personally. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huang told his nephew that Zhao Shen'er was talking nonsense about chaos, and that this upstart was just trying to intimidate them from the doorstep. Zhao Dian asked his uncle not to get upset, because he would not let her live after such an insult, and then told Liquin Hado go to the immortal world with him. Suddenly, someone flying in from far away called out to Zhao Dian, and when Zhao Dian, his wife and his uncle turned around, they saw Ching Yu landing next to them. Recognizing Ching Yu, Zhao Dian looked at him haughtily as if he were scum, but Ching Yu would not let him go until their differences were resolved. Zhao Shen'er immediately assumed that it was the same Ching Yu from the rumors, and realized that she thought this day would be special for a reason. Then her brother confirmed that it was indeed him and offered to kill him. Zhao Shen'er told him that there was no point in interfering since Zhao Dian had awakened the Almighty Seal, and it should be no problem for him to deal with a mortal, and if Zhao Dian still could not kill a mortal, then he was not worthy to rule her Zhao clan at the top of the world. And her brother had to agree. Ching Yu and Li Qinya were ready to fight Zhao Dian, but Li Qinya was in a panic because her father's killer had caught up with them. After testing Ching Yu's strength, Zhao Dian praised him, saying that only a few people could reach the peak of the spirit world in such a short time, and Ching Yu said that he did not like him anymore, but roared and begged his uncle for help. Zhao Dian laughed out loud because Ching Yu was trying to annoy him, and asked him if he thought he had become worthy of challenging an immortal just by reaching the peak of the spiritual realm. Zhao Dian confessed that he used to be jealous of Ching Yu for what he was able to achieve in the desolate lands, but now it was all trash to him. Zhao Dian ordered his uncle to kill Ching Yu, and Ching Yu immediately jumped on him. Zhao Huang advised Ching Yu that it would be better for him to sit in a corner like a scared mouse after being expelled from the Divine Sword Empire, instead of coming here to die. To which Ching Yu replied that Zhao Huang thought too much of himself, and then struck back. Zhao Xianer asked Zhao Fengqing how many blows he thought Ching Yu could take, to which Ching Yu replied that he could not take a single blow because he could easily deal with not only Zhao Huang, but also Zhao Dian. Hearing this, Zhao Xianer asked her brother how Zhao Dian, who was in the destruction realm with the Supreme Seal, could be inferior to Ching Yu. Zhao Fengqing explained that although Ching Yu was only at the peak of the spiritual realm, his body possessed a fierce power of an unknown nature. Then he suggested that Ching Yu had probably found it in the desert lands, and most importantly, he could even handle Zhao Xianer. Zhao Dian stepped onto the stairs and explained to Li Qinhe that Zhao Huang had put all his power into his punch, so he had no doubt that Ching Yu was already dead. Then he said that they should go. Suddenly, Ching Yu asked Zhao Dian from the cloud of smoke why he was in such a hurry to leave. Zhao Huang, whose neck was grabbed by Ching Yu, called his opponent a scoundrel because he was at the destructive realm stage and was hiding his strength by deceiving him. At this point, Zhao Huang regretted not killing Ching Yu when he still had a chance. To which Ching Yu replied that unlike Ching Yu, Zhao Huang had no second chance, and took his life by breaking his neck. Ching Yu threw Zhao Huang's body and told Zhao Dian that his uncle was a weakling. Zhao Dian was furious at his uncle's death and immediately released his seal energy, while Ching Yu prepared for battle, anticipating the power of the immortal seal. Zhao Dian pulled out his divine weapon and told Ching Yu that things had changed a lot since his defeat. Ching Yu immediately realized that Zhao Dian's strength had surpassed the peak of the spiritual realm, that he had entered the stage of destruction, and that the immortal seal also strengthened his divine weapon, making him harder to deal with than puppets. Zhao Dian attacked Ching Yu and ordered him to die, causing Ching Yu to use the heavenly Thunder Spear technique to block the attack, but he was thrown back by the power of Zhao Dian's strike. As he approached Ching Yu, Zhao Dian told him that he was no longer his opponent, and delivered a horizontal blade strike that Ching Yu managed to dodge. Then Zhao Dian swung his leg in preparation for a vertical strike, but Ching Yu grabbed his leg and knocked Zhao Dian to the ground, telling him that it was too early. To celebrate victory, Ching Yu and Zhao Dian pushed off the ground with such force that small craters formed and came together in a series of collisions. Ching Yu hit Zhao Dian with his knee, sending him into the air, and jumped at him with his second technique, Second Strike Heavenly Thunder Spear, knocking him down. Spirit of Fury, knocking Zhao Dian to the ground. Ching Yu ordered Zhao Dian to get out, as he couldn't die easily from such a blow. Zhao Dian began to release even more energy, then tauntingly told Ching Yu that not only could he not kill him, but he would not be able to harm a single hair on his body, admitting that he knew from the beginning that Ching Yu had no chance. But he had no idea that the omnipotent seal would be so effective. After some thought, Ching Yu realized that he had never heard of the omnipotent seal, but he assumed that the omnipotent seal was superior to the immortal seal. At this moment, Zhao Dian was immediately behind Ching Yu, who had no time to react to this jump, and dealt him a series of punches on his back, then struck his chest with his fist, boasting that he could not withstand even a single blow. The force of this blow caused the ground to be covered in cracks. Zhao Dian shouted that while Ching Yu's strength was running out, his body was constantly flowing with power, and Ching Yu replied that he was disgusted by the sight of Zhao Dian. Zhao Dian muttered that Ching Yu was only pitying him, but admitted that he could have a great future if fate favored him, as his destiny was only to become a stepping stone on the path to greatness. Zhao Dian created a small palm-sized energy ball, which then grew to a huge size and threw it at Ching Yu. Zhao Dian asked Ching Yu not to be upset about his impending death, as being a stepping stone on the path to greatness was a death for a mere mortal, and Ching Yu was more fortunate than the other lowlifes in this world. Zhao Xianer and Zhao Fengfeng watched the battle between Ching Yu and Zhao Dian. After seeing Zhao Dian kill Ching Yu, Zhao Xianer was disappointed in Ching Yu and told her brother that his predictions had not come true. Not hearing an answer, Zhao Xianer asked what had happened and looked at her worried brother, to which Zhao Fengfeng replied that it was not the end. Zhao Dian rejoiced at Ching Yu's death, for at that moment he realized that he had truly ended the hustle and bustle of this world, and that he was about to become an immortal king in the world of immortals. Suddenly, a huge dragon hand appeared at the site of the explosion, followed by the silhouette of the dragon spirit Yasi, whose aura frightened Zhao Dian. Ching Yu asked Zhao Dian where he was going, since it was time for the second round. Zhao Dian wondered where the feeling of unbridled fear that made his hands tremble came from. For the almighty seal holder could not be in awe of an ordinary mortal bug. Shocked by what she saw, Zhao Shan'er removed the broken staff from her mouth and asked her brother what was going on, for she felt a chill from Ching Yu's strength. And even if he had gained strength in the desert lands, it shouldn't affect immortal seal holders like that. Zhao Fengfeng replied that the strength of the legendary desolate beast was comparable to that of the immortals. But he himself was confused. After all, he shouldn't be in awe of them. Whereupon he speculated that Ching Yu was able to subdue one of the strongest beasts from the desolate lands. Zhao Fengfeng advised his sister to let him finish off Ching Yu, as he might evolve to the point where it would be a disaster for them. Zhao Shan'er smiled mischievously and told her brother that Zhao Dian and Ching Yu's feud was their own business, and that only fools oppress young talents while wise men draw them to their side. She explained to her brother that from her point of view, it would be good for them if Ching Yu could kill Zhao Dian. Zhao Fengfeng suggested that she think it over, because even if she was right, she could not guarantee. Zhao Shan'er interrupted Zhao Fengfeng with an angry expression and told him that they were not debating here, and that she was only informing him of her decision, which Zhao Fengfeng did not dare to disagree with. Ching Yu walked over to Zhao Dian and asked him if he was afraid, as his hands trembled with fear. Furious, Zhao Dian picked up his sword again and asked Ching Yu who he thought he was, if he thought he could scare an immortal. After all, the Supreme Seal was the pinnacle of development, and everyone should kneel before the face of the holder of the Supreme Seal. Zhao Dian lunged at Ching Yu, saying that he was no exception, and punched him in the cheek with his fist, then began to deliver a series of blows with his blade, shouting in vain that Ching Yu could never defeat him. Zhao Fengfeng, who watched the battle, was embarrassed as Zhao Dian acted like a buffoon, while Zhao Shan'er chuckled softly, as she thought about what she would offer Ching Yu to win him over. Enraged, Zhao Dian shouted that he would win, and was about to stab Ching Yu in the chest, blood splattering. Zhao Dian smiled contentedly, but suddenly he coughed up blood in shock as he realized that it wasn't him who had pierced Ching Yu with his blade, but Ching Yu who had punched a hole in him and grabbed his core. Zhao Dian shook and tried to threaten again, but Ching Yu snatched his soul away, causing Zhao Dian to fall to the ground exhausted. Ching Yu admitted that he had realized many things that day. For example, he understood why great wars like to play with their victims like cats with sparrows. After all, these sensations are the sweetest. Saying this, Ching Yu crushed Zhao Dian's core, after which the core energy began to form the Almighty Seal. Zhao Dian wondered how he could lose. After all, he possessed the Almighty Seal. So Zhao Dian reached out to Zhao Shan'er and Zhao Fengfeng and ordered them to help him. Ching Yu glanced at the immortals, but Zhao Fengfeng remained indifferent, and Zhao Shan'er replied to Zhao Dian that she couldn't help him even if she wanted to. Hearing this refusal, Zhao Dian started to threaten Zhao Shan'er, but abruptly groaned at Ching Yu's blow, after which he turned to dust. She couldn't move for fear. Ching Yu approached her and asked her if she regretted her decision. Lakinya cried and replied that she didn't regret it. She didn't regret it because all she did was to become stronger. She wanted to become the ruler of this world, to rule over all people. After saying this, Lakinya asked Ching Yu to end it soon. Ching Yu confirmed that Liquinha was right. After all, everyone has their own choices, and she was not wrong in her choice. Ching Yu said that she was able to succeed and still become the empress of this world. After hearing that she had made the right choice to become the empress of this world, Lakinya started laughing madly, while shedding tears. But at that moment, Ching Yu took her life, and her body fell at his feet. Ching Yu closed his eyes and said that it was over. Looking at the immortal standing above him, Zhao Shan'er asked Ching Yu if he knew the consequences of killing Zhao Dian, to which Ching Yu replied that he would like to know. Zhao Shan'er sighed and explained to Ching Yu that Zhao Dian had awakened the Almighty Seal and was destined to become the head of all the immortals of the Zhao family. So logically, she should avenge Zhao Dian. When Ching Yu heard this, he said that besides him, only Zhao Shan'er wanted to kill Zhao Dian so badly, so he asked her to not hold back and rejoice that Zhao Dian was dead. Zhao Fengfeng shouted that this was nonsense, and that Ching Yu didn't know anything, to which Ching Yu replied that Fengfeng hadn't changed and still reacted to everything with the same sour face. Zhao Shan'er and Zhao Fengfeng blurted out, and then Zhao Shan'er began to think about how Ching Yu knew Zhao Fengfeng's name, because he couldn't have overheard the immortals' conversation, because the immortals' conversations were protected by a magic barrier. And Zhao Fengfeng was trying to understand why Ching Yu was talking to him as if they had known each other for a long time. Ching Yu thought that he was lucky to kill Zhao Dian so easily, because if these two weren't here, the battle would have been much bloodier. He remembered that in his past life, Zhao Xianer was the leader of the Immortal clan with at least an 8th level Immortal seal, but she was not evil in temperament, and she almost never killed innocent people. In his past life, it was only because of her support that he was able to resist Zhao Dian for a long time, but unfortunately, in the end, Zhao Dian killed her. As for Zhao Fengfeng, before he died, he had begged Ching Yu to kill Zhao Dian, but Ching Yu was unable to do so at that time, and only fulfilled his request now. Ching Yu raised his head and ordered the immortals to go down. Zhao Xianer called him curious, but decided to go down. With his brother anyway. Ching Yu held out his hand with the supreme seal, and said that since he had killed Zhao Dian, the seal belonged to him. Zhao Fengfeng protested, and Zhao Xianer explained that the heavenly seal would be of no use to him, and although people could awaken the immortal seal with secret techniques, the heavenly seal was something else. The supreme seal is much more valuable than any immortal seal, and those who can awaken it are only born once every 1,000 years, and it can only be absorbed by the immortals of the Zhao family. And if Ching Yu doesn't believe it, he can try it himself. Ching Yu tried to absorb the seal, but it did not yield. Zhao Xianer said that he had now personally verified that she had not deceived him, and Ching Yu thought that he could not absorb the seal, but if he could awaken the 5th son of the Dragon Town, he might be able to absorb the seal, which would become stronger, but Tao Te would not appear until he reached the peak of the destruction realm. Zhao Xianer smiled slyly and offered Ching Yu to give up the omnipotent seal in exchange for a 3rd-level divine weapon and a 7th-level immortality seal, but Ching Yu immediately refused, saying that these things were not even close to the omnipotent seal. Zhao Xianer said that Ching Yu knew the whole story of his feud with Zhao Dian and asked what he thought about it. Ching Yu replied that she was heaven's favorite, whereupon Zhao Xianer smiled and offered to become Ching Yu's fiancée and later his wife. When Ching Yu heard this, he was stunned, but after a moment, his face fell in disgust. Zhao Fengfeng immediately protested to his sister not to do it, and then asked Ching Yu why he had a frown on his face when he heard the proposal, if it was because he didn't like her. Ching Yu asked if Fengfeng wanted him to accept, but he immediately refused. Zhao Xianer said that she was completely serious, then pointed her finger at Ching Yu and said that although he was not strong enough to be her husband, he had great potential and she was willing to personally help him develop, and when he became strong enough, she would marry him. With a slight blush, Zhao Xianer promised Ching Yu that she would not hide their relationship during the premarital period and that she would immediately announce her decision to the Zhao family. Fengfeng wanted to stop his sister, but he didn't dare because it was her decision. Zhao Xianer said that even though he had lost Li Qing'e, she was still better than her. Ching Yu mentally praised Zhao Xianer for being determined to do such a thing to win her over. But Ching Yu grabbed Zhao Xianer's hand and apologized, saying that her offer was very tempting, but he still refused. Zhao Xianer asked Ching Yu to directly answer what he was afraid of, to which he replied that he wasn't afraid of anything, he just wasn't interested in her. Zhao Xianer became angry and asked Ching Yu not to test the limits of her kindness. After all, she had personally opened her heart, and although he was strong, he would hardly be able to defeat her and her brother. Ching Yu replied that he was willing to fight them to the death, which made Zhao Fengfeng furious that Ching Yu refused to take his sister as his wife. Ching Yu reminded them that they wouldn't be able to kill him, and although they had some trump cards, he wasn't that easy either, and if they didn't kill him, the Zhao immortal bloodline would have another hidden threat. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengfeng could only tiptoe with restraint. Ching Yu reminded them that he had an all-high seal and said that he could pass it on to another immortal clan. Zhao Fengfeng thought this was a threat, but Ching Yu replied that he was not threatening, but merely explaining the balance of power. Zhao Xianer told Ching Yu and her brother to stop fighting, and asked what Ching Yu wanted in exchange for the omnipotent seal. Ching Yu said that first he wanted a 4th-level divine weapon, and second, he wanted 10 9th-level divine pills. At this moment, Ching Yu thought that the omnipotent seal was not of much value to him, and keeping it to strengthen the dragon a bit in the future was useless, since one could get something useful right now. And thirdly, Ching Yu asked for 3 7th-level immortality seals. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengfeng immediately started screaming and called it robbery, to which Ching Yu replied that he was glad that Fengfeng realized this, but it was pointless to say it out loud. Zhao Xianer explained to Ching Yu that she could give him a 4th-level divine weapon, But the ninth level pills were too valuable, and she didn't have that many. But in exchange, she was willing to give him 1 rank 9 pill, 10 rank 8 pills, 50 rank 7 pills, and of course 3 7th stage immortality seals. Zhao Fengfeng wanted to warn his sister that it wasn't worth it, but she asked him not to worry about it since these things were plentiful. She asked Ching Yu if he agreed to the deal, to which he said yes, and they raised their hands to seal the deal with a handshake. But Ching Yu missed Zhao Xianer's hand. Ching Yu replied that he thought she was going to give him something, but for some reason, she held out her hand. At that moment, Zhao Xianer held back as much as she could to avoid getting angry. The immortals were climbing the stairs to return to the immortal world. Zhao Xianer held the almighty seal in her hand, happy that she had managed to get it, while Zhao Fengfeng, who was walking behind her, said that he could not let Ching Yu go unpunished for his arrogance, and that he was not willing to swallow this insult so easily. Zhao Xianer replied to her brother that he would have to hold on to his grudge. After all, it was nothing compared to getting the seal. Zhao Xianer turned around and told her brother that Ching Yu was more cunning than he seemed, and thought about his next move much further than others. She reminded her brother of the rumors that he had gained something incredible in the desolate lands that made him so strong, but she was sure that it wasn't that simple. Upon hearing this, Fengfeng asked what she meant. As soon as the immortals disappeared, the free cultivator came out from behind the cliff, happy that she had seen something interesting, namely that Ching Yu had skillfully used the wasteland beast, and that he had reached an agreement with the Zhao family immortals. She was sure that her parents would be very pleased, and that they would soon have another great warlord. Then she laughed in anticipation of her upcoming meeting with Ching Yu, and she left by jumping off the cliff. 10 days later, Qianhe City. Qin Chuan was standing at the city gate waiting for Ching Yu, when she suddenly saw a familiar silhouette. She greeted Ching Yu and congratulated him. Ching Yu confirmed that he had indeed settled the old matters and suggested that they go to see Prince Jin Nan together. Qin Chuan tilted her head sadly and replied that Prince Jin Nan and his granddaughter had already left, leading Ching Yu to believe that it was because of the werewolf attack. Qin Chuan gave Ching Yu a letter from Li Yu, in which Li Yu congratulated Ching Yu for killing Zhao Dian and said that she wanted to prepare something festive to celebrate his arrival. But the situation at the border had become very difficult, so she and her grandfather had to leave immediately. She wrote that she had decided to join her grandfather's great army, and although Ching Yu didn't know it, she could wield a spear without being inferior to him. Li Yu wished Ching Yu good luck in the Buddha Heart Temple, as she was sure that he would be even stronger by the time they met again, but she would definitely be. As she had no other choice, at the end of the letter, Li Yu said goodbye to Ching Yu, as she had to leave. After reading the letter, Ching Yu prayed for her to come back alive. Qin Chuan asked Ching Yu not to worry about the prince and his granddaughter, saying that they would definitely repel the werewolf invasion. Ching Yu said that they should go as well, to which Qin Chuan agreed. After a while, the carriage was moving at full speed. Inside the carriage were Ching Yu, Joryu, Warner, and Qin Chuan. Ching Yu said that he hadn't expected Warner to go to Buddha Heart Temple on business as well, to which she replied that she had long planned to open a branch of her auction house there, and she was happy to share the road with him. After listening to Warner, Ching Yu waved his head in agreement with her. At that moment, Joryu pulled his sleeve and asked him where aunts Wu Yue and Wuxi were now. Ching Yu replied that they were already waiting for them in Buddha Heart City. Half a month later, Buddha Heart City. Ching Yu and the girls arrived at Buddha Heart City. Joryu looked out of the window and marveled at such a big city, and Warner agreed that this city was indeed much bigger than Tianhe. Qin Chuan told them that they would first rest in the city, and after a few days they would go to the temple. Suddenly, Ching Yu saw something happening nearby. Qin Chuan wanted to say something, but didn't dare, until Ching Yu asked. She explained that they were free warriors who were recruiting new recruits for their teams. There was no influence of powerful schools or temples behind them, so in order to make some money in a short time, they have to. Ching Yu was ahead of Qin Chuan and said that they were going to the desert lands. When Qin Chuan heard Ching Yu's sad tone, Qin Chuan wanted to ask Ching Yu about it, but he left the conversation saying that everyone has their own way and suggested that they go on their way. In front of the huge mansion, when Ching Yu and the girls got out of the carriage, Jiraiya waved her hands in delight at the huge mansion. Qin Chuan said that the mansion was her property and suggested that Ching Yu and Jiraiya stay there, to which Ching Yu replied that they would have a good rest today and go for a walk tomorrow. Night in Ching Yu's room, Ching Yu meditated in his room surrounded by divine weapons, then took out the God of War spear and used heavenly fire suppression to improve the God of War spear at the expense of the other weapons. By sacrificing an extra divine weapon, Ching Yu was able to upgrade the War God's spear to a 4th grade divine weapon. After upgrading the spear, Ching Yu took out 3 7th grade immortality seals and was about to offer them to the dragon Yazi, but the dragon ate them all in one bite without listening to Ching Yu and regurgitated them, causing Ching Yu to complain that he had left him nothing and Yazi to smile. Ching Yu chased away Yazi's dragon spirit, calling it heartless, and thought that after absorbing the 3 7th stage immortality seals, he would be able to use both dragon hands at once, and when the next breakthrough occurred, he would enter the stage of the destruction realm. Ching Yu took out the pills he had obtained from the deal with Zhao Xianer and began to consume them, thinking that an ordinary 7th class pill could instantly raise a 9th class spiritual realm warrior to the peak, and with 50 such pills, Ching Yu should at least break through to the destructive realm stage. As soon as Ching Yu broke through, a powerful aura of the destructive realm level roared around the mansion. Ching Yu was able to break through to the 1st level, and he could rightfully consider that he had taken a big step towards greatness. The path to greatness consisted of 7 stages: spiritual division, destruction, emptiness, fusion, ascension, immutability, and supremacy. After entering the destructive realm, an energy crystal capable of storing spiritual energy is formed in the body, allowing a warrior at the 1st stage of the destructive realm to store 10 times more energy than a warrior at the peak of the spiritual realm. As they moved up to the next level, the amount of energy also increased by 10 times, but Ching Yu's energy increased by 100 times instead of 10 times. Ching Yu calculated that at this moment, with his strength in Dragon Yazi's hands, he could overwhelm a warrior at the 5th stage of the destructive realm and even get a head start on the peak of the destructive realm, and if he fought to the death, he could even finish off a warrior at the 1st stage of the void realm. At this moment, there was no one stronger than Ching Yu in the entire Tianhe Empire, and after all, in his previous life, he had reached such heights when he was 40 years old, while in this life, he was only 18 years old. When Ching Yu reached the desolate realm, he decided to return to the desolate lands. Ching Yu remembered that the wasteland realm was divided into 7 borders. The first was the border of the desolate lands. The border of the wasteland realm was mostly filled with wild beasts, the strongest of which had reached the peak of the spiritual realm, but most of them were at the 1st and 2nd stages. The second border is a huge depression. Most warriors believe that there is nothing scarier in life than this, and even Ching Yu thought so in his previous life, because then he could not imagine what other dangers lurked in the desolate lands. In his previous life, Ching Yu's carelessness had caused him to fall through a crevice. At that moment, the legacy of the desolate lands came to him. Ching Yu asked him to wait for his friends for a while, as he would soon awaken and summon them all, and he wanted to see with his own eyes the last 8 wasteland beasts that he had failed to subdue in his previous life. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, interrupting Ching Yu's thoughts. Ching Yu allowed the guest to enter the room. Wumo Yu bowed to the master and reported that she and her sister had completed the task, collected all the treasures of the Death Clan, and destroyed all the remaining puppets. After finishing the report, Wu Yu handed the loot to Ching Yu, and after looking at the treasures, Ching Yu took the 9-tailed phoenix for himself and gave the treasures to his sisters. Wu Yu thanked the Lord for his generosity. Ching Yu asked Wuxi, and Wu Yu replied that her sister had already contacted Liqinghe and was currently in a state of stealth. Hearing this, Ching Yu asked Wu Yu to tell her sister to be careful because the cloaking technique he'd given her was very effective, but it still couldn't show its full potential because of Wuxi's cultivation. One mistake and she would be discovered, and once discovered, she would be killed. Hearing this, Wu Yu became nervous and immediately agreed with Ching Yu and left, after which Ching Yu looked at the moon. The next day, Buddha Heart City, Ching Yu and the girls went for a walk. Ching Yu remembered that Buddha Heart City's wine was famous throughout the Tianhe Empire, so he decided not to miss the opportunity. Suddenly, Jiraiya started jumping up and down and asked for wine, but Ching Yu said that it was too early for her to drink it. So Jiraiya got upset and went to Wu Yu to cry. At the tavern, at the entrance of the pub, Qin Chuan recognized a man. Ching Yu asked who he was, and Qin Chuan replied that she couldn't stand that man. It was Qin Chuan of the Ice and Flame sect. Seeing Qin Chuan and her companions, Qin Chuan immediately realized that Ching Yu was standing next to her and suggested that he join their sect because in the Buddha Heart Temple, he would only waste his ninth rank holy fire. But Qinchuan interrupted Qinchuan, saying that their temple had high hopes for Ching Yu's arrival. And so, Qinchuan's face was covered with vessels of anger, and he said that he was most annoyed by people who interrupted other people's conversations. But he would forgive her since he was in a good mood today, and finally reminded her that there would be consequences if it happened again. Qinchuan held a grudge against Qinchuan, so Qinchuan approached Ching Yu and asked him to go with him. But Ching Yu had no intention of leaving and asked who he was. Qinchuan turned around and replied that he had forgotten that Ching Yu was from the village, then said that he was the chief disciple of the Ice and Flame sect. Ching Yu said that he had heard of this sect, to which Qinchuan replied that Ching Yu was not completely ignorant since he had heard of their sect, and ordered Ching Yu to go with him because there was already a position worthy of Ching Yu in their sect. He said that a talented young man like Ching Yu would only be wasting his time in the Tianh Empire, and by joining their sect, he would be able to rise to the position of an administrator in just a few years. Ching Yu replied that he was judged too lowly, and that he had heard that their sect was subservient to immortals, and even gave their wives and daughters to them just to please their masters. After saying that, Ching Yu apologized because he did not want to become a part of the Puppet Master sect. Qinchuan laughed at the way Ching Yu wiped Qinchuan's nose, and then Qinchuan finally became furious and prepared to kill Ching Yu. But suddenly Ching Yu put his hand on Qinchuan's shoulder and told him that their sect had no moral core, and that being a member of their sect was like living on one's knees. Besides, the thing he hates the most are the willless wimps who worship immortals. And Ching Yu used the power of the Yaji dragon to force Qinchuan to his knees. Qinchuan couldn't understand how he, who was at the third stage of the destruction realm, could be kneecapped by a small child. At that moment, Ching Yu let him go and went to the tavern with the girls, telling them that this snail was not worth giving up plans to drink wine. Qinchuan, who was on his knees, biting his lip to the point of bleeding, vowed that he would destroy Ching Yu. On the second floor of the inn, Ching Yu enjoyed the wine and praised it in front of Qinchuan, saying that it was worthy of its fame. Qinchuan assumed that Qinchuan had already rushed to report the matter and advised Ching Yu to go to Buddha Heart Temple as soon as possible. But Ching Yu told her that there was no need to worry about a second-rate sect. Qinchuan mentally prayed that her father and mentor would be able to handle the situation. Suddenly, someone on the street started shouting about perversion. Qinchuan was immediately horrified that someone in their city was molesting girls and apologized to Ching Yu, saying that she would be back soon, but Ching Yu decided to go with her. The entrance hall of the inn, a crowd of people gathered around the man and the girl discussing what had happened. The girl, who covered her ass, called the man a shameless impertinence for offering her a drink and finally touching her ass. The satisfied man, with a third-person hand mark on his face, replied to the girl that the uncle was a very responsible man and that this was his method of divination and he could not afford to be careless in his work as every detail was important. He went over to the girl and took her by the chin and told her that her uncle was not deceiving her and that the uncle would never dare to insult such a beautiful girl, because the uncle had been a noble man all his life and had no intention of straying from the righteous path. His uncle only helps beautiful girls to find their destiny so that everything will go well in their lives. His words made the girl herself doubt that he was a pervert, but the man replied that he often encountered misunderstandings, and it hurt him, but even after that, he did not give up his work and steadfastly continued to carry the heavy burden of being a fortune teller. Qinchuan boiled with rage when he heard that the man had stunned the girl, and Ching Yu, who admired him, called him cool. Suddenly, the uncle pulled his hand to the girl's chest and offered her a fortune elsewhere, but he was interrupted by Qinchuan, who appeared behind her back and wanted to taste his blood. The uncle immediately moved away from the girl and greeted little Qinchuan, then immediately offered to read her fortune, but his hand was grabbed by Ching Yu, who suggested that he be the one to read the fortune, not Qinchuan. The uncle immediately released his hand and waved Ching Yu away, saying that he wouldn't tell fortunes for people like him, then took out a handkerchief to wipe his hand, shocked that this guy had become a pervert at such a young age. Qinchuan shyly introduced her uncle. It was Shita Jinyu, a freelance employee of Buddha Heart Temple. He was very good in every way except Qinchuan sighed at his behavior. Upon hearing this name, Ching Yu remembered Shita Jinyu, the second son of the Shita family, who had been very talented since childhood, had already broken through to the destructive realm stage at the age of 18, and could have had an illustrious future. But he decided to join Buddha Heart Temple as an ordinary servant. In his own words, only Buddha Heart Temple had a sufficient collection of beauties to bring him joy in life. He was always very open and cheerful, and his favorite pastime was pretending to be a fortune teller to touch girls in various places. But he could also be called the greatest of human heroes. After all, the last time the demon race attacked, he single-handedly forced them to retreat, and thanks to him, the Buddha Heart Temple continued to sleep peacefully. In the end, he fell at the hands of the demon empress, but just before he died, he managed to pinch her ass. After that incident, the demon empress could not get rid of that heavy memory for many years. Although he was not a decent person, he was an excellent warrior. Shida Jinyu asked Ching Yu not to look at him with that look, because it scared him. Qin Chuan reminded Shida Jinyu that his father and mentor had strictly forbidden him to molest other girls, and threatened to report the incident as soon as she returned to the temple. Shida Jinyu immediately began to beg for mercy, pleading for another chance, but Qin Chuan refused. Unexpectedly, Ching Yu asked Qin Chuan to forgive Shida Jinyu on the condition that it would not happen again. Out of respect for Ching Yu, Qin Chuan agreed to forgive Shida Jinyu and immediately offered to return to the wine. On the second floor, the tipsy Shida Jinyu called Ching Yu his brother and talked about how joining the Buddha Heart Temple was the right decision. And lustfully groping the air with his hand, he began to say that his brother would soon see what kind of white-skinned female disciples with beg. At that moment, Shida Jinyu felt Qin Chuan's murderous aura and decided to stop. Then asked if that horned girl was Ching Yu's slave. Ching Yu asked what he wanted to say, and Shida Jinyu advised him to be careful with her, as she could bring a lot of trouble in the future. And Ching Yu could not help but agree. Ching Yu mentally praised Shida Jinyu for realizing what kind of family Jirowayu was, and immediately Shida Jinyu began to giggle lustily, scaring Jirowayu, and said that when she grows up, she will be an indescribable beauty, and judging from his experience, she will be pursued by many cables, causing them a lot of trouble, because not everyone is as decent as Uncle Shida. After saying that, Ching Yu was disappointed in Shida Jinyu and realized that he had overestimated him. Qin Chuan got to the point. She asked Shida Jinyu for help, more specifically for his family. Ching Yu was interested, so Qin Chuan went on to talk about the situation. With the Ice and Flame sect, after listening to Shida's story, Zheng Yu agreed that they were serious opponents, but not for his family. He asked them to stay out of it, saying that he would handle it himself. Suddenly, Ching Yu remembered how he had brought Qin Chuan to his knees, shocking his uncle, who then patted Ching Yu on the shoulder and praised him for finally finding someone to kick their nose at, and promised that he would definitely protect them. Ching Yu thanked his uncle and asked for more wine to be brought to them, as his uncle didn't deserve to go home sober. Sitting next to the elders, Jiruyu complained that she was bored here and wanted to go for a walk. Ching Yu suggested that she take a walk with Qin Chuan and Wu Yu, so she happily agreed, and the three of them left. Before they left, Qin Chuan wondered what Ching Yu wanted to talk to Shida Jinyu about alone. Shida Jinyu and Wu Yu immediately understood why Ching Yu had suggested that the girls go for a walk, and asked what he wanted to talk about. Confirming his uncle's suspicion, Ching Yu said that he wanted to borrow something from him while jabbing his finger on the table. After realizing what Ching Yu was hinting at, Shida Jinyu immediately refused Ching Yu, saying that he couldn't give someone something so valuable to him. 3 hours later, leaning on Ching Yu, Shida Jinyu happily shouted that it would be good to drink some more, and said that from now on, Ching Yu was like a brother to him, and that he would do anything for him. Ching Yu sighed at the thought of Qin Chuan calling him uncle. Suddenly, Ching Yu felt something that confused his uncle. Ching Yu told him that the girls were in trouble. Shida Jinyu asked if the Ice and Flame sect had attacked them, and Ching Yu replied that he didn't know, asking his uncle to stay here for now while he went after them. Shida Jinyu said he would go to the rescue as well, but Ching Yu refused, saying that Wu Yu had signaled him that the kidnapper wanted Ching Yu to come alone. Shitu Zhongyu asked Ching Yu to be careful, and Ching Yu jumped towards the girls. Somewhere in the mountain forest, the free cultivator wondered why Ching Yu hadn't arrived yet and called him careless. Suddenly, she saw a silhouette, and Ching Yu was walking towards her with a war god spear and clearly evil intentions. She greeted Ching Yu sweetly with her arms crossed on her chest and started to wave her hand to call him over. But suddenly, Ching Yu threw his spear at her, creating a huge fireball that even surprised the free cultivator, and immediately Ching Yu jumped through the flames and grabbed her neck, saying that she was obviously looking for death. The free cultivator tried to remind Ching Yu that it was her, but he only asked who she was and she asked Ching Yu to loosen his grip. The free cultivator realized that Ching Yu had a fiery temperament, but she was really looking forward to meeting him. Ching Yu asked her if she was a member of the Ice and Flame sect, and she wrinkled her face and said that the sect was just a bunch of pathetic Immortal Clan minions, and that Ching Yu thought too little of her. Ching Yu looked at the girl's condition and asked her why she forced him to come here, but with a slightly flushed face, she asked Ching Yu to stop strangling her first. Ching Yu let go of the free cultivator's neck, and she immediately explained that she was looking for him to offer to join her clan, since the Wasteland Beast was a part of it. Immediately surprised by what he heard, Ching Yu asked the cultivator who she was, and mentally inquired how she knew about the Yazi dragon. The cultivator asked Ching Yu not to be nervous, and began to reincarnate, saying that now that the power of the Wasteland Beast was connecting them, she was willing to admit that her father was one of the guardians of the Wasteland. He was a black dragon. Ching Yu was surprised by what he heard and asked about the black dragon. After evaluating Ching Yu's appearance, the dragon daughter realized that he was surprised sincerely and really did not know about her father, which confirmed his rebirth. The dragon daughter asked Ching Yu if he knew if the desolate lands were so vast, to which Ching Yu immediately replied that he did not know. She began to explain that the desolate lands stretched for hundreds of millions of kilometers, and that it was larger than the immortal world in area. The desolate lands was divided into 7 natural borders, and each border was under the control of one of the princes, and her father was one of those princes belonging to the 7th border. Realizing how dangerous he was, Ching Yu asked Yazu if he knew anything about him, since he had never met him in the 10 years he had been in the desert lands. Dragon Yazi growled at Ching Yu that the Black King was his little brother, so Ching Yu teased Yazi that he was trying to trick him. The dragon daughter told Ching Yu that in his position, it would be natural for him to join her clan, and she was even willing to give him time to collect himself, after which she would take him to her father. Ching Yu thanked her for the invitation, but still declined, as he was used to moving on his own. The Black Dragon daughter began to lose patience and asked Ching Yu if he thought she was deceiving him or if he was afraid of something else. But Ching Yu replied that he was simply not interested. The dragon daughter told Ching Yu that he was no longer of the human race, and that only with them could he feel like he belonged, then asked if he was rejecting her because he liked Zhao Xianer. Hearing this, Ching Yu immediately realized that during the fight with Zhao Dian, the dragon daughter was hiding nearby, and he hadn't noticed her. Ching Yu replied that he was not interested in Zhao Xianer, but he would not join the Wasteland Beasts either. Realizing that Ching Yu could not be persuaded, the dragon daughter sighed and told Ching Yu that in that case, the doors of her clan would be open to him forever. Ching Yu turned away from the dragon daughter and went to the girls, telling them that he did not like their working methods and that there would be no mercy next time. The dragon daughter puffed up her cheeks and called Ching Yu a bore. Then she pointed her finger at Jirwayu and asked for permission to take her with her, because this girl had the blood of the ancient succubus race, and if she was not helped, she would not be able to reach her full potential in the future and would grow up to be a mediocre succubus. But if Ching Yu gave her Jirwayu, she would ask her father to purify her blood and get rid of the succubus blood, and she would grow up to be just like her and have a family in the form of her clan. Ching Yu considered the dragon daughter's proposal and asked her how he could trust her, to which she replied that it was very simple because their clan had a special spell to make a contract, and as long as they both kept their word, they would both live. But if one of them decided to betray the other, they would die a quick death. Ching Yu asked Yazi what he thought of this method. Then he nodded and said that it was fine. Ching Yu agreed to make a treaty with the dragon daughter, after which she walked up to him and kissed him on the lips, shocking Ching Yu. Suddenly, radiating energy circles of contract signing appeared below them. Dragon spirit Yazi watched from the side with a satisfied face and said that this was all he could do for his brother Blackie. The energy began to dissipate, and the contract signs appeared on the hands of Ching Yu and the dragon daughter, and then they ended the kiss. The dragon daughter explained to Ching Yu that from now on, their lives would depend on each other, and if he ever changed his mind, he could just call out to her with his heart, and she would immediately feel it. And if he got into trouble, her clan would always be ready to help him. Ching Yu was confused by this way of making a contract, to which the dragon daughter said that all they needed to do to make a contract was to touch each other with any part of their skin. Then she picked up Jiroyu and said goodbye to Ching Yu. Ching Yu rubbed his head, realizing that he had probably been tricked, and even speculated that Yaji might be a sent spy. At that moment, the girls woke up, and Wu Yue immediately panicked and tried to find Jiroyu. Ching Yu told her not to worry, as she was fine. But Wu Ye immediately started to apologize for what had happened, and Chen Shuang joined her. Ching Yu made it clear that he didn't blame them for anything and told them that Ji Ruyu should be fine, then turned around and left, looking at Jin Yu's back. Wu Yu blamed herself for her failure and assured herself that if she wanted to keep her reputation in the eyes of her master, she should not let something like this happen again. Meanwhile, Chen Shuang pondered over his words that Ji Ruyu would be fine. Xin Yu's temporary home. Qin Yu, the girls, and Shitu Zhengyu gathered in his room. Shitu Zhengyu asked his little brother if he was hurt in the recent fight, to which Qin Yu replied that he was fine, and the incident was just a misunderstanding. Chen Shuang was surprised to hear Shitu call Qin Yu, and Shitu Zhengyu laughed and explained that he and Qin Yu could now be considered brothers, and from now on she should call Qin Yu uncle. Chen Shuang was astonished at what she heard, but Qin Yu stood up and explained that Shitu Zhengyu was just joking, and then wished the boys a good night's sleep, as they would be going to Buddha Heart Temple in the morning. Chen Shuang told Qin Yu that the temple was already preparing to welcome them, and Qin Yu was intrigued by their warm welcome. At the gate of Buddha Heart Temple, many people were waiting for Qin Yu to arrive. The old man excitedly stated that the 9th-ranked Holy Fire warrior should definitely be lured to their side, which was agreed upon by the 2 thugs who called him father. While the angry man behind them cared little about the Holy Fire, suddenly a stagecoach appeared on the horizon, and the old man immediately realized that it was Qin Yu and ordered them to get ready. Qin Yu pulled back the curtain and asked Chen Shuang why Shitu Zhengyu had run off somewhere, to which she replied that his mentor Tianh was at the meeting, and every time he saw Shitu, he wanted to beat him. Qin Yu sighed and said that he wasn't even surprised. As soon as Qin Yu stepped out of the carriage, Tukaning immediately greeted him, walked over to Qin Yu, and put his hand on Qin Yu's shoulder, saying that he had a good figure and a strong body, which meant that all the potential was there. And his children told Qin Yu that if he, who possessed the 9th rank of Holy Fire, began to study blacksmithing, he could achieve incredible things, and he even had the potential to become a great master blacksmith. Hearing this, Qin Yu laughed softly. He was sure that if they knew what his 9th heavenly destruction fire was capable of, they would not be having so much fun. Chen Shuang greeted Uncle T and said that his enthusiasm was pouring out of him, to which he replied that there was nothing wrong with that. It was not every day that one would meet such a talent. Then he explained to Chen Shuang that her father and mentor were supposed to meet them as well, but they were distracted by some business, to which she replied that there was nothing wrong with that. The man behind Taining's back laughed as he walked up to Qin Yu and welcomed him as the newest member of Buddha Heart Temple. Chen Shuang then introduced him as Bai Fei Fan, one of her temple brothers and the most talented novice, and although he only possessed the 7th rank of Holy Fire, his success in forging was amazing, and he also excelled in brewing elixirs, which was something he had no peer in, and most importantly, he had already reached the peak of the spiritual realm in his cultivation. He was also very friendly, and she hoped that Qin Yu would be able to befriend him. Bai Fei Fan embarrassedly put his hand on his head and told Chen Shuang that she was praising him too much, and it was not worth burdening a travel-weary guest. To which Qin Yu agreed that it was very tactful of him. Qin Yu thought about the fact that when he saw Bai Fei Fan, he realized that he smelled like the polar sun sect. Bai Fei Fan told Qin Yu that they were having a banquet today to celebrate his arrival, and that as an elder, he would be honored to teach him everything he knew. Qin Yu thanked Bai Fei Fan, and he offered to call him simply Brother Bai. Chen Shuang was pleased that Qin Yu and Bai Fei Fan were getting along so well, and was sure that they would soon become good friends. Whereupon Tianh laughed out loud and explained that it was only natural for everyone to live together in their temple, and then invited Chen Shuang to go inside. While the brothers looked at each other behind their backs, inside Buddha Heart Temple, the maidens of Buddha Heart Temple greeted Qin Yu, which made Qin Yu feel embarrassed and mentally agreed with Shitu Zhengyu's choice. Bai Fei Fan explained to Qin Yu that their temple has always been characterized by inner tranquility and mild rules, and although they don't live under strict restrictions, but he has something to deliver. Leng Chen Shuang is the personal disciple of the clan chief, and her father Leng Ningpo is the strongest warrior of their temple. He wanted to say that whoever marries Leng Chen Shuang will control the temple in the future, and there are countless people who dream of that. Therefore, Qin Yu should be more careful in what he says, and does so as not to get into trouble carelessly. When Qin Yu asked if Brother Bai was also dreaming about it, he said no, saying that she was like a little sister to him. All the more reason for him to do his best to forge and brew elixirs. Qin Yu praised Brother Bai and said that with this approach, he will definitely achieve great success. and then asked if the Buddha Heart Temple is allowed to train martial techniques from other schools and temples. To which Brother Bai replied that it is forbidden, and they only train what their mentors have given them, but he can continue to develop martial techniques that he started to master before joining their temple. Ching Yu was satisfied with what he heard, thinking that Brother Bai was a rather curious character, while Bai Feifan himself began to suspect that Ching Yu had figured him out. Whereupon he explained that the main hall was ahead, suggesting that he follow him. The temple attendant came into the main hall and greeted the chief teacher, the temple maiden, and Brother Bai, then reported that everything was ready for the banquet to begin. After sitting down at the table, Shen Shuang asked where the other masters and novices were, to which he replied that some of them were on their way, while others had left with the temple chief, but they should arrive soon as well. Dining advised Ching Yu to eat more today and enjoy himself, as they would be holding the temple's acceptance ceremony tomorrow, to which Ching Yu happily agreed. A short time later, Dining looked thoughtfully into the bowl and wondered why the others had not arrived yet. Chen Shuang asked her uncle what business her father and mentor had left for, and he told her that there were werewolves on a mountain not far from their temple, and that their leader was at the 7th stage of the destruction realm. And although he was not very strong, he was very clever, cunning, and crafty. He kept appearing and disappearing, so their father and mentor decided to deal with him personally. Ching Yu explained that the beast at the 7th level of the destructive realm was dangerous, but it was not a serious opponent for the head of the temple, especially since she is not alone, but in the company of Chen Shuang's father. Daning agreed, but he still felt uneasy in his soul, so he said that he was being too vain, and that they must be delayed for some other reason, after which he offered to drink wine. Suddenly loud footsteps were heard, and a man entered the hall, shocking everyone, calling out to his daughter with a satisfied grin and shouting that Daddy was back. And the mentor couldn't find words for his behavior. Leng Ningpo looked at his daughter and noticed that she was a little thin, and Chen Shuang sighed and explained to her father that he was one of the most respected members of the temple and could be more careful about his appearance. Leng Ningpo threw the monkey body off his shoulder and laughed out loud, asking who she was showing off for, since everyone here was a member. Then he looked at Ching Yu and praised his proud posture and handsome appearance. But Ching Yu just remained silent. Leng Ningpo asked his daughter why Ching Yu was so grumpy, and she asked him what was wrong, and he explained that it was one of the generals of the werewolf vanguard, the four-eyed monkey caterpillar. Leng Ningpo was surprised by Ching Yu's knowledge, as he had never heard of such werewolves, and praised him for his broad-mindedness. He explained that although he was fast, he was not good at fighting, which made him think that he was too weak for a general. Mentor Chen Shuang approached Ching Yu and told him that they had arranged today's feast in honor of his arrival, and suggested that they enjoy the feast instead of thinking about that dead creep. Chen Shuang introduced the mentor, who was the head of their temple, Fuyao, and Ching Yu greeted her. He explained that although this werewolf was weak, its appearance in this area was alarming, so he asked the temple chief for a private audience. The temple chief thought about it and suggested that Ching Yu follow her. Tianh rubbed his head and asked Chen Shuang what could have made her new friend so confused, to which she replied that judging from Ching Yu's face, it was something serious. Bai Beifan sat gloomily at the table and thought about the fact that Ching Yu had already muddied the waters on the first day. In the temple chief's office, the temple chief explained to Ching Yu that it was just the two of them, so he could talk freely. And then Ching Yu said that the four-eyed monkey caterpillars were very intelligent, observant, agile, and cunning, and that they were one of the few intelligent creatures in the werewolf ranks. That's why they are sent out before the main army arrives to scout the situation and gather information to provide the werewolf army with information before the battle. Fuyao asked if Ching Yu was referring to the werewolf invasion. Ching Yu thought about the fact that in his past life, before the large-scale werewolf invasion, people sometimes noticed the four-eyed creatures watching them, but they didn't pay much attention to them, thinking that they were just randomly lost ordinary beasts. It wasn't until people realized that larger creatures were coming after them that they began to realize what was going on, and then an army of them came. And the delayed realization of the problem led to a great loss of life. However, in his past life, the monkey caterpillars had appeared much earlier than now. Sun Yu confirmed that the threat of invasion was real and said that they would grow like grass out of the ground, in countless numbers to take over the territories currently occupied by humans. And when they came, the entire Buddha Heart Temple would be covered in blood. Fu Yao asked how he knew all this, To which Ching Yu replied that he was not trying to deceive her. He explained that after the first appearance of the monkey caster, it would not take a month for the main forces to arrive, and her temple should start preparing in advance. Fu Yao asked why she should believe that, and Ching Yu said she shouldn't, but it was up to her. Fu Yao thought about Chen Shuang's words, how Ching Yu always amazed her with his insight, and agreed with him, then offered to go with her. She took out a stone and opened the locked door. After a while, Fu Yao summoned all the temple mentors: senior mentor Tianh, second mentor Leng Ningpo, third mentor Mo Linfeng, and fourth mentor Zheng Qingfeng. Fu Yao ordered Ching Yu to tell them everything he knew about the werewolf invasion in detail, and Ching Yu agreed. Then began to tell them everything while showing their progress on the map. In the forest near the Buddha Heart Temple, Bai Feifan was sitting there, thinking that Ching Yu was too cloudy, and assumed that he was talking to the head to betray him. Suddenly he sensed something and asked Chuling not to come here whenever he felt like it. Chuling came out from behind a tree and asked the second spiritual son not to be upset because his mentor had given him a cloaking spell, so that no one would notice his aura appearing here, and then joked that Bai Feifan's psyche was too shaky for a second spiritual son. Bai Feifan demanded that Chulin tell him why he had come, or else he would kill him on the spot, and Chulin immediately said that he understood the reason for his nervous behavior. After all, he was afraid that Ching Yu would be able to reveal his true identity, but there was no need to worry about that. Chulin explained that he had received information from their fourth mentor that Ching Yu was not communicating with the temple chief about him, but about another more important matter. Bai Feifan asked what the matter was, and Chulin told him that it was a werewolf invasion. They would soon appear at the Buddha Heart Temple, which would give their Polar Sun clan a unique opportunity. After all, they would stand aside during the invasion, and when the temple fell, they would simply take everything that belonged to them. Bai Feifan grabbed Chulin by the neck and angrily explained that this temple was his territory, and by recruiting people here, he was trying to challenge them. Chulin said that the fall of Buddha Heart Temple was all Bai Feifan's doing, and that all he wanted was Ching Yu. Bai Feifan assumed that Chulin wanted to take the 9th rank of the sacred fire, and Chulin explained that he did not have the talent for alchemy and blacksmithing that he did, and he was not a great fighter like the first spiritual son, but by obtaining Ching Yu's sacred fire, he still had hope of taking his rightful place in the sun, and he would not miss that chance. Bai Feifan asked Chulin why he would allow another serious opponent to appear, and Chulin replied that Bai Feifan could care less about him, and immediately swore to the heavens that he would leave the Polar Sun Temple as soon as he could obtain the 9th-ranked holy fire. Bai Feifan then let go of Chulin's neck, and promised to give him the holy fire when everything was over. Chulin thanked the second spiritual son and wished him good luck in capturing the Buddha Heart Temple, warning him that he would be nearby if he needed help. As soon as Chulin left, Bai Feifan immediately decided that a scum like Chulin did not deserve a rank 9 holy fire and decided to take him on personally. 9 days later, a disgruntled guard complained that they had to keep a constant vigil because of the newcomer's words, saying that he hadn't heard of werewolf invasions before. Inside the temple, Ching Yu greeted the head of the temple and asked her how the preparations for the battle were going, to which Fu Yao replied that she had already alerted all the neighboring temples to form a defensive line, and if his words were confirmed, they would be aware of any incursions in their area. Suddenly, a messenger ran into the room and reported that Chief Lan had reported that about 100 werewolves, mostly at the 3rd stage of the spiritual realm, had been spotted 100 li northwest of Buddha Heart City, and they completely matched the description of the assault squad. Fu Yao ordered a message to Len to continue reinforcing the defense lines and spread the news to all the major temples. If the first squad was close, they would soon face a real test of strength, and after hearing the message, the messenger immediately ran away. Ching Yu was about to bow after the messenger when the temple chief suddenly stopped him, as she had a request for Ching Yu. Ching Yu agreed to listen to the request, and Fu Yao told him that she had a daughter named Ye Tong, and she would like him to take her with him. She is very talented, but she has a very fiery temper, and with Ching Yu, she would have a better chance of staying out of trouble. Ching Yu agreed to the request. Fu Yao thanked him and handed her daughter into his hands with a calm heart, then said that she knew that Ching Yu would not join their temple, which made Ching Yu wonder if she had guessed it herself. Fu Yu explained that she understood the fact that her temple would not be able to offer him anything substantial since he had already obtained decent booty in the desert lands, and assumed that he had come to her temple for a spiritual source. Ching Yu confirmed the leader's speculation, calling her very astute, and admitted that he only wanted to spend 3 months here to temper his body in the springs and then leave. Ching Yu thought about the fact that the spring strengthens the bones and joints, which is very useful for strengthening the body. And although he is already quite strong, such hardening will not be superfluous. After receiving confirmation of Ching Yu's hunch, Fu Yao told him that taking care of Ye Tong would be a favor to him. Ching Yu said that he would teach her a martial art before he left, and if Ye Tong could learn it completely, she would no longer have to worry about her daughter's safety in the future. Fu Yao was happy to hear this news and said that she would ask Ye Tong to come to the training arena. And Ching Yu agreed and bowed out immediately. The training arena of Buddha's Heart Temple, Ching Yu sensed Ye Tong's arrival. Yetting threw a huge shuriken at Ching Yu from behind and shouted at him to keep his eyes open. Ching Yu caught the shuriken with his 2 fingers and smiled. Then he dodged Ye Tong's next attack and was hit by 5 shurikens flying from above. But he was able to dodge them at the last moment and was immediately overtaken by the other shurikens from all sides. After testing what the rank 9 sacred fire wielder was capable of, Ye Tong was clearly unimpressed. So Ching Yu asked if she was testing him. Ye Tong revealed that her mother wanted her to inherit Ching Yu's battle experience, but he was much weaker than she thought. Ching Yu said he would teach her the first lesson: never take an opponent lightly, and immediately tied her up. Ye Tong asked why she couldn't move, and Ching Yu stomped on the ground, causing the shurikens to fall to the ground, and said that she had lost. Ye Tong assumed that Ching Yu had deceived her about his skills in order to lower her guard and lure her into the trap he had set for her. Ching Yu stroked her head and praised her for being smart, so she still accepted defeat, admitted that he was good at something, and asked him to set her free. Whereupon Ching Yu snapped his fingers, and the flaming ropes immediately dissipated. Feeling the ground beneath his feet, Ye Tong turned around and ordered Ching Yu to leave. In the forest, there were many warriors gathered in the forest, waiting to attack. Ye Tong said that she had heard that Ching Yu and Sister Shen Shuang were on good terms, and he asked her if she wanted to tell him to stay away from her. Ye Tong rejected the suggestion, saying that they were good for each other, but there was someone he should watch out for who interested Ching Yu, and that was Bai Feifan. Ching Yu asked why. He should be afraid of him, and Ye Tong told him that Bai Feifan was very cunning and could trick anyone, but not her. Every time she passes by him, she feels a very dark energy. So she thinks he is not a good person, but she has no proof. Ching Yu praised Ye Tong, saying that her intuition was very accurate, and she agreed, saying that he should watch out for Bai Feifang if he wanted things to work out with Chen Shuang. After that, Ching Yu suddenly asked if she liked anyone, and she immediately said no, and Ching Yu asked what she thought of him. Ye Tong admitted that from her first impressions. She felt that he was strong and principled, so she could rely on him. She said that she liked that kind of person. After which she blushed and said that if Sister Chen Shuang didn't mind, they could do couple cultivation together. At this unexpected suggestion, Ching Yu grabbed his head with one hand and coughed, admitting that he was joking, and immediately suggested that they continue on their way. Ye Tong mentally scoffed at the fact that Ching Yu was trying to embarrass her. After all, she would make anyone blush. The next person on the path was a man who immediately greeted Ching Yu and Ye Tong, then introduced himself as the senior disciple of Zhenzhuan Black Tiger School, then reported that they had already set up a position around the forest and had everything under control. Ye Tong said that she knew him. He was the most promising disciple of Black Tiger School in the past 100 years. And since he was here, she was calm. Hearing this man's name, Ching Yu thought that he had heard it before. After all, he was still far away from her and Ching Yu. Then he asked them to follow him to show them their place in the garrison. Ching Yu thought that Zhen Shun was able to give a naive girl the impression of a caring and good-natured guy, but he smelled a hint of cunning in him. Then he wondered why Zhen Shun had reported the situation to them when they first met. Night, Ching Yu roasted a chicken on the fire and gave one leg to Ye Tong, then took the other for himself. And Ye Tong asked if the werewolves could come to them that night. Ching Yu confirmed that it was possible, and if they didn't come tonight, they would come tomorrow or a few days later. Ching Yu asked Ye Tong about Zhen Shun. Ye Tong revealed that he was a senior student of Black Tiger School and was 20 years old. He was the son of an ordinary cultivator, but he had joined Black Tiger School 5 years ago, and an incredible talent had been discovered in him immediately. He was a born swordsman with 7th rank holy fire. Ye Tong confessed that although she was considered talented in the temple, she was inferior to him, and she was also sure that he had already reached the destructive realm stage, And although her temple had tried to lure him over, he had refused their offer. After thinking about it, Ching Yu concluded that something was wrong. But Yatong suddenly remembered that a year ago, he had killed a third-stage destructive realm werewolf. At the peak of the spiritual realm, and he had become famous after that incident. Suddenly, Ching Yu shouted that he remembered, and Yetong was startled and let go of the chicken leg, asking why he was scaring her so much, and ordered him to return the leg he had caught, and after receiving the leg back. Yetong swallowed it whole so that Ching Yu would not have a chance to steal it again. Ching Yu remembered that in his previous life, the werewolf invasion had come in waves, and the humans had suffered great losses, but the werewolves also had their own problems. The most intelligent among them decided to recruit spies among the humans. They were able to bribe many of them, and they also sought out and recruited gifted children to various sects, schools, and temples. And the most famous traitor among the humans was called the Devil's Swordsman. The Devil's Swordsman was very stealthy in his movements, but when he arrived, he left only a mountain of corpses. It was believed that he had killed at least 1 million people, and because he had always been so mysterious, even Ching Yu had only vague memories of him. Lowly born, amazingly talented, born in the Tianh Empire, a born swordsman. Zhen Xian is the Devil's Swordsman. Ching Yu wondered if Zhen Xian was a werewolf assassin now, or if he had not betrayed the human race yet. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and Ching Yu and Ye Tong immediately realized that it was the werewolves and ran towards them. Hordes of werewolves were running through the forest, and the men were trying to stop their attack, when a huge werewolf suddenly appeared under one of the warriors and was about to eat him. The man had time to say goodbye to his life, when suddenly a huge sword fell from the sky and split the giant werewolf worm in two. Zhen Xian was furious because he had been waiting for these creatures for a long time. Seeing Zhen Xian, the warriors were filled with fighting spirit and were ready to fight even harder. Zhen Wen used the sparkling sword technique and created a large number of swords that rained down on the werewolves. After dealing with them with ease, he said that it was just a walk in the park. After watching the battle, Yetong was delighted with Zhen Xuan's cultivation and said that he had invented the sparkling sword battle technique himself and suggested that it probably belonged to the black level, but Ching Yu rejected this assumption. He said that this technique was strong enough to belong to the Earth realm and admitted that as a warrior at the first level of the destruction realm, he indeed had terrifying strength. Seeing Zhen Xuan coming towards him, Zhen Xuan stepped down from the giant sword and greeted Ching Yu with Ye Tong. Ye Tong praised him for his work, to which Zhen Xuan replied that it was just a small fish and that he had done nothing wrong. So he asked Ching Yu if they should continue to operate in this forest. Ching Yu told him that they would send out a few dozen advanced troops before the main werewolf army attacked. At the moment, they had repelled the attack of the shell beetles, which were rather weak creatures, but with each wave, the werewolves would become more and more terrifying, which made Zhen Xuan sigh as he realized that he would not be able to rest anytime soon. Whereupon Ye Tong tried to cheer him up by saying that the werewolves would not go through them. Instead, they would defeat them together. Suddenly, Zhen Xuan felt something and looked at his palm. There was a small wound on it, which surprised Zhen Xuan because he couldn't have been injured in such an easy fight. Seeing the wound, Ye Tong advised him to treat the wound as soon as possible before it got infected, to which he agreed and wished them a good night as he went to his room. At that moment, Ching Yu realized what was going on. Zhen Xian had betrayed the humans and gone over to the werewolf side because of the red scorpion. The red scorpion has a special position in the werewolf army. The upper part of her body is human and the lower part is scorpion. She has stealth techniques and a natural ability to control others' minds, and that's why she plays a big role in the war between werewolves and humans. She stealthily attacks the best human warriors, then penetrates their minds and lures them over to the werewolf side. Behind every scorpion is a military advisor who helps formulate a plan of action, and the military advisors themselves have all the information about the werewolf invasion. This means that capturing a military advisor is like capturing the general staff. In his previous life, Ching Yu had heard rumors that a werewolf military advisor had been seen near the Buddha Heart Temple, but it was only in this life that he found confirmation. Ching Yu clenched his fist and decided that he could deal with the military advisor personally. As this invasion was unlikely to involve anyone above the destructive realm, he vowed that he would not let the werewolves flood the temple grounds with human blood in this life. In a certain cave, Tiger the werewolf smelled a scorpion and asked if she had succeeded in capturing the strong fighter, which she confirmed by saying that he was hooked, and all that was left was to wait a little longer. Tiger explained that Zhen Xuan was very important to them as a natural swordsman, and that she had done a great job capturing him. He said that when the Buddha Heart Temple fell, he would report her contribution to the Empress herself, and she would be rewarded according to her merits. Red Scorpion thanked the Tiger General, and he told her that there was a rumor that there was a 9th-rank Holy Fire Wielder in the human camp, Ching Yu, and he wanted her to capture him as well. Red Scorpion wanted to warn that a 9th-rank Holy Fire Wielder should be immune. But the Tiger General refuted that, saying that Ching Yu's cultivation was still too weak, meaning that he wouldn't be able to unleash the power of his fire to the fullest, and he also had a plan. He will assign an elite unit to help her, and when they attack from the flank, after a while, After listening to the plan, the Red Scorpion recognized the Tiger General's genius for military cunning and was fully confident that they would succeed. The Tiger General let the Scorpion go, and the Scorpion bowed and left, after which the General dreamed that this war was a great way to prove himself. He should take the chance to prove to the Empress that he was the best candidate to be the military leader of all the werewolves. A few days later in the forest was filled with explosions as Yetong cut down the werewolves. After the battle ended, Ching Yu approached her and praised her for her work. In the second wave, she was less confident, but in the fourth wave, she was chopping like an experienced warrior. Then she bit the chicken leg. Yetong asked if he had learned this technique in the desert lands, to which he said, while biting the leg, that it was no big deal, but if she mastered it completely, she would be unrivaled in the Buddha Heart Temple. Yetong said that he was too low in her clan, but she was still grateful to him, and then asked how she could thank him. When Ching Yu thought about it, Yetong came closer and offered to sacrifice himself as a gift, but Ching Yu embarrassedly replied that it was better not to. Yetong realized that when Ching Yu was embarrassed, he looked very cute, so he offered to be her little brother, which made Ching Yu giggle in embarrassment. Yetong asked Ching Yu how much time they had left before the main enemy army would arrive. Wan Yu thought about it and replied that there would be 7 false attacks before they brought the whole army, and only after that would the real invasion begin, which was estimated to happen within a few weeks. Ching Yu thought about something strange, namely that he had not been able to track down the Red Scorpion in the past 4 waves. But considering that he was a 9th-rank Sacred Flame Burner and had defended the Buddha Heart Temple, he could not help but attract the attention of the military advisor. After thinking about it, Ching Yu was depressed, thinking that he had lost his former charm and had become invisible to others. Suddenly, Zhen Xuan arrived and reported that one of the garrisons 30 kilometers away had been attacked by an elite group of werewolves, all of whom were at the 7th level of the spiritual realm. They were disciples of the Steel Fist School and the Great Swordsman Temple, about 50 people in total, and almost all of them were killed. Ching Yu asked how many werewolves had attacked them, and Zhen Xuan reported that one of the disciples from the Great Swordsman Temple had managed to leave some notes, offered them to Ching Yu to look at, and then took out a coil and said that according to him, the werewolf group consisted of 16 individuals, and after the attack they split into 2 groups and left. Zhen Xuan reported that since they were closest to them, they should catch up with them immediately and destroy them. Zhen Xuan admitted that he couldn't catch up with the 2 squads by himself, so he suggested that he go to one, and Ching Yu and Yetong would catch up with the other. Yetong told Zhen Xuan that he might as well not think about it, because if the werewolves were really only at the 7th level of the spirit realm, and there were only 8 of them, the 2 of them would have no problem dealing with it. Ching Yu realized that it had started, because according to the description, these werewolves were the guards of the military advisor. Zhen Xuan took out a token and handed it to Yetong, saying that they could use it to find their werewolf squad and ask them to take care of themselves. After all, if they defeat the werewolf army, they will drink for 3 days and 3 nights, to which Yetong happily agreed. Zhen Xuan immediately went to catch up with one of the squads, after which Yetong suggested that Ching Yu move out. On the battlefield. When they arrived at the battlefield, Ching Yu and Yetong saw the devastation and the many bodies of their comrades in arms. Yetong was even angrier at the werewolves, and Ching Yu remembered how more blood had been spilled during the werewolf invasion in his previous life. Yetong took out a token and offered to move forward to finish them off. Ching Yu held out his hand, and the token pointed in the direction of the mountains, and they set off after them. In the mountains, Yidong said that she could clearly feel the aura of the werewolves and that they were nearby. But Ching Yu said that it wasn't like that because they were surrounded, seeing the werewolf troop. Yestong was terrified because these werewolf tigers were not at the 7th level of the spiritual realm at all, but at the peak, and Ching Yu estimated that there were not 8 but at least 16 of them. While there were about 1,000 small individuals in the rearguard, Yetong cursed. After all, they had been ambushed, and although they could kill 8 werewolf tigers, 16 was beyond their capabilities. She was sure that although Ching Yu was able to kill the Taoist old man, he was alone, while in the face of the current threat, all they had to think about was retreating. But that was no easy task either. Yetong looked at Ching Yu and decided that she had no choice. She created many shurikens and ordered Ching Yu to escape and spread the news about these werewolves while she distracted them. If she were to die, she wanted him to avenge her by killing all the werewolves. Yesting was about to attack when Ching Yu suddenly grabbed her arm and said that it was too early to say goodbye to her life, and that this gang was no big deal to him. Yidong replied that she knew he was strong, but even he couldn't handle so many werewolves. But Ching Yu said that she hadn't even seen what he was capable of and suggested that she watch carefully. A powerful aura rose around Ching Yu, and he took out the spear of the god of war. Holding it in his hand, he said that he was now irresistible and asked Yetong not to fall in love with him. The chief of the werewolves gave the order to attack, and they all rushed towards Ching Yu at once. Ching Yu prepared himself and jumped high, then used the 3rd lightning spear technique, Ancestor Spirit Spear, to destroy all the werewolves around him. Yidong was amazed that Ching Yu was able to kill them all with a single strike, and Ching Yu told her that he had warned her that he would be irresistible. Mentally, Ching Yu boasted that the 3rd lightning spear was already a heaven-level weapon, and using it together with a heaven-level technique created an amazing effect. The Red Scorpion was shocked that her elite squad was so easily defeated. 16 of the Tiger General's personal guards and 1,000 lesser individuals fell from a single blow. She raised her tail and threw a sting at Ching Yu, satisfied with the result after all. They didn't even expect Ching Yu to be that strong, but at least it was good that the operation was successful. After all, the stronger Ching Yu was, the more benefits he would bring to their race. One day he will turn his spear against his own allies and tower over a mountain of their bodies. He would be their main weapon in the war against the humans. The Red Scorpion disappeared into the ground, and Ching Yu, who saw it, was satisfied that the plan had succeeded. Yedong asked Ching Yu what had happened, but he just told them to go back. At the garrison, Yetong complained about Zhenxuan's misinformation, but Zhenxuan just rubbed his head and apologized, promising that it would not happen again. Then he asked Ching Yu if he would forgive him. Ching Yu put his hand on Zhenxuan's shoulder and said that he would forgive him because they would soon be like brothers, and there was no way to solve big problems without brotherly support. Zhenxuan agreed, and Yetong was amazed at how close the two of them had suddenly become. Zhenxuan suggested that Ching Yu talk to him tonight, and Ching Yu immediately agreed. Good night. Ching Yu arrived at the meeting place, where Zhenxuan informed him that they would soon be the right and left hand of the Tiger General, which pleased Ching Yu, who said that he was counting on their mutual support. Zhenxuan praised Ching Yu for these words, and Ching Yu asked when he would be able to meet the Tiger General, to which Zhenxuan replied that Ching Yu should not be in a hurry and that there was a time for everything. Soon the Tiger General would organize a massive attack, and they would have to repel it to gain respect from the people. And when they had achieved unquestionable authority, only then would they earn an audience with the Tiger General. Ching Yu thought that the Tiger was a general for a reason, because he was a master of waiting, and he did not want to rely on Zhenxuan alone. Zhenxuan put his hand on Ching Yu's shoulder and pulled him closer to tell him about the Tiger General's immediate plans. Meanwhile, Shulin appeared behind their backs. Overhearing their conversation and realizing that the two of them had decided to switch to the werewolf side, he was sure that the heavens were favoring him. After all, he had originally hoped to take control of the Buddha Heart Temple with the help of Bai Fei Feng and his man in the temple. But now that they would no longer be needed. After thinking about it, Shulin immediately left. At the garrison, Yetong slept on her bed while Ching Yu sat next to her, thinking that, in order to find the Tiger General, he had to break through to the 2nd level of the Destruction Realm and summon the Bull Quinya. And when he found the location of the General and his 6, he would blow the place to smithereens. Ching Yu put up a barrier and used his inner vision to look at the 9 crystals inside him, including 8 pink crystals and 1 white crystal. He was going to take the 8th grade pills. He had traded with Zhao Shuner. If he took 10 of these pills, he would be able to break through to the 3rd level of the Destruction Realm immediately. Ching Yu had originally planned to strengthen his body before doing so, But now there was no time for that. After absorbing the pills, Ching Yu's body absorbed even more energy than before. But due to the premature breakthrough, he felt unimaginable pain as his muscles tore. Ching Yu summoned the dragon spirit Yasi and began to transform into dragon form, this time covering not only his hands, but also all other parts of his body with scales. Inner vision. Ching Yu once again used the inner vision, where two near-white crystals turned yellow and purple, causing Ching Yu's scales to explode, shattering the barrier he had placed earlier. Ching Yu sighed heavily after standing up, his muscles whimpering and steam escaping from his body. Finally moving to the third step. Ching Yu was ready. He took out a nature scroll and summoned his old new friend. The Quinyu bull then greeted it, and it immediately entered the mark on Ching Yu's forehead. Using the power of the Quinyu bull, Wuxiu began to search for the location of the Tiger General. And when he found it, Ching Yu covered all traces of it and woke up Yetong. When Yetong woke up, she didn't understand what was going on and asked Ching Yu if it was her turn to guard, to which he replied that he had to go away for the night and that she was now in charge of the tent, to which she lazily agreed. Tiger General praised the Red Scorpion for subduing the natural swordsman and the 9th-ranked sacred fire wielder, for without them, their plans were doomed to failure. He said that the preparatory stages had been completed and only the slaughter would follow. The Red Scorpion congratulated the general on his victory and acknowledged that victory in the war was primarily his merit. The Tiger General told the Red Scorpion that if he was promoted, she would roll around like cheese and butter. And then he raised his fist on his head and chuckled contentedly. Because as a battle general and military advisor at the same time, no one could compete with him for promotion. Ching Yu suddenly told the general that he was rejoicing too soon, causing the Tiger General and the Red Scorpion to be shocked. The Red Scorpion, surprisedly, asked who he was, and Ching Yu replied that she had seen him just yesterday, but now she couldn't remember him. At that moment, the Red Scorpion realized that it was Ching Yu and wanted to ask how he had defeated the mind control. But the Tiger General admitted that he had miscalculated, because the power of the 9th-rank holy fire was greater than he could have imagined. Ching Yu pretended to have fallen under its influence, while he himself found a way to discover its location. When the Tiger General rose from his throne, he realized that Ching Yu was much stronger than Zhen Xuan. The Tiger General towered over Ching Yu at full height. Assuming that since Ching Yu had come here alone, he believed that he could handle him. Ching Yu confirmed this, and the Tiger General immediately revealed that he was well aware of his background. His family had done their best for the good of the people, but they had been wiped out by the people in gratitude. The Tiger General asked Ching Yu why he was still on their side after all this. Humans are greedy and mean by nature, and they will stop at nothing to achieve their personal goals. They will only continue to bicker, decay, and degenerate, and the fight for a piece of land will be their doomsday. The Tiger General explained to Ching Yu that they were different, because they had the unity of the high and the low, and one day they would unite all the territories under one authority, and only then would there be peace in the world. He suggested that Ching Yu leave the human race and join the werewolves, because none of the werewolves would discriminate against him because of his origin. And once he joined them, he would become a loyal friend and brother of the werewolf race, a member of the family. The Tiger General promised Ching Yu a great future in their ranks. After listening to this propaganda, Ching Yu asked if this was his last word. He didn't even try to deny that it was exciting. But he and the werewolves had an irreconcilable enmity, and today he was going to kill the Tiger General. The Tiger General snorted unhappily and admitted that Ching Yu's words only reinforced his belief that humans were hopeless. Then he jumped up with one foot to step on Ching Yu, saying that he was sorry to kill such a warrior, for whom he had big plans, and then he crushed Ching Yu. Ching Yu caught the general's foot, and while he was barely holding it back, he could tell that the Tiger General was at the peak of the destruction realm. The Tiger General appreciated Ching Yu's toughness, but in his report, he revealed that he had crushed more than one of them, and once again tried to hit Ching Yu with his foot, enveloping him in an aura. Such a powerful imminent attack made Ching Yu's ears spurt blood, causing him to curse and catch the Tiger General's kick with his body, after which he struck Ching Yu with his powerful fist. After dealing with the problem, the Tiger General regretted that he had to kill such a good warrior by human standards, and realized that he deserved to have his body treated with respect after death. So he ordered the Red Scorpion to distribute Ching Yu's flesh to the werewolves as a fitting tribute to him. The Red Scorpion gladly accepted the order and giggled as she walked towards Ching Yu's body. Suddenly, it was startled. And the Tiger General sensed an aura of surprise directed at Ching Yu. The Red Scorpion shouted in horror that he was not a human, but rather a wasteland beast. Prompting Ching Yu to ask what the big deal was,